801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV Show, February 12th through the 15th.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag Utah Jazz.
I just feel like defense is one of those things where if you're not getting it going offensively, that's something that can really kickstart your game. For me, I know that's my way on the floor, and that's kind of what I've been building off of, and it kind of gets me going offensively as well. So I feel like being aggressive on the defensive end, it kind of just pulls everything together.
Defense, PK. Play some defense. Pull your game together. Get your act together. Get a W. Unless you're the Utah Jazz, in which case Cody Williams could just play some good defense and maybe lose to the Pacers tonight. It's a battle of two of the bottom six teams in the NBA.
I don't see it.
You don't see the Jazz losing?
I don't, no.
Yeah. Pacers are going back-to-back. Lost to the Rockets at home last night. Plus, you just think the Jazz are better.
Yeah. Well,
there it is.
Major reason.
The major reason. You're better, and they're going back-to-back. And there you go.
Yeah, the back-to-back home. I think all back-to-back should be when you're home rather than getting on a plane and flying a couple hours and so forth. Sure, it factors in, but it's more about I just look at the rosters.
Keontae George out with an ankle. Yusuf Nurkic out resting.
Yeah, he's gassed, man.
Got to be gassed.
A big dude.
They will, however, have Lauri Markkanen, apparently.
It's just like horse racing, You don't race back-to-back.
You don't. Even in 2 weeks is a little, they always raise an eyebrow at the Preakness 2 weeks after the Derby.
Yeah, particularly the length of the race. And I learned yesterday that Jim McMahon has his own race at Turf Paradise.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
The Jim McMahon Classic?
Yes, exactly. It's exactly what it's called.
Literally.
Nice. And Yak showed me that. And he says yesterday, I guess he was on Snapgram or something like that.
Snapgram?
That he shows me this picture. He says, "Do you know where this is?" I look at it. Yeah, it's Turf Paradise. Yeah. He says, Jim McMahon's got a race. I said, yeah. So I investigated it a little bit. And then the funny thing, you talk about ironic coincidence.
Uh-huh.
I'm flicking around last night, just bored after the Kansas game.
Yeah.
And I come to this movie called it's like the Drifters or the Grifters or something. I'm not even sure what the name of it was. But there they were filming a scene at Turf Paradise. That was so weird.
And the horse track of your youth just kept popping up yesterday.
Yeah, after he mentions it after the show, it says, "Do you know where this is?" And I tell him, and then I'm just flicking around some show, and there it was. They were coming out of the building. I thought, that looks familiar. And then right on the side, Turf Paradise. So, your horse racing thing there. And Jim McMahon, I mean, he lives in Scottsdale. I think most people know that. Has a race named after him. And he was there.
Well, I figured it was either the Jim McMahon Classic, the Jim McMahon Stakes, or the Jim McMahon Derby. I don't know what else they would name a race. 1-in-3 shot. Jazz probably have better than a 1-in-3 shot tonight in Indianapolis. Pre-game at 4 o'clock with Jake Scott and Tim Lacombe. Tip-off at 5 right here on the Zone. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Trade rumors are flying. James Harden and the Clippers have agreed that Yeah, they could part ways. There could be a deal there. Harden's not even with the team. Some personal reasons. He's missed the last couple games. Speculation among the Clippers and Cavaliers could be close to a deal. Clippers have been mentioned as one of 4 or 5 landing spots for Giannis Antetokounmpo. See if they pull together a deal or decide none of these deals are good enough. Let's wait for the summer or make a deal with the
in your voice. Wow.
Warriors or Knicks. All the drama right down to the wire here.
Yeah, the rumor is Harden wants out. They won't sign him to an extension. He knows Kawhi Leonard's going to get suspended, blah, 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 blah. You want to believe in all those conspiracies.
An arbitrator ruled in favor of suspended Miami Heat guard Terry Rozier in a salary dispute with the NBA. He was indicted in a gambling investigation. His salary's been in escrow since December. He's slated to make approximately $26.6 million. So, looks like he's going to get his money. And these suspensions, which I guess was a big thing with Paul George, that helps the Sixers. They take that money off and helps them negotiate the salary cap and the luxury tax and all that stuff. So, while it doesn't sound like a big deal, and obviously the player, the money, and then the club, what kind of room does that give them to make a move or not pay some big tax? So they battle these things out tooth and nail to the bitter end. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Darren Peterson got over his cramps, played 35 minutes, scored 19 points, missed a bunch of shots in this one, wasn't on fire the way it was against BYU, but helped Kansas to a very good road win. They win at Texas Tech 64-61 in a battle of ranked teams. So, good W for Kansas.
And Peterson looked very smooth on those 2 3-pointers, man. They were big-time shots. Tech doesn't have their one guy. Anderson didn't play, and so that was a little bit of obviously a blow there. But it was a fun game. You know, you look at Peterson, in my mind, clearly he's a better shooter than DeBonsa from the perimeter. I think that if I were, depending on what my team situation was, I still would consider DeBonsa ahead of Peterson. Because I think Peterson, to an extent, not completely, because no one is, you're going to get better, but he's closer to what he's going to become. I think DeBonsa
still has a lot of upside and the higher ceiling.
And he's longer.
Yep.
And, now he's got to get better. If I'm going right now, one game in the NCAA tournament, I'm taking Peterson. But that's not the way NBA people look at it.
Nope.
So they shouldn't look at it like that. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be something fun to watch in June for sure. Oh, and in May after the lottery order is announced, how that works and what teams are looking for. And maybe you can't go wrong with either kid. But you want, when you're drafting 1 or 2 and there's this talk of these 2 or 3, 4, 5 guys, man, you want to get the best player possible over a 10-year period. So I still believe there's opportunities there when we get to, say, like 2030, 2035, that DeBonsa could be the best player of all the kids and be better than Peterson.
Sounds crazy to say 2030 or 2035, and yet that's the exact window these guys have played through. So
yeah.
Sacramento State beats Weber State in California, 104-90. High-scoring game there. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
The one thing I do know is we're going to have 9 games internationally. It's the ambition that we have to be a global sport, but it's also the demand that we're having. We're hearing from cities all over the world that want to host these games and that really want to get more American football, and that's one of the things that we're really focused on.
The NFL is going to return to Mexico as part of a 3-year deal. So there's Roger Goodell, the commissioner, saying more international games coming. They're going to play in France for the first time ever. It'll be the Saints and the Browns in Paris. They want to go to 16 international games. I assume they won't make anyone play internationally the week before the playoffs. Give them a little break there at the end of the year. And maybe some weeks they'll have a couple international games. We'll see how that plays out. But more travel coming for NFL players. Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak deflecting all questions this week about his being the next head coach of the Raiders, saying he's locked in on the Super Bowl. Quote, I can just tell you I'm all in on the Seahawks. I'm all in on this game. Whatever comes next, we'll deal with that on Monday. I Think he's putting together a coaching staff in his free time?
I think they have time.
Yeah.
So I don't think he needs to do that this close. I think the
calendar's a little more favorable in the NFL than it is in college football.
1,000 times more. Yeah, absolutely it is. It's clearly, and they'll wait. So I don't see, especially now that we're right on the doorstep. If it would have been maybe 3-4 weeks ago or something, but this news is coming out this very week. So what's a few more days? Yeah, I have no doubt that
the draft and OTAs are still a ways off.
Yeah, there's plenty of time, and even the combine thing.
Mm-hmm.
He can have time. Still 2-3 weeks away. Time to get all that stuff done.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Tennessee Volunteers starting quarterback Joey Aguilar filed a lawsuit. He seeks an extra year of eligibility to play this fall. The suit argues that Aguilar should be allowed a fourth year of Division I football rather than having the years he spent at junior college in California. For 2019 to 2022 count against his eligibility. It's just JC football doesn't count anymore, PK, if he gets his way in court. This would be the second time. We've already seen that argument carry the day once. We'll see if it carries it again.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
7 years, just too much. JC football always counted. Why does it not count now? Because there's NIL and there's a lot of money to be made, and the players will ask anybody to play until they can find someone to say yes.
Okay.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Seattle Mariners bolstering their infield with the addition of All-Star Brendan Donovan in a 3-team trade with the Cardinals and the Rays, who get prospects and draft picks in the deal. So, Seattle Mariners, you like that move? Scaring you with that?
Sure, anytime you can get an all-star. Now they're losing their third baseman, Suarez. I think he went back to the Reds where he started. But, sure, why wouldn't you? He's a very good player.
Countdown is on. It's almost time to report. Pitchers and catchers. We're closing in.
Yeah, I think that they report most of them on the 10th, and then 5 days later, the whole group gets going, and away we go. It's the sign of the annual renewal, which we will not have next year.
We will lack an annual renewal?
I just don't see where that.
Have you heard about the timing of that? Because labor stoppage and just, camps, if those things cost money, I didn't know if they could get the players in and make the money off the preseason and then off the spring training, or just cancel that expense altogether and just start right there.
Well, if they should get, they did this a few years back, they got an agreement during March and they threw together a spring training on the fly.
Yeah.
And it was really cool because we were down there. And
nobody had planned for it, so
right.
You could get tickets.
Oh, yeah.
Different deal.
Right.
If you've never tried to go to a Cubs game, good luck.
Yeah.
You got a better chance of getting a ticket at Wrigley in April or May than you do in Arizona in March.
Right. They flock. And now with the Dodgers having
moved from Vero Beach.
Yeah. And so we were there. They got it together. We go out to see the Dodgers, and I'm literally in the first row and not having to pay that kind of money. And this is probably whenever they had the last stoppage, 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Whatever it was.
But they're coming out to pitch, unbeknownst to me, was Kershaw. That was really cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
And was the place half full?
I don't remember, but I remember that I had really good seats.
Yeah.
And I was excited, and normally you would have had to prepare for that weeks out.
Right. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Here comes Schmaltz with McBain and Marino. Back for Marino. In front, tapped in, and they score! Special delivery from John Marino to Nick Schmaltz. Schmaltz in front, shoots and scores again. Nick Schmaltz has 2 tonight. Oh, you're killing me, Schmaltz. Utah numbers ahead. Keller and Schmaltz. Schmaltz shoots and scores! Another Hattie for Nick Schmaltz. Send him!
Utah Mammoth blow out the Vancouver Whitecaps 6-2. Nick Schmaltz, the hat trick, goals 20, 21, and 22 on the year for him. And J.J. Peterka gets his 20th goal. Those guys probably on the way to 30. Lawson Krause, Mikhail Sergachev also score, and the Mammoth roll to the victory they had to have, PK. No long losing streaks, you said. Back-to-back losses, they stopped it against the worst team in the NHL.
Great.
Put the 2 points in the bank.
And in the back of the net, too.
And the back of the net, too. One more game for the Mammoth now on Wednesday, and then the 3-week Olympic break. Nashville GM Barry Trotz announced he plans to step down from his position and retire. He will remain on the job until the team identifies his successor. His vision for a veteran-laden squad never materialized into a team that could get in for the playoffs, much less a Stanley Cup. Nashville, one of the teams chasing Utah in the bid for the last couple of spots there in the playoffs. DJ and PK, that is what is trending. It is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Coming up, Brian Geltzeiler joins us with the NBA trade deadline right around the corner. We'll talk with him at 8:30. Mike Folta, radio voice of the Utah Mammoth, at 9 o'clock. And it's a Utah Jazz Ticket Tuesday. We'll give away tickets to watch the Jazz and the Kings February 11th at the Delta Center. And we'll do that coming up at 8:30 and 9:30. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash causing a closure at Saratoga Road, eastbound Pioneer Crossing. Delays reaching back all the way to Redwood Road to try to get over to I-15 this morning. Northbound I-15 also light slowing as you approach Bangerter Highway and also at the South Interchange. This update is brought to you by UTA. Put your energy into the fight song, not fighting for parking. You win when you take UTA to the game. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
I'm starting to buy into the young group showing progress, slowly but surely, churning its way up the tracks to a superstardom maybe in the future.
How about Ace Bailey's last 10 games? You want to see the numbers? 15 points per game, 4.4 rebounds. He's shooting 34% from three. As a rookie, I'll take that. Yeah. It's going to get better. You know, I talked to Will Hardy, and he talked about what they're doing is trying to get Ace to do a lot of the other things because they know he's an offensive juggernaut. They're working on a lot of other things, and maybe that plus some games he's missed kept him out of the rising stars, which how do you not have Ace Bailey in that game? Have you not seen the dunks? Have you not seen the production? Why do you not put Ace Bailey in that rising stars? It's a stars competition. These are the best players. So when you have a rising stars, your best young players need to be in that game. It's a joke. He's phenomenal.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Post Malone presents the Big Stadium Tour. Returns for Part 2 with special guests Jelly Roll and Carter Faith. Congratulations. 9-time Diamond Certified Phenomenon, Post Malone. Live at Rice-Eccles Stadium, July 28th. Pre-sale for City Card members begins Wednesday at 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. The Big Stadium Tour Part 2. This time, it's even bigger.
Planning a party or office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, Kenny J's has you covered with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the homestyle sides your crowd craves. Join Kenny J's Text Club for 20% off your next order. Text Kenny J to 833-643-5686. Visit KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a celebration.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz are back in action tonight against the Pacers in Indianapolis. Will Hardy's evaluation of Isaiah Collier's play recently.
He continues to do a great job one-on-one of picking a hip and getting low and being really physical, playing off 2 feet. Since Zay has really been able to adopt that 2-foot mentality in the paint, his decision-making has gotten better, his turnovers have gone down, his finishing has improved. I think it's been a big breakthrough for him.
Keontae George is out with an ankle injury. Yusuf Nurkic is out. He is resting. The game starts at 5, pregame at 4 here on The Zone. This Jazz at 30 update brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's time for Hot Takes to Toast. The question this morning, the trade deadline is approaching. It's here Thursday. Should the Jazz make any moves? PK.
What?
There's a lot of sarcasm here from a lot of bitter Jazz fans. Michael, sell the team to New Mexico.
Just the state? What?
Apparently, yes. Yes, the state of New Mexico can purchase a team. They can play mostly in Albuquerque, but they can move them around to Santa Fe, Las Cruces.
The Maloofs want to get back in?
The Maloof brothers. I hadn't thought of them in a while. They still own the Palms Casino. They still doing reality TV. What are they up to?
I think they have some New Mexico heritage.
They do. They have ties to Albuquerque. Yeah. Get the moves back in.
Yeah, when I used to go to Albuquerque at least once a year, if not twice, you'd pick up the newspaper and anybody who even drove through, they could connect them.
Yeah. We got greatness right here.
Yeah, they would. There's a boxer, was it Carbarol or something? Big famous boxer.
Yes. Yeah, I do remember that name.
And a few others along the way.
Well, most people don't want to give up the team. Most people want to trade Ainge. Joe, Clint.
Which one?
Scotty. Well, Joe and Clint just say trade Ainge, but Scotty specifically says Danny. So, frustration with the front office and the fourth year of the rebuild. However, some people don't make it personal. They just stick to the general sarcasm. Casey, we need some draft picks, right?
I don't think saying that you're disappointed in management, though, is personal.
Okay. You're just disappointed in management because they're responsible for making sure your favorite team wins.
Yeah, and that's across the board. I'm not talking about any individual management. I mean, you used to rag on the Spanos dudes, right? And that was ownership. Was it personal for you?
Yes, it was.
It was only personal because they lost. If they won,
I could have gotten over it.
Yeah. So it wasn't personal.
No, it's not like I've ever met him. I've never even met him. Never been in the same room with him. Yeah.
It's all about performance of the team.
Give me some wins.
And that ultimately,
give me some hope.
That's what the fans care about. That to quote a dearly departed coach, that's the bottom line.
I thought you were going to quote a coach who died, not one who moved to Michigan.
Well, he's departed.
He has departed. He does,
dear.
but the way you said departed, when you give it the dearly departed, yeah.
Well, I didn't say the.
I went into funeral
in memorandum.
In memoriam, not in memorandum. Make a note of this.
Didn't you get a memorandum?
You get it. I did.
Anybody tell you?
I got several. So did you.
So I think that you could have angst, sports anger towards whoever your teams are if your teams aren't winning. Or there's only two things you're going to have. You're going to have anger, or you're going to have I don't give a crap. And the I don't give a crap, depending on how deep you're in, and I'll go specifically, most Jazz fans are eyeball deep.
There's a deep commitment. A long,
yes,
yeah.
Right. If you're from here.
Well, if you're from here, you pretty much know how long someone has been rooting for the team if you know their age minus 10.
And
by the time they're 10, that most people are locked in.
And I think it goes deeper if there's the family history. If
it goes back to
pop,
if it goes back a generation or two, sure.
And we're removed to what are they? They're over 40-some years that they moved here, right?
Right.
And so now you can have that. And so you may claim you don't care, but you still care enough to tell us you don't care. Right? And
you go check a DJ and PK Facebook.
Yeah.
And then to make a sarcastic crack and post it. Yeah. Or maybe not sarcastic, maybe just real.
And the team, or the market is growing up with the big-time football and the hockey, and in 10 years, I strongly believe we'll be
Major League Baseball
into 2 or 3 years of playing, so they'll have times to grow, but the Jazz will always be the first love because they were the big time, and they did it the right way. The one that you can feel proud about Larry Miller, and we know that story, and drafting well, and then lo and behold, looky here, you got a winner. And you drafted so well that you had a winner for so long because you got two guys literally as babies, professionally speaking, and so you were in, and now it hurts. So you can have that anger. I've got no problem. I mean, the trade Ainge thing is, you're not going to do that. But the anger towards the management, I get it.
Means they're bought in.
Yeah.
Kevin O'Connor came on the show a long time ago and said, you can love us and you can hate us. And it was right after they blew a 2-0 lead and lost a best-of-5 first-round series. It was the morning after. Actually, I think it was before I was doing the show with you.
Was it the Celtics or not the
Dallas?
Celtics, Dallas.
It was Dallas.
And
yeah.
I was still working for the Watchdog, but go ahead.
Don't. You can love us and you can hate us, but please don't ignore us.
Yeah.
And Kevin had a firm grasp on what it meant to be a general manager of a beloved franchise.
And Game 5 was here.
Yeah.
And my assignment from the Watchdog was trail that wild
Cuban?
dude, Mark Cuban.
That new young owner?
Yeah.
Who was cutting
so
edge
I got
and crazy.
there super early when they let us in and told them, hey, I'm just going to be trailing you.
And he went, great.
Yeah.
He was all about it.
Yeah. I used to be able then, and not that I had a personal relationship with him, but if you had NBA questions, you could email him.
Yep.
And he would email you back answers if you were a legitimate media member. And that was so fun that night. I know the Jazz lost, so it sucked for them. But just watching him, he was on a perpetual Jim Valvano looking for somebody to hug. And he runs in the locker room, and the guys are still celebrating now, and then he runs back out.
Right.
And I needed my track shoes that night. And just following him and the excitement he had, it was fun. It was new. And there wasn't any jade in there yet.
No, I can't imagine what it was like.
Yeah.
The first time the Padres went to the playoffs, they trailed the Cubs 0-2, and they won 3 in a row, and it was a blast. And I was calling my dad every third inning. They're going to win. They're going to win. I can't even imagine. He was a fan and a season ticket holder who bought the club, and they had to go through a rebuild, and that was their breakthrough. They'd been down, so, of course, he was fired up.
But you have to ask yourself there, is management / Ainge is going to get the last laugh, or the fans going to have a perpetual cry?
An excellent question.
Or how long is the cry?
Do you see the middle ground there where it's going to get better? I personally believe it is going to get better. It's going to get better starting next year. The question is, what is the ceiling?
Yeah, but we've been talking about next year.
I know, I agree.
Year.
So to go through 4 years of this, and then they build a team that's together for 4 years and never gets past the second round, and then they have to blow it up again, kind of what they went through last time.
Well, they didn't have to. They chose
Okay,
to.
they chose to, but if they choose to again in 4 years, maybe they don't have to. Maybe they'll choose to.
I don't know.
That's
so far ahead.
That's not good enough. Now, if this rebuild...
Sure, but I mean, if you go to the finals and don't win, that's not good enough. There's only one good enough.
You and I both know that depends.
I
mean, yes, you want the championship.
What you just said. There were good times with Mitchell. There were a lot of great times. I would say great times. I just upped the stakes. So, but if you're going to go the ultimate, then you're most likely setting yourself up for bitter disappointment.
Well, everybody,
if that's it. If it's either or.
Well, everybody will set the bar for where they want.
But everybody wants the title. That's no different.
Everybody wants the title, but some people may be realistic enough to say, hey, if they build one of the top 3 or 4 teams in the league,
that's not good
and
enough.
There's some super team that buys their way to the top, and there's nothing you can do because you can't build a super team here, but Miami or LA or whoever does.
That's temporary.
Right, but if it's your window that they crush, as these teams under these rules seem to be getting built and then pulled apart pretty quickly.
I don't know. You're creating a bunch of hypotheticals.
I am, because there are a bunch of hypotheticals, and we don't know what 2030 is going to bring.
But we're talking about the trade deadline. That's not a hypothetical. That's in a little over 48 hours.
So for the trade deadline, there are people here with specific plans. And as much as some people are scoffing, as I said, Casey, we need some draft picks, right? And then he even put in parentheses.
So he's making fun.
To make sure we didn't miss it, he put in parentheses, sarcasm. Casey's listening to the show. He doesn't want to hear PK say, well, is that sarcastic? And I was like, I'll tell you it's sarcastic.
Well, obviously. They got
right.
But I can't say you have too many of them, but you have many of them.
The very next post is trade K-Love or Nurk for whatever draft capital they are worth. So Michael
Kevin
is
Love
actually
would be 0.
Michael is actually on board. You get a second round pick. They're not getting a first-round pick.
I don't even know you can get that.
Yeah, they may not. And he may stay here. Or they may all stay here. We'll see. But Michael seemed to be on board with the plan. 4 years. He probably thinks it sucked, but he's like, okay, pile up more draft capital. Any of the veterans you can flip. So whether he's enjoying the plan or not, Michael is on board with it and ready to double down on more draft picks.
I mean, the problem is there's only 3 of them that you would that are veterans.
Yeah.
You're not going to flip marketing for a draft pick.
Picks. No.
It's
the finances.
Kyle Anderson, Nurkic, and Love.
Yes.
And that's the extent of it because they already did that. If you can't get anything for Clarkson, you ain't getting anything for these guys.
No.
And Sexton is younger. How about the Hornets, man? See, they won their 7th game in a row.
They did.
Most in 25 years.
Yep.
So it can be done. They're on their way toward doing it.
They're getting close to 500, and they're getting close to playoffs in the East.
Right.
Or at least playing.
After starting crappy, largely because they had some injury issues in the beginning of the season. But they're progressing. So it can and will be done. This team will be competitive. That's a low bar as far as I'm concerned.
And the low bar, but each round of the playoffs is another bar. And every, 50, 55, 60 wins is another bar. Mm-hmm. And how many of those are they going to clear? I mean, if they clear all of them, then there's no debate, obviously.
You can just make the team, and this is going to sound kind of double talk, as good as it can be.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe as good as it can be is second round. What are you supposed to do? You can't get blood from a rock.
Well, maybe
you
I
can
just
do everything right and not do it.
Maybe I just hold the Angels in too high regard. And with Danny, there's certainly a track record. With Austin, there's just what I think and suspect.
The guy knows ball.
I know, and that's what I think.
Many conversations with him,
and that's why I think it's suspect if they do everything right and get just an average amount of good fortune.
They're not going to do everything right.
Okay, if they do most things right. I mean, Ainge doesn't win it. He's not building a championship every year. Nobody does. Even Jerry West didn't. And Jerry West built a lot of championship teams. You're going to have teams that, for whatever reason,
on the back of Bill Sharman, but yeah,
on the backs of multiple people. You don't win every year, but you at least get as close as you can and look like you're on your way to building something. Or even if something's starting to erode, is there a trade you can make to extend your championship window?
But you're only going to extend that a couple of years.
Sure. And if you get one in that window, great. I mean, there are examples of people doing that.
But if you don't, it doesn't equal failure.
It doesn't necessarily, no. There could be years you get to the conference final and it could be a really good year.
Yeah. What can you do with what you have available? I always said coaching. I never felt it was Jerry Sloan's requirement to win a title to be a great coach.
Right.
Because ultimately, it's the guys. You do everything you could. And they did. Management did. But the guys couldn't get it done.
Right.
That's what it boils down to.
There it is. Multiple bites at the apple. A big 7-year run where they were.
That doesn't mean ownership
elite.
and managerialship.
No, and if this
was a failure.
If this 4-year period produces that 7-year run from 92 to 99, and it's not a title, it was a great rebuild. I mean, it'll suck that you didn't get a title and you got close again, but that was a lot of full arenas and a lot of good times, and a lot of people getting together in front of the TV and screaming and yelling. There were some awesome moments along the way.
Well, I think they're going to do that.
Yeah.
And if they have an opportunity to better something on Thursday, absolutely do it. And even if you have to give up a piece, say you have to give up Collier, just
right. Pick one of the young guys, any one of the young guys, right?
And you feel that the team, by doing that, will be better, then I'm all for it.
Roll the dice. See what you can do. Aaron goes the other way, though. No way. Don't break up the chemistry. Why risk winning? Aaron thinks
but I don't think it is risking winning.
With whatever move they make.
Because I don't necessarily think
Whatever move they make will be future oriented.
Yeah.
And it won't bring in. They're not going to bring in a veteran who helps them win right now.
No. It actually, if you make a move, I would suspect the team would be worse. If somebody gives them something, let's use Nurkic as an example.
Sure. He's obviously contributing.
Is he eligible to be traded? We've done all the rules.
Yeah, we're past all that stuff. Yeah.
And that will make the team worse.
Yep.
But you're looking to make the team better.
Right.
I wouldn't just throw away Nurkic in the manner that they did the other guys in the offseason. Because he can help you next year when you're trying to win. But if you feel like it could help you next year by getting rid of him, absolutely do it. Yeah. And in the short term, it'll help you lose some games this year.
Yeah.
So that's a win-win.
Every time they sit him, they're more vulnerable to
He
another
doesn't need
defeat.
any rest. He needs no more rest than I do.
He's well rested.
Right.
And he's getting a little more rest today in Indiana.
Yeah, and gosh, for big men these days, has there never been an easier time to be a big man?
The best time. As long as you can move a little bit.
But he doesn't. They're not banging down low like they used to.
A lot less of that.
And you're not. They're running down fast break, a 3-on-1, and
Taking
two guys
threes.
run to the corner. You don't even need to get to the 3-point line on the other side.
No, you can jog a little past half court and just do the old U-turn.
Yeah.
Going back the other way.
So it ought to be easier. So he's extremely rested.
I'm not running coach. I'm defensive-minded.
But if they have an opportunity to make the team better in the long run, and by the long run, how about in the near future run? Is that more palatable than saying in the long run?
I can see some decisions.
You've heard enough of that.
I can see some decisions made for the near future, and the near future being defined as the next 2 seasons.
He's the only guy, unless somebody wants one of your young guys.
Bring somebody in and shut somebody down.
I mean, really, yeah. Everybody would be tradable. There's not a player on this team, certainly,
depending on
who
what's
is
coming back.
untradeable.
Yeah.
But the likelihood of George, Lowry, and Bailey are slim. And clearly, teams have been trying to rip off the Jazz for marketing for 3 years. And they're not going for it.
No.
They're just not. And that probably, I would say my level of probably would be about 90%, 95%. That's the right thing. Because the guy can play the game. It's clear, obviously.
He's got too much size and too much ability to score.
Especially in today's game.
Yeah, no, right. To give up on him.
Right. So
for
don't
what they're getting offered.
Don't get 50, 60, 70 cents. No, you got to get 120 cents.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, yeah. He's too valuable, and he's not raising a stink, apparently. And he's not becoming a problem with all this losing. He's willing to bide time until he gets there. Now, if he's 30 and they're not there, and he's not furious, then I've lost respect for him. But I believe when he's 30, because he's 28 now, right?
Yeah.
I believe they'll be on the winning trajectory to having an 83rd game in whatever form that takes it. To me, I've been saying this since they started it. The play in is the play off. I don't understand why it's different. It's different, but why we call it something different doesn't make any sense. If you're playing an 83rd game, that's the postseason. And they didn't they do away with that in baseball, or is it still? They still call that regular season stats. If you play 163rd game, I always thought that's the playoff.
Yeah, now I don't think they even do those games anymore. I think if you tie for the last wild card now, they use tiebreakers.
Yeah.
I don't think they even add a game because they want to get onto the 2 or 3 series.
Sure, yeah.
I think the attitude in Major League Baseball was just, we've added another spot that would take care of anyone who had tied. If you tie for this last one, we haven't got time
Sucks
for you.
for you.
We have a TV. Yeah, we have a TV schedule to keep to and money to make. So here's your tiebreaker. Let's go.
Yeah, right. And I'm fine with that because you got all that going there. So it'll be interesting to see if they do something. If they don't, okay. I mean, as long as you lose this year, I think that's the priority. Is lose this year.
Get your draft pick.
Yeah.
Get a good player. Make some moves in the summer that impact the team in the short run, the next year or two. And then let's go next year and see what happens.
Yeah, because you ought to be able to get a George Hill type player.
Bring in your Joe Johnson and your George Hill.
And Diao.
Right.
He helped him a little bit.
A Nurkic type player. Not a star, but somebody who can help you a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I would be inclined to keep him.
Because that's the kind of player you'd probably be adding.
Yeah, and he will help you next year.
Either in the 15 minutes that Kessler doesn't play.
Right.
Or if something happens with Kessler, I mean, they don't have restricted free agency this summer. And,
Yeah.
You know, they'll have the right to match, so you can't just walk. But what if he comes back with an offer and you're thinking, that just can't be the number? Well, then you start thinking sign and trade or whatever, and now you need 48 minutes there.
Yeah. And then
I think it gets worked out.
The match,
we'll
so
see.
do I. And then you get to, you'd be a sourpuss and Gordon Hayward, and the first chance you get to get out, you did because you made me go on some tour. And then I made you come down to San Diego in the mountains on July 4th. Who wants to deal with that? Life's too short.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. More on the NBA trade deadline coming up at 8:30 this morning. Brian Geltzeiler will join us with a ton of attitude from Jersey. We'll see what he thinks of the Jazz at the deadline and what he thinks of the Clippers and the Bucks and what are they going to do with Giannis and with Harden. We'll get to that coming up. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Eastbound Pioneer Crossing has one lane open at Saratoga Road due to a crash involving a semi there. Delays still stretch back all the way to Redwood Road. You want to use Lehigh Main Street as an alternate if you're in that area. Also a crash eastbound to I-80 approaching Highway 40. Right lane and shoulder are closed. Delays stretch back all the way to Kimball Junction at this moment. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Traffic's rough, but your parking lot doesn't have to be. GoPave Utah keeps things smooth. With expert asphalt maintenance, go to GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit them once again at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
David James here for Soda Weight Loss. I'm progressing. They've laid out a plan for me. It's working. I'm more than halfway to my 20-pound goal now, and all thanks to a nutritionist. Instead of trying to put you on a shot or a drug that you need to take forever and spend money on forever, Soda teaches you how to eat and keep the weight off for a lifetime. A lot of hidden sugar, a lot of hidden sodium in your diet. They'll work with you, get that out of your diet, get you a plan that works for you, and get the weight off. If you want to lose weight right now, they've got a special promotional offer. If you join right now, you and your partner, well, your partner joins for free. You get 2 transformations for the price of 1. And you don't get caught up with the shots and drugs that offer a quick fix, but a lifelong financial commitment and no end in sight. If you want to find out more right now, they got 9,000 Google reviews. Check them out. You can go to their website, sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. And to speak with a nutritionist, call 866-800-SODA, 866-800-SOTA. They will put a plan together for you, and you can start losing weight right now. Soda, join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Salt Lake City at Delta Center, February 6th and 7th. Tickets available at deltacenter.com.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth blow out the Vancouver Whitecaps 6-2. Nick Schmaltz with the hat trick. 22 goals on the year now. His reaction to the big night.
A lot of great plays by some guys fighting me, and fortunate bounce on one of them, but super excited to get a hat trick and help the team win.
Mammoth off today, back in action tomorrow.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center on Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Do you care much what happens to Giannis or James Harden? Do you think most of our audience cares much what happens to Giannis or James Harden?
Yes.
As human beings. Now you're getting deep.
I care about my fellow man.
We have had a discussion here many times. How much is this an NBA market? How much is this a Jazz market? The whole chase to the championship gets a whole lot more interesting when you're in the middle of it. And then you'll start analyzing the 5 or 6 teams around you.
You do.
And right now, the Jazz are not anywhere near the middle of it. So I don't know how much they're obsessing about what happens to Giannis.
I don't think they're
or
obsessing, but I think that if you're a Jazz fan, by extension, to at least a minimal degree, you're an NBA fan, and those are two of the bigger names in the game. So you'd be, if they're traded, you would have a curiosity, and then I think the public likes trades. We don't seem to have as many of them as we used to, but we still go, oh, that was good, that was bad. Why'd they do this? Why'd they do that? We're all at heart some form of a general manager. That's the fun part. You sit around your dinner table or having a drink with your buddies, and you say, yeah, man, why'd they do this? Why'd they do that? Blah, blah, they should have done this, should have done that. And that's the fun part of doing it. The arguing, if it comes to it, or agreeing, but more arguing, and you're crazy, that's stupid. That's all fun. I believe. When you're talking about sports, it's fun.
Right now, I think we're seeing the passing of the torch here. I mean, Harden and Giannis are stars, but are they really going to impact the championship? Right now, just by record, and that may not, the regular season record may not translate to the postseason, but the Thunder, Spurs, and Pistons, who've all been built by teams that had draft picks, and in some cases have spent a long time, Detroit spent a long time trying to figure it out and put it together, and then maybe an occasional trade. Obviously, the SGA trade is a big deal of Oklahoma City. They're the ones at the top, and I'm wondering how much any of these vets are going to move the needle. Because when we've gone through this before with Jimmy Butler, yeah, they're great if they play together. Philly's done this, and then you got groups of guys who playing 8, 10, 12 games together. It's like, that's not going to get you anywhere. You're a celebrity, but you're old and you can't stay healthy in the current NBA. And I wonder with both Harden and Giannis, how much they're really going to move the needle for someone.
If Yanni went to Boston, he makes them an instant contender.
You think he's going to Boston?
No.
Yeah. The Knicks are the team that has the record that's closest, where it looks like they have the furthest jump to make to be in a or the shortest jump to make to be in a championship. You know, maybe Minnesota next. I mean, the Warriors, that would be a big jump.
I don't
for
believe
them.
Anybody in the East is going to win the title.
Yeah.
But you asked a theoretic question. Yeah. I gave you a theoretic answer, and then you asked me, do I think that they're going to trade him to Boston?
Negative.
All of a sudden, we're not theoretical anymore.
Figure maybe you read something. Maybe you heard something. Maybe one of your sources.
No, I would have brought that up long ago if that were the case. So I was just playing along. I play along with you, and then you shoot me down.
No. I've loved every second of it. There's no shooting.
You think that he's going to go to Boston and get this missive, backhanded slap in the face?
That is not what that was.
That's exactly what it was.
I can arrange one for you if you'd really like it.
And all I was doing was playing along your stupid game, and then you attacked me for playing along.
DJ PK, we focus on the college hoops next. And then more trade deadline stuff with Brian Geltzeiler coming up at 8:30. Stay with us.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty. Labor, glass, and parts included. Serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our community. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the JJ and Alex Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday, and the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Joy to the world, all the boys and girls.
KSL Sports Zone, the Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest, and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week.
I think the singer of this band died the other day. Hence the music.
Question up on our Facebook page. What can BYU basketball do to avoid playing a bad first half? PK, we got a long list of answers, and we can go through them, but I can sum them all up right here by telling you very few of them have anything to do with physical. It's all mental stuff. Yeah. It's mind games. John says, tell them to play like they're down by 30. That's when they play their best basketball.
Well,
Ken says, have a hypnotist tell them they're down by 20 to start the game.
And like that, you snap out of it. I think that they, certainly home games, maybe even road games, tomorrow night in Stillwater, in that basketball arena.
Yeah.
Which is connected, that where you see them, the one end zone where there's a building. That's like the locker room. It's everything in there.
When you watch it on TV, is it off to the right?
It's in the end zone.
Yeah, the end zone to the right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
When you watch it on TV.
Yeah.
Right.
And you see that building. I was wandering through it, and then all of a sudden, there I am. It's under the same roof.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird. But they shouldn't refuse. They should refuse to be introduced and tell I guess I was going to say OKC, but just OK State, it's your ball to start the game. So we're thinking it's the start of the second half. So we don't have any pregame introductions. Just turn your back on it. Go be in the locker room. And then take the court, and you don't even have the center jump. Give the ball to the Cowboys. Trick them into thinking this is the second half.
Would you give them a 10-point lead? Guys, we're down!
No.
They need to trail to play their best.
No, they just need to think it's the second half. Something's got to be done. This is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. A quality team with multiple NBA players now. You got multiple.
Fact, 2 for sure, maybe more.
Yeah.
Maybe a third.
Yeah. And you keep falling behind and have these incredible rallies. You're doing it 4 or 5 times? When does that ever happen? Maybe in the NBA because you play 3 times the games, but in the college game and in conference when every conference game is huge?
There are a few people with basketball theories and who stay away from the psychology. Tony says, get the players some space and hit open shots. Thinks they're taking too many contested shots.
But only in the first half.
The isolation game, it does appear to get a little stagnant at times.
But only in the first half.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense.
Jace, get to Banson and I'll be a black hole on offense and play some defense. Okay, well, when they were in isolation plays, that's how it's going to look. But I get your point, Jace. You want to see the ball move.
He doesn't take that many shots in the first half, and they're down by 20.
I know. Didn't take any in the first 8 minutes, right?
11.
11 minutes.
Yeah. It was like 11:49. He took his first FGA. He's not exactly forcing it.
Everybody else got one?
Yeah. I'd have to go through every single time he touched the ball, every single possession, and I can't do it off the top of my head, even though I'm watching the game, as to why that didn't happen, that he didn't take that shot. I'm sure they do. That's their jobs, and they got 50 people down there to do it.
And especially by the time they've watched all the film. But, yeah, watching live, they're seeing how often there's help. He's doubled.
So find a way for an accomplished NBA basketball mind, or just basketball mind for that matter, in Kevin Young. This is baffling. And I'm sure it's baffling to him, too.
Do you think we're going to get a week or two down the line and they're going to figure it out like they did last year? Because last year we were baffled. Now, it was earlier in the conference season. By the time we got to this point in the calendar a year ago, they were figuring it out, and we realized they were figuring it out. Because there is something to be said of, like, the coaches have to figure it out, but then they have to get the players to do something that they haven't done before and to play a different way. And for most of these guys, this is the best competition. Big 12 conference basketball is the best competition they've faced, with a possible exception of an international tournament.
The problem with this team, though, and figuring it out, is there's not much to figure out.
The lack of depth here is starting to...
They don't... Like, watching last night, there's a kid for Texas Tech who averages 12 points a game, and midway through the second half, he's got 17. And we saw that Tiller.
Yeah.
They don't have anybody like that.
No.
So what do they... Last year, they had to figure out personnel.
Mm-hmm.
There's no personnel to figure out.
Unless one of these guys who's a role player suddenly turns into, hey, I gave you 15 when you didn't expect it. But that's It's not happening.
Right.
I mean, we're adding up to, was it 5 guys played 66 minutes and combined to score 5 points against Kansas?
I mean, last year they discovered catching wasn't where it was at, and his aunt's up there in the stands and on Twitter pouting.
Yeah.
And so they bring in Mag, and the guy helps him. And where was he earlier in the season? Well, we're late in the season now. We're still enough time, but we're later. And it doesn't seem like there's anybody that they can pluck in and say, you could develop into a nice role player for us.
And the thing I think that's a real red flag here is if I can't figure out who the player who's going to evolve is, okay, well, I'm not at practice all the time. I wasn't at all the summer workouts, right? They may see something I don't, but when they go the unusual route of bringing a guy in who wasn't on the team, who was playing in the G League, and Ahmed, then maybe they don't see anybody either.
Well, because they don't have anybody.
Right. That's what I think. I think because they saw all those workouts we didn't see and all these team practices, they're like, we better go get somebody because nobody here is going to emerge.
But it still doesn't
totally
answer
explain the question in the first half.
So hot and cold. Or
do you
cold
think
and
there's,
hot?
and we have different people going to youth and immaturity, which Braxton does. The more AJ has the ball in his hands, the more I realize he isn't worth $7 million. He's young. He makes stupid mistakes. They're not going to make him pass the round of 16 in March Madness if they keep playing like this. All the coaches that say get old, stay old, all the rosters we see that are just laden with juniors and seniors, not just this year, but last year we were going through it too, and they're counting on 19 and 20-year-olds. Now, Wright has seen the Big 12 before. I mean, he was in Baylor last year, so it's not a complete mystery to him. But the guy who delivered was 24. The guy who delivered at Kansas the big game, Saunders, he's been through this a lot. Now, maybe I'm just cherry-picking good data there because he's had games where he wasn't the guy who was on fire. But nonetheless, on the road in a tough spot, it was the 24-year-old who came through. So when we're talking roster building next year, it's like they got to go out and find some 4th and 5th-year guys who they think are good players to build that depth. Don't try to build that depth with young guys. You still want to go out and get a couple top guys and a freshmen and sophomores, and you can't deny the talent.
I think it's where they got hurt with Baker.
Oh, clearly.
I mean, he's got what you're looking for. I don't see youth as the problem for the first half starts.
You don't think it's immaturity? We got
because
this.
They didn't get any. They got minutes older in the second half.
Well, yeah, but then they play with a sense of desperation because they're down.
Okay, then play with a sense of desperation in the first half. And if you're playing with a sense of desperation, if that's the key, and if playing with a sense of desperation solves all your problems, then they're going to be in the Final Four.
Then also this whole argument that we always hear that I actually kind of hate, but we hear, he's not a freshman anymore. He's played 30 games. So if you're young and you're just figuring this out, well, how many times do you have to get hit beside the head to figure it out? You've lost 3 of the last 4, and you've done this 6 or 7 times. But they got away with it when they did it in December. They rallied and beat those teams. So now maybe they're finally learning their lesson. Maybe we're going to turn on this game at Oklahoma State and finally see them get off to a good start just because they're sick and tired of losing.
Well, I would suspect that they would beat Oklahoma State because they're better.
Yeah.
And the teams that they lost to in those situations, they weren't better. And it doesn't matter what grade level is assigned to you.
Beat Oklahoma State, but then here comes Houston, and the bar is raised again.
Yeah, but that's another story.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about first half collapses and second halves where the switch it is
it's night and day. It's night and day. It's
dramatic turnaround. Yeah. This is incredible. The rally against Arizona was incredible. The rally against Kansas was just short of incredible. I mean, they never had the ball with the chance to take the lead.
No.
They came up a little short. And I think that they were the beneficiary of referees wanting to be cheered a little bit. But that's what you get at home and on the road. That's as old as the game. So find a way to be more consistent. Because even I think one of the things we're overlooking is they could have been consistent as they want against Arizona and Kansas and still lost those games. So it's not like if they went into the locker room down by 5 or up by 2 that, then they win those games. Because the other team has the opportunity to play desperate too. So you don't know that, well, if they just would have played better in the first half.
Then maybe it's a game where they trade the lead and nobody ever leads by more than 6, and then whoever hits a shot at the end wins the game.
Yeah.
Which would feel different than you're constantly getting down by double digits and 20 points.
Yeah. As far as entertaining, their second halves are must-see basketball.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really fun, any team, to see them be down by 20 in the second half and roar back. And then whether you're at home or on the road you'll get the anxiety of the fans, and at home you'll get the wild emotion of the fans. And then they have to stop playing. They're trying to beat two things each time this happens. They're trying to beat the opponent, and they're trying to beat the clock. This isn't baseball where you got 27, I got 27. And
the clock is ticking.
Yeah. And trying to beat the clock
hurry up
is a problem.
Hurry up can be a problem.
It's difficult enough to beat Kansas at Kansas and Arizona, no matter where you're playing them. But then you're trying to beat the clock, too. And you're running out of time every time. Don't do that. Go to where you can just play your game and run your offense, do what you're supposed to do defensively, and then see what happens. I'd rather have that than these wild swings. I'd rather have them lose a hotly contested game where there was a level of even back and forth. Because somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. That's the way it is.
But at least
I can live with that.
At least you don't have a stretch of anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20 minutes of bad basketball.
Yeah.
I mean, you're giving up 52 or 53 points, whatever it was, and being down by 20 at the half. It's just a massive red flag. There's no way around it.
Because you're going to lose most of the time if you have to beat the opponent and the clock.
But they got away with it 3 or 4 times. So mentally, do they think they can pull it off? I mean, Clemson was remarkable, but there were a bunch of other games where they were down big.
Well, yeah, that Delaware they knew full well. TCU, they probably thought they could at home.
Right.
TCU and Fort Worth, another story.
And if you go back to the Wisconsin game, that's a game where they traded hoops for a long time, and then they did play better later, and then they just blew it open.
They put the hammer on them.
Yeah, they blew that thing open.
Right.
Now, that's still
more like it.
Very different levels of basketball, and they got better as the game went along, and there was a stretch where they were much better later than they'd been early, but when they were not great early, they were trading hoops.
Right. Well, they were fine. They were just
Yeah.
Kind of in a feeling out process, playing the game of basketball. Wisconsin has good players. Yeah. And then you put the hammer down and you smoked them. That's great too. I'm fine with that. And that's a customary way to win. As the game progresses, you get more comfortable and then away you go. Yeah, I would love to see that tomorrow night. And Houston, that's probably the way it's going to be if you win. It's hard to pull away from Houston.
Yeah.
There's
not that many points scored in a typical Houston game. Every once in a while you see Houston play a high-scoring game, but in an era where the score has gone more towards 75 or 80 points, they
can blow you out, but I don't see them getting blown out. But this is really cool in a sense that, okay, you've got these huge, huge expectations, and maybe the expectations were too hard. One of the most difficult things to do in sports is meeting expectations.
Well, when you said they were doing two things, beat the opponent, and then you went to the clock, I thought you were going to say beat expectations.
Well, that's over the course of the season, and you have individual judgment points. But, yeah, and I'm writing about this. They'll post it here later today, that DeMonsa trying to meet expectations is almost nearly impossible.
Be the number one player and go to the Final Four.
Yeah.
And lots of number one draft picks don't go to the Final Four. Occasionally it happens. Anthony Davis pulled it off at Kentucky.
Well, it happened last year.
Yeah. Yeah, Duke. And, of course, Duke did have the 4. He had a lot of help.
Well, happened.
They don't have 4 NBA guys, but yeah, it happened.
And that for him/them to meet expectations, it's really hard. I would say I would favor 75% that they don't.
Go Final Four?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Totally reasonable.
Yeah. That's the hardest thing to do. And these expectations are, to an extent, outside expectations, but also inside. And now you factor in the money. Yeah, the money. And
I'm surprised you took that long to factor it in. It's never far away.
The Dodgers take all sorts of heat for money.
Yeah.
And if you're a Dodger fan, well, everybody could do it. And if you're not, this stinks, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But we all know. I would like now to make them publish your salary, your bottom line. How much money is each team making?
That would be awesome. Yeah. Coaches need to be graded on a curve. I mean, we're just going to keep firing the coaches who don't have a great record, and then you find out, well, they only got 40% of the money as somebody else, or 60% of the money.
And I felt last night watching that
at.
game. Most teams in the Big 12, most teams in the country, they're not going to compete with that. We laughed.
You're talking about Kansas and Texas Tech.
Yeah.
Because those two schools have invested in their basketball team. You're about to tell a softball story, aren't you?
We were talking about it yesterday.
Yeah.
They
right
came out
show.
with the Big 12 softball. The season starts now. This is their week, and then next week is baseball, right? And they came out with the Big 12 all-conference softball. And they had and this was on social media, and they had the school logo. Well, your eye immediately goes to, wait a second, there's one logo on there 3 times more than any other logo.
The logo keeps repeating. And instead of chaos, your eye goes to it because it's so orderly.
Right, it's on the second half.
Yeah, falls right in line.
And it's Texas Tech.
Huh.
Yeah. And they got that candidate gal who blows smoke and just dominates.
The pitcher we've talked about who transferred from Stanford for $1 million.
And she took him to the College World Series last year. And I went back and looked at Texas Tech's record, softball. They're like 27, 22. And they were good, but not great. And then you look at last year, 54-3. Well, what the hell's the difference?
What changed? I can't put my finger on it.
They paid for this phenomenal success. And we ought to do that. I want to see that more like we do with the Dodgers.
Right. Well, we do with all pro sports. It always comes out, and we know. I mean, football, there isn't much wiggle room.
Right. And in basketball, there's not that much.
But in baseball, it really is telling.
Yeah,
You know the Rays are
Baseball and college sports are the same now.
They are. Yeah. And we want to see in college sports, who are the Rays trying to outpunch their weight?
Yeah.
Or the Royals at one point, or Oakland at one point. Yeah. All right, Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA radio host, joins us next. Mike Folt at the top of the hour. Stay with us. NBA Draft Talk right around the corner.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Eastbound Pioneer Crossing still heavy and slow starting near Redwood Road due to the crash involving a semi earlier this morning. Only one lane at Saratoga Road is still open. Northbound I-15 clean through Utah County, but slow from 90th South into Midvale all the way into Murray as well this morning. This update is brought to you by Temple Square. Elevate your dining at the roof. Now serving lunch and dinner. Enjoy new ambiance, city views, and cozy favorites. Funeral potato bites, scones, and signature steak, pork, and salmon entrees. Visit theroofslc.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This President's Day, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And You'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Fire up your backyard this season with Mountainland Supply. For limited time only, buy any in-stock Blackstone grill or pizza oven and get a free cover. That's on us. That's right, premium outdoor cooking plus protection at no extra cost. And there's more. You could even win free Mammoth Suite tickets. Don't wait, this offer won't last long. Visit your local Mountainland Supply store for more details or shop now at mountainland.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Jazz play the Pacers tonight in Indiana. Cody Williams on players he watches to improve defensively.
I really watch a lot of guys, just bits and pieces. Like, I know I watch a lot of Lou Dort, Gary Payton Jr. It's like a different dude every game, but it's really just like bits and pieces, like how they use their feet, how they steer. And I watch Alex Caruso to see how he uses his hands, especially like in the low post. So, yeah, just picking bits and pieces of every great defender.
Tip-off at the Gamebridge Fieldhouse, 5 o'clock tonight. KSL Sports Zone hits the air at 4 with Jake Scott and Tim Lacombe in the pregame show. Keontae George is out with an ankle injury. Yusuf Nurkic will be rested tonight. This Jazz at 30 update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. The University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And we need to give away some Utah Jazz tickets because it is a Ticket Tuesday. We've got tickets to see the Jazz and the Sacramento Kings February 11th at the Delta Center. Big game right there, PK. That'll be two of the bottom six teams going at it. 801-575-ZONE. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Wins tickets to the Jazz and the Kings, and we'll give away tickets every hour on the half hour all morning long. DJ PK, and we're joined once again by Brian Geltzeiler from Sirius XM NBA Radio. Brian, good morning.
Good morning, guys. You're giving away Jazz Kings tickets. I'm just wondering, is that a prize or is that like a punishment?
Oh! Yeah, see what you did there.
Oh, we're all fired up today, boys.
So the winner gets 2, the loser gets 4?
Exactly.
It's strange times here. Jazz fans are trying to accustom themselves to going to games, watching the young guys play well, and then have something go wrong in like the last 3 minutes and lose the game.
It's part of the model, right?
Yeah.
It's how the whole thing's been drawn up.
Yeah.
So and listen, the reality is that the Jazz have a decent future. They just got to be careful with this marketing thing. So, you're starting to build a stable of young players. You're seeing some good things out of certain guys, and it certainly can be on the upswing sooner rather than later. But, not moving marketing and signing to that extension will be something that they may regret here going forward, just because I don't think he adds up with the timeline of the rest of this young core.
Yeah, obviously he's a little older. I mean, in some cases he's 6-7 years older. When you look at it being 28, he still has prime. But the other guys, George has made a quantum leap. You had I assume you had an opportunity to at least be aware of Ace Bailey in your backyard there in Piscataway.
Absolutely.
And what do you think of his progression this year? Because I think it's okay. I see something there. I think they're excited that they have him, and we'll see what the next 3 to 4 years brings. But what do you think?
It's kind of what I expected, which is that there's adjustments that he's still making, but the athleticism is there. The individual shot making, it's not there yet. You see the path for it to be there. And there's definitely the trajectory to being a star-level scorer there for him. It's just going to start a little bit slow because there's a lot of bad habits to undo. Listen, last year at Rutgers, Steve Peichel let him and Dylan Harper do whatever the heck they wanted to do. And when you get into the NBA, you can't do it that way. Now, Harper has adjusted much better, but a lot of that adjustment has to do with context, And listen, I don't fault Bailey for the stuff that went on pre-draft and after draft. He got rid of the agent, Omar Cooper, that was steering him in the wrong direction. And he's really a good kid by all accounts. Anybody that's had contact with him loves Ace Bailey. And I think he's going to be a really good NBA player. But this is kind of what I expected this year. He's retreated a little bit from the bad habits, but it's also kind of at times, shot his aggression in the foot a little bit. And you want to see kind of a middle ground there. He will get there, and I think he's going to be an outstanding player. I think it was a super draft pick that Jazz fans are going to love for the future. But I think you have to understand this was not a guy that was coming into a situation where he had the NBA readiness of Cooper Flagg or Con Knipple, or to be able to fit into a really good context around good players like Dylan Harper and VJ Edgecombe. It just wasn't going to be that for Ace Bailey in Utah. It doesn't mean that he can't catch those guys and be every bit as good as any of those guys, because I think it can be. I think he'd be really, really good. It's just a question of giving him the right kind of runway and the right kind of timeline. And in all fairness to the Jazz, they're doing exactly that.
We've got some relatively new teams at the top of the Western Conference, mostly built through the draft. Obviously, SGA was a trade for Oklahoma City, but Thunder, Spurs, the Pistons in the East. Do you think that any of the teams that are chasing veterans right now, whether it's Giannis or Harden, are there any deals out there that are going to catapult a team that's maybe a little more towards the middle into that group with the Thunder, Spurs, and Pistons, or not?
It's a very interesting question, because when you look at who's available and what is going to have to be given up for who's available, it's tough to see that. Now, listen, if the Sixers decided they wanted to do something, they could be one move away from being an elite level team in the Eastern Conference. I think Boston, if this new ownership group is willing to suck up the repeater tax, and it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. they could add a big, get Tatum back, and be the best team in the East. And so I think that's worthwhile. The one team I would tell you in the East I'd have an eye on a little bit with the guys that are available right now, and I know how aggressive they have tried to be here because of how well the team's played this year, is the Toronto Raptors. And so, but it also depends who comes available. I don't think they're going to be a player for Giannis because the conversation stops on Milwaukee asks for Scotty Barnes. But, you see even Harden coming available and Cleveland and the Clippers being advanced on talks. Who knows what's happened there? That's not a done deal. And not that if I'm the Raptors, I'm running to get James Harden, but I think the Raptors are going to lay in the weeds a little bit there. When it comes to the Western Conference, listen, I think the Rockets have to add somebody at point guard. And one of the things that no one has really talked about regarding the Schroeder to Cleveland deal with Keon Ellis, which was a very good deal for Cleveland, is that 2 point guards in McCollum and Schroeder have gone off the market that both would have been very useful to Houston that's desperate at the position. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do. If they can bring in a point guard, then the other team that hasn't brought in a point guard that needs a point guard desperately is Minnesota Timberwolves. And I know they're chasing Giannis. I personally think that's a pipe dream, but I think the team in the West between the Rockets and the Timberwolves, if one of them is able to land a point guard, that could certainly be a launching pad to be a top of the conference team come playoff time.
I'm wondering where you stand on guys putting up numbers in losing situations, because there's some thought, well, who cares? What does it really mean? What have you proven? And obviously the Jazz have that with just that I had mentioned with Keontae George. We see him every game, obviously, that he plays, and it looks like the thing that's impressed me, the stats are there, clearly, obviously, but the way he's handling himself when there are not that many clutch situations for them to be in, and it's all relative anyway, but it's like he's just got this persona like, hey, I'm going to get the ball, I'm going to make the shot. I've been impressed with him, but yet it's still in a losing situation. So where do you stand on guys doing that?
He's been efficient, I have to say. I can't fault his level of efficiency. The only thing I will say regarding him is that some of the shot selection stuff probably won't play all that well on a good team. And it's because he does, he's a little loose with the shot selection. But it's very hard to criticize the guy's shot selection when he's playing as efficiently as George is. So, listen, I do think that that's going to be the one thing as they get better where he's going to have to fit in a little better. But right now on this team, the shots are available and he's making them. And so I really don't have a big issue with it. And I think as they develop this roster, as guys get better, he's going to have to be a little smarter about the shots he takes, at times move the ball a little bit more. He dribbles out a lot of shot clocks. With all that said, again, he's still averaging 6.6 assists a game. He's getting to the free throw line. He's got a true shooting percentage of 61%. The dude, he's playing great. He really is. But I do think the one element that you look at with putting up big numbers on a bad team is are you going to have a situation as a team gets better where he tailors his shot selection to be able to fit a better group around him? That, to me, is an important question.
The other guy who's scoring a lot is Markkanen, and you referenced this earlier, and I'm curious what you think about that decision to sign him and how this may play out. I thought when they did it, they were probably trying to hold on to two paths. There's one path where they go forward and they have a chance to use all these draft picks and young players and go get a really good player, in which case they've already got Markkanen, and now they can go, right, make a run to get to the conference final or, see whatever. And then there's another path where that doesn't happen, and maybe with a year and a half left, on his deal, they do move him. At that point, he'd probably be 30, and he hasn't played a lot of, he hasn't played a 70-game season yet. It's not like he's got a lot of minutes on him, and he's 7 feet tall and he can shoot it, so maybe they could still move him, in another 2 seasons when he has a year and a half left on his deal. What do you think about those two paths? How realistic are they?
Well, I think the Jazz missed a window because one of the things, and a lot of teams were caught, out of left field with this, which is I don't think anybody really measured appropriately how much the second Abram was going to make contracts north of $50 million, no matter how good a player is, things that teams were staying away from. And I think that's become a major impediment. There was a window there for the Jazz where they could have gotten one of these Godfather types of offers for Markkanen that Milwaukee's soliciting for Giannis right now. That was out there for them. And they made the decision to extend him and not do that, figuring that would be out there for them later with the understanding about how well Markkanen's going to produce. Well, Markkanen's produced great this year, 27-7. He's shooting the ball certainly quite well. 47% from the field, 36% from three could be a little bit better. But another guy, 61% true shooting percentage. Guy's playing great basketball. The problem is that who wants over $50 million on their books right now? Like, is he going to be the second best player on a legit title contender? I don't know that you guys can answer that question. I don't know that I can answer that question. And if you can't answer that question, it's a lot of money for him. And that's kind of what you're seeing right now. Teams are shying away from those huge numbers. It's one of the reasons that John Morant doesn't have a lot of trade value. It's everything has to do with the contract. It's the reason the Knicks can't unload Karl Anthony Towns for any kind of value right now. These contract sizes in the second apron era are really, really toxic no matter how good a player is. And that's where I think the Jazz may have gotten caught holding the bag. And to your point, waiting may be the only option that they have as you get deeper into the deal, where one of the selling points is financial flexibility. Because, again, teams were for a while looking to trade guys that were extended because they felt like they had them locked up for a while. The problem is these locked up numbers are not on reasonable deals. And as much as the cap goes up, these are still taking huge chunks of the cap, and it becomes very, very hard to build around them, especially if you're one of these teams that's trading a lot of first-round picks, which is keeping you from having cost-controlled talent, cheap labor, because you don't have the draft picks to go make to be able to supplement a la Oklahoma City, a la San Antonio right now, even Houston to a lesser extent. If you don't have that, these deals well into the $50 million that go out a bunch of years, teams stay away from them. So I think kind of as much as you say, it'd be a plan to hold Markkanen, I almost think it's a mandate. I don't know if you have a choice.
Can anything be done about tanking?
Listen, it's always going to exist. To me, I would flatten all the lottery odds, that all lottery teams are created equal, and the first four or the first five have a shot at a pick and everybody else slots in afterwards. And that way, the best you're going to do by tanking is get to number 6. That's all. I would make tanking less attractive that way. I think even having these weighted lottery odds is favoring tanking. Even the ones that they flatten where the top 3 could all be the same. And the other part is this. I do think that the league has to absolutely figure out how they're going to handle protections on picks. I think protections on picks has caused some very bad tanking situations. Okay, last year the Sixers were as bad as possible to make sure they kept that pick. The year before, it was Dallas making sure that they could keep the pick that ended up getting them Derek Lively. It's that, to me, the protections on picks is the part that's really creating it the most. And again, teams that are going into seasons designing to be bad, you hate to see that happen. But flatten some lottery odds, okay, and don't have weighted lottery anymore, and you'll see how fast that changes. That'll certainly incent teams to want to be in the play-in tournament more. You can make the play-in and still get the number 1 overall pick. You can certainly, Dallas did that last year. So I think if you flatten those odds and make it 5 teams instead of 4, and then, really when it comes to protections on picks, I don't know that you can say, hey, going forward, there's no such thing as trading protected picks. I'm not positive what the solution is, but that's, I think, the spot where the league has to really brainstorm, because the pick protection stuff has caused some egregious situations over the last couple of years.
And see, that's where you go back to what you said earlier about the system, because Philly did it. The whole league watched Philly, who should have been one of the best teams in the league. Instead, they make themselves, with a little bad luck and then some decisions, they make themselves one of the worst teams in the league, and they get lucky, and they get rewarded with Edgecombe. And when everybody sees that, well, I mean, the number of people wanted Edgecombe here, I mean, he's playing in the Big 12, so all the Utes Cougar fans are seeing him, and he's paying off. So Philly did it, and you can say it's horrible, but you also got to say it absolutely paid off.
It works. It works. Listen, OKC was as bad as they could be for 2 years. A couple of years later, they'll win an NBA championship.
Yeah.
If you do it the right way, it works. And that's why you really need some systemic changes here. Listen, part of what OKC did is this bites at the apple strategy and trading all the picks and then keeping all the picks. So I don't want to say it was all luck with them. It's been a lot of smarts. You drafted Jalen Williams. You drafted that Chet Holmgren was a number 2 overall pick. But you drafted him, and you end up being in a situation where, and by the way, over Jabari Smith, and you end up being in a situation where you have one of the best defensive players in the league, and you have this big 3 for the future, and all these picks, and now the Dorts and the Carusos are going to get moved, and Casey Wallace's and A.J. Mitchell's are going to move up. and guys you drafted in a role go into those roles. And now it's a system that just keeps feeding itself. And so because you're going to re-up yourself on some first rounders, trading guys like Dorton Caruso have that kind of value. So they use tanking to create a system now that works for them in this second apron era. So yes, but it can work, and we've seen it work. And that's where kind of the problem comes in. And listen, I know people were somewhat alarmed last year that Dallas, who was a playing team, ends up with the number 1 overall pick. I think it's great. I think it's great because it shows you can try to tank to increase your chances. There's no guarantee that tanking is absolutely going to work. And again, I've flattened the lottery odds, and I do think something just has to be done regarding pick protections. I don't know how you do that because any arbitrary line that you leave, maybe you can't protect one outside the top 5. Okay, so it's a top 5. It's top 5 essentially you can protect. You can't protect beyond that. Like the league can certainly put some restrictions on that and make you where you don't have protections on straddling the line between being in the playoffs and out of the playoffs. Now again, would that have solved the Philly problem last year? It would not have. Would it have solved the Dallas problem from a couple of years back? It would have. So I think my point is this: I just don't know that there's a magic bullet, but I think you do have to start to put some rules in place here that are going to make it that much harder to tank.
How are you handling this winter?
Oh, it's cold. I never even want to complain about cold. It is cold, man. It is cold day in and day out. It's a pain in the ass. Pardon my French. You know what I mean? It's and I hate wearing a heavy jacket every single goddamn day, and I got to wear the heavy jacket every single goddamn day. And you know what? You guys know, the older you get, the colder you get. So yeah, I'm not. The last couple winters have been fine, haven't bothered me. This winter, and the thing is, it feels endless. I'm this stupid groundhog saw his damn shadow yesterday. I got 6 more weeks of this nonsense. I mean, come on. I am ready to be out on the golf course, boys. I got to tell you.
Yeah, but the Yankees and the Mets and the Phillies and the Red Sox are all going to sell a lot of tickets off this cold. Maybe even the Orioles and the Nationals, too.
Yeah, no, it'd be fun. Listen, baseball season would be fun around here. I'm a big Met guy. Mets redid their team. Yankees didn't do anything to get better. And Brian Cashman wants to tell all their fans that they are better. I don't know what he bases that on. But at least I got something different to look at with the Mets. New pitcher in there, a couple new hitters. They kind of changed the mix. So, listen, we'll see how all that plays out. And again, baseball will be fun this year. Red Sox should be better also. Anybody that can go out there and have a legit chance to beat the Yankees, they're in my corner.
When I was a kid growing up in Parsippany, I would in March, man. You're right. The winter just lasts forever, and I got family, tons of family back there, so I know this one has been even worse than usual. But I'd get off that bus, man, on Beverick Road off of 46, and I would sprint home to watch. I had this little black and white TV, and both my parents worked. I'd be by myself. I'd sprint from the bus stop home to Tioga Avenue in Lake Hiawatha and catch the last couple innings of the Mets on, what was it? I think it was on WOR Channel 9 because they do the spring training games, some of them. And I would look on Sunday, the Star Ledger, get the paper to see which games are going to be on. And then I would just sit there and thinking, oh, look at Florida. That must be awesome. That must be paradise. And we're only a couple of weeks away from the season starting. We're finally going to get spring. And every time, man, I just couldn't wait. So I was feeling your pain there these last few weeks. I got it on my phone. I always keep Parsippany on my phone for the weather, and I see the high is 17. I'm thinking, oh, my gosh, it's awful.
Brutal. But it's funny you're talking about that because you talk about Beverwick Road and Tioga Lane. I drive through there all the time because I play golf at the Knoll Country Club.
Oh, of course,
so that's my course. So I'm in that area all the time coming through there when the weather's gorgeous. I'll actually be driving through there a lot with air conditioning cranking on me because I just played 18 holes in 95-degree heat. So, it's, so there's a little bit of an irony with you naming those roads where really, that's my summer neck of the woods.
Yeah, it was right down the street from where I grew up.
Brian, always good to have you on. We appreciate the time. Thanks for talking NBA with you. We'll bother you a little later in the season.
Bother me whenever you want, guys. Right. It's always my pleasure. I'll talk to you both soon. Take care.
Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. Coming up, Mike Folta, Utah Mammoth radio voice, joins us in about 15 minutes. Hat trick for Nick Schmaltz and a win. One more game before the Olympic break. We'll talk with Mike. Coming up in 15 minutes right here on The Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this.
I'm starting to buy into the young group showing progress, slowly but surely, churning its way up the tracks to a superstardom maybe in the future.
How about Ace Bailey's last 10 games? You want to see the numbers? 15 points per game, 4.4 rebounds. He's shooting 34% from three. As a rookie, I'll take that. Yeah. It's going to get better. I talked to Will Hardy, and he talked about what they're doing is trying to get Ace to do a lot of the other things because they know he's an offensive juggernaut. They're working on a lot of other things, and maybe that plus some games he's missed kept him out of the Rising Stars, which how do you not have Ace Bailey in that game? Have you not seen the dunks? Have you not seen the production? Why do you not put Ace Bailey in that Rising Stars? It's a stars competition. These are the best players. So when you have a Rising Stars, your best young players need to be in that game. It's a joke. He's phenomenal.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Recently, I checked into a hotel and found that the internet wasn't working in my room. I called the front desk, who gave me a number for the tech support guy. After 20 minutes of being on hold and 10 minutes of providing numbers, 10 minutes of troubleshooting, I just hung up. Why was I doing the hotel's job for them? It's not my job to solve their network problem. That's happening everywhere. To pay for parking, I need to download yet another parking app, type in a credit card number, type in the addresses and the license plate number, type in a verification code. I liked it better when I just handed the attendant some money. Or the restaurant where I stand in line, get my food, order on a computer, pick up my food, and the only time I ever talk to a server is when they're taking my money and asking for a tip. Technology is good, but it cannot replace service. Real service is something that happens only between people. Learn more about real service in an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCFatLoss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers: pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth get a much-needed win, snap a 2-game losing streak, blow out the Vancouver Canucks 6-2. Nick Schmaltz with the hat trick. Andre Tourney's evaluation of the win.
Most of the game we played good. It's just we had little spots. So I think we were confident offensively and scored a big goal at key moment. We didn't have a lot of volume, but we had quality chances.
J.J. Peterka with his 20th goal of the year. Nick Schmaltz now with 22 goals on the year. Mammoth back in action tomorrow night at home against Detroit, and then 3 weeks off for the Olympic break.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's brought to you in part by RGS Exteriors. Join Scotty G Thursday, noon to 3 at RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. PK, question of the morning. We've been debating this on and off all morning long. The trade deadline on Thursday, should the Jazz make any moves? I don't think you heard anything from Brian Geltzeiler there that would change your mind, but maybe you did. He seems a little skeptical that anything that's going to happen right now will change the championship race based on who's moving and what you have to give up.
I don't think so.
Right.
You asked hypothetically. I gave you a hypothetical.
Yep.
If Antetokounmpo went to Boston, but I don't see it happening. Hypothetically speaking. But that's the reality of it, which proves even more that losing games is the best route. Because building your goals, reaching your goals and building that title contending team is done through the draft primarily.
And look at the teams with the best records right now. Detroit, San Antonio, Oklahoma City all went through prolonged periods of losing and acquired a lot of young talent in the draft.
Yeah.
I mean, you can accent it with other moves, but at the core.
You have to.
Right. At the core, though, you have got to hit on good players in the draft, regardless of where you're drafting. And mostly we saw these teams in the Pistons and the Thunder and the Spurs drafting in really good spots.
I just wish that that same GM in Dallas was there so the Jazz can give him Nurkic and Markkanen for a flag.
There it is. Let's go.
But he's gone.
Yep. Nico is done.
Yes. And so that trade they made just about 53 weeks ago now for Doncic, like, huh? So maybe you can do that, but that seems so rare to be able to expect to accomplish anything that way. The best you can do is use your money wisely and bring in some complimentary guys. But the Stars they're going to be most likely acquired through the draft.
Even if you hit on that kind of trade, though, look at what it does for the Lakers. And they have not drafted particularly well, and they are sitting with the 9th, 10th best record in the league, something like that. Changes every couple of days, but that's about where they sit.
Yeah, but I don't know that they've drafted high enough to draft well.
It has been a problem.
Yeah.
With LeBron there, they haven't been really bad. They had a period where they were in the lottery 5 or 6 years in a row. 6 or 7,
most
actually.
of the time, those players are going to – you're playing the odds.
Yeah.
And it's all at the top. I like what Geltzeiler's talking about flattening the odds, though. We've got to do something. Even though I support the tanking, I'm against it on the premise.
DJ and PK, when we come back, Mike Folta, radio voice of the Utah Mammoth, joins us. A big win, a hat trick. We'll talk with him about that and look ahead to the Red Wings next. Stay with us.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
David James here for Soda Weight Loss. It is working for me. My goal's 20 pounds. I'm already a little more than halfway there. How do they do it? They get you a nutritionist. No shots, no drugs. They teach you how to eat right and keep the weight off for a lifetime. Multiple good things happening here. One of them is I don't have to pay for shots and drugs forever. Put that money away, golf, vacations, travel, retirement, whatever you do, use that money somewhere else because you're not going to be paying for drugs or shots. You're going to talk to a nutritionist. They're going to teach you how to get the sugar and the sodium out of your diet. And you're thinking, hey, I can do that by myself. Well, if you can, good, go ahead. But the odds are if you could, you would have already. I think for me, it's having to be responsible every week. I can't put it off. I can't kick it down the road because I talk to the nutritionist every week and I can text whenever I need. Traveling, hey, how do I plan to travel and eat well? Nutritionists helped me out big time. I have a trip here. I'm going to be off for a couple of days. Nutritionists gave me multiple good tips to handle that. It's great to have someone to talk to. So if you want to make a decision, well, you can go to Google. Don't have to trust me. There's 9,000 Google reviews out there. Read them. Judge for yourself. Also, you can go to sodaweightloss.com, get more information. That's SOTA weightloss.com. And you can call and talk to a nutritionist. 866-800-SODA, 866-800-SOTA. Join now and your partner joins for free. You get 2 transformations for the price of 1. Soda, join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance. From preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz are in Indiana to play the Pacers. The game tips off at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow night, the Detroit Red Wings are at the Delta Center to face the Mammoth. That game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. BYU's at Oklahoma State at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State's at New Mexico at 9 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here comes Schmaltz with McBain and Marino. Back for Marino. In front, tapped in, and they score! Special delivery from John Marino to Nick Schmaltz. Schmaltz in front, shoots and scores again! Nick Schmaltz has 2 tonight. Oh, you're killing me, Schmaltz. Utah numbers ahead. Keller and Schmaltz. Schmaltz shoots and scores! Another Hattie for Nick Schmaltz. Send him!
DJ PK, and we are joined once again by Mike Folta, Utah Mammoth radio voice, brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, bringing all the Mammoth interviews here on the Zone. So, Schmaltzy's got it out for you, Mike. That's what I took out of that. He had you yelling all night long. You could lose your voice. He's dangerous.
Oh, guys, good morning. I'm coming to you a little hoarse this morning.
I thought so.
All puffy. Just woke up. Looked like I got run over by PK's personalized custom golf cart. But, hey, all is well that ends well. It was a big win for the Mammoth last night against a Vancouver team. It's last place in the NHL, but you win 6-2. You do what on paper you're supposed to do, and that's take care of business at home. And Nick Schmaltz with his second hat trick of the year. It's crazy. Last year, he went the first 23 games of the season without scoring a goal, and he still finished with 20 goals. This year, he got off to a great start. He's playing the best hockey of his career, now 10 years into his NHL career, and he's 1 goal away from a career high still with 25 games left in the regular season, and he has elevated this team with his play. In a contract year, no less.
Of course, Mike. That's the key. That's my question to you. Don't we see this throughout sports? Guys are free agents, and they end up with their best year. We used to have Joe Ingles on every week for 8 years. He gets his contract year. All of a sudden, he's shooting 45% from 3. And I tried to tell him, well, yeah, because you got money. Oh, no. Come on, man. This is an old story, isn't it?
I guess. But, hey, it's easy to say that and I just expect a guy to be great, but the fact of the matter is Utah has needed Nick Schmaltz to play like this because the team has been without Logan Cooley, who's your most dynamic centerman, and there have been times when some of the scoring around Schmaltz has dried up a little bit, but he's been consistent. He's been excellent defensively. Like, I'm talking about his offensive numbers. He's been excellent in the defensive zone. We have discussed on this show about how Schmaltz has moved over from wing to center, how that's a lot more defensive responsibility. It's what's a good comparison? Maybe football's not the best comparison, but it's like moving from slot receiver to like that true X receiver, right? Like now all of a sudden you're the true number one. Well, now a center has a lot more responsibility on both ends of the ice. It's a harder position to play. And Schmaltz has stepped into that role, and his numbers have been even better in that role. And he's really helped out Clayton Keller and the guys around him. So got to give him a ton of credit. And Utah's needed him to step up in the way that he has. Hat trick last night. He's got 2 on the year. Guys, I had some friends at the game last night. They have now been to 2 games this year. Nick Schmaltz has had a hat trick in both of them. How about that?
Well, nice. You better get him some more tickets.
better get him a Nick Schmaltz jersey.
Right. Signed. When you look at this team as far as Schmaltz doing what he's doing, and that's great, the other night, and I realized it was in a losing effort, but how about Yamamoto? Seems like he's coming on a bit.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. He had 5 goals over the last 5 games, 2 goals in back-to-back games. He's the smallest guy on the ice, but he wins every battle. Like he plays with incredible skill and incredible hockey IQ. And he was a really high draft pick a few years ago back in Edmonton. He spent multiple years in Edmonton, didn't really pan out with the Oilers. even though he got to play with guys like Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl, some of the top end players in the world, he never stuck long term. Guys, last year Yamamoto basically had to fight his way into a contract.
Right.
He played really well in the preseason a year ago, and he didn't have a contract until basically the start of the year. And because he played well in the preseason, the Utah management staff was like, all right, yeah, you can be a depth piece for us. He played in 12 games all of last year, had 2 goals in 12 games, was mostly in the AHL, played in the minor leagues for the first time in 5 or 6 years for him. So it was, I think if you'd ask him, a bit of a reset for him last year, maybe a little humbling. But it helped get his confidence back a little bit because he was playing a big role in the minor leagues. Well, coming this year, he now all of a sudden has 9 goals, and he's still been in and out of the lineup a little bit, but he's playing way more consistently. And he's played and produced to a point where he's forcing Andre Tourigny to keep him in the lineup because he can play with those high-end guys. You can just plug him in with guys like Keller and Schmaltz, like Utah did in the last road trip after Krause was out due to illness. He can play with J.J. Peterka and Barrett Hayton like he has the last couple nights. He finds the soft pockets of the ice. He gets himself open. And like I said, even though he's the smallest guy on the ice, he wins a ton of battles. And a great run for him, even though Mammoth lost both games where he had 2 goals. His production has kind of helped keep Utah afloat offensively in times where maybe the top guys aren't scoring.
And
but,
don't forget, go ahead, finish your thought.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
This town is used to great play from guys from Spokane, Washington.
Oh, no. Is it Stockton?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You can't say Spokane to a sports fan here. Yeah, without thinking Stockton. It's automatic. We all know it. Baked into us.
That's a good call. Yeah, Spokane's own. Yep, he played in the WHL. Played a little bit in Idaho as a kid, too. So we can basically claim him, right, as like a guy from the Western U.S. We don't have a ton of those in the NHL.
That's Spokane to Salt Lake pipeline.
That's right. Keep it rolling, baby. Open that valve. No, but Yamamoto's been great. He's a humble guy and easy guy to root for and a fun guy to watch.
I am built so that I can scoreboard watch and look at the standings by the time we're a quarter of the way into the season. And even in the first quarter, I find a way to do it. It drives PK nuts. At what point do NHL coaches and players start scoreboard watching? Because there's 6 teams separated by 4 points, and 3 of them aren't going to the playoffs, and 3 of them will get in. So at what point, because they can drive themselves crazy too. You can waste a lot of energy on that kind of stuff. Leave it to somebody like me. I don't have to go out there and skate.
Yeah, it's funny. Like there's all these different deadlines on the NHL schedule where we have these statistics. The first one that I think of is Thanksgiving, where there's kind of this rule, like I think it's 70% of the teams that are in playoff positions by American Thanksgiving are going to be in the playoffs at the end of the season. And so that's like not even a quarter of the way into the year, right? And we're talking about like, oh, well, we better be in a playoff spot by Thanksgiving. And then Christmas rolls around and there's another statistic. And then, here comes Valentine's Day and the Olympic break and it's another statistic. So honestly, I think everybody's watching all year, guys. Like they'll tell you that they're not worried about the standings, but I think everybody watches the standings and looks at the leaderboards every single night. And, I've been a part of teams and even a part of this team where, maybe you lose a bad game late or you lose in overtime. But it's a crushing loss in October. And you're sitting there thinking like, well, maybe that's the point. Maybe that's the point that keeps us from getting in the playoffs. And like someone is saying that, inevitably, someone is saying that. So they'll tell you they don't watch every night, but I call bull on that. I think everybody watches every night. And honestly, guys, like you've had to this year because seriously, like it sounds cliche. Oh, the standings, it's a tight race. It is an unbelievably tight race. The Mammoth just had their best calendar month ever in January with 10 wins. And they still are in a dogfight for a wild card spot. And so there's some separation in the division where the top 3 teams are pretty much set in the Central Division. In the Mammoth, they're that 4th team that there's a pretty big chasm between where Utah is and where the next 3 are. But fighting for that wild card spot, it's like a 5 or 6 team race where everybody is winning in that group, and it's going to come down to the wire. Even though Utah is playing well, you can't rest for 1 second, because LA and Seattle and even San Jose, now they were one of the worst teams in the league. Now they're fighting for a wild card. They're right there. So it's imperative the Mammoth keep winning.
We know in the NBA All-Star break that guys like to go where it's warm, and they get about a week to do what they want and get back into town. Well, here with this huge break, I would imagine some of them would have a form of vacation, but you can't vacation for 3 weeks. Do you know what their plan is?
Watch me.
Well, you can, but I'm talking about them.
A lot of guys will get away. Yeah, a lot of guys will get away for at least a week. Utah has some injuries, some guys that have been banged up. Logan Cooley is a big one. Alexander Kerfoot, he's been hurt recently as well. Those guys will be trying to come back during the break. And so like the trainers and the staff, like they get a little bit of break too, but it's only about a week, and then they got to, come back and get guys back up and running, because you want to hit the ground running when you come back from break, right?
Man.
Well, exactly. We're just talking about the standings. You have to. The Mammoth have some really tough games against Colorado and Minnesota coming up after the break. So it'll be about a week for these guys. It's a 3-week Olympic break. I think I'll be. I'll take about a 3.5 week break for me.
You're gonna come back with heavy legs. Clayton Keller can't. He's gonna be at the Olympics.
Just come back. I worry about Mike having free time, the ability to actually come back. I'm more concerned about him returning, literally.
Everybody knows UC Santa Barbara's a party school, but Purdue's underrated from what I've heard.
Oh, yeah.
I'm worried about you.
Well, when the freshman orientation is, guys, it's when you're at Purdue, but the whole behavior is Purdon't.
Hey. We had a big win against an 8-12 Maryland team on Sunday, so we're on the climb back. I mean, with Purdue, God, like Indiana winning a national championship, Purdue loses to Indiana in basketball a week later. Like, I have nothing, right? I have nothing as far as my collegiate fandom. I'm living vicariously through Utah State, my Aggies.
There you go.
But they lost a couple games too. So.
They did. But then bounce back. Big game against New Mexico coming up.
Oh, yeah. The Pit's legendary. It'll be crazy. There's a guy. What is he? The swamp rat or the sewer rat? What's that?
Sewer rat.
The sewer rat. Yeah. There's a fan there. You gotta see him to believe him. And Steve Cleveland, the BYU story, actually ended up befriending the guy. It's a heck of a story. Have you ever have a chance to watch?
Him some raw meat.
Yeah, if you have a chance to watch Utah
State. Is this New Mexico at the Pit?
It's a New Mexico fan.
Yeah.
Snake is another nickname for the guy. He's all tatted up. He'll be there in a tank top. He's a short dude, and he screams his head off. Screams his head off during games. Just goes nuts. Everybody knows.
I'm gonna keep my Utah State fandom to the spec. Probably. So I don't think I'm going on any Aggie road games.
You did have a nice little Sandlot reference when Schmaltz. You're killing me, Schmaltz, which is obviously Smalls. You are somewhat new to the area. You do realize that Sandlot was filmed in our area, right?
I was told this. That was not on my mind as I called the goal, but I was told this. Where was it filmed?
There's a diamond in Rose Park.
Yeah.
There were a couple scenic.
My home golf course.
Right. There were a couple scenic cutaways
down by Murray.
Where there's one that was taken from like the east bench looking west, and you can see the smokestack at the end of the Oakers at Kennecott. I mean, it's totally obvious. If you watch the movie and wait for the smokestack, you will 100% see it. Yeah, it was like, well, obviously they're in Utah. Yeah, the Murray Pool was used. Yeah. There were multiple locations. If you go online, you can see all those things are online now if you want to find out where stuff was shot. Just type in locations for whatever movie.
Sandlot is on an extremely short list of movies that it is acceptable to watch on the 4th of July. I don't think you should be watching movies on the 4th of July, but if for some reason you are in front of a TV screen on the 4th of July, it's Sandlot, Independence Day, and that might be it. I'm not sure what else.
Well, always, of course, you're realizing that every day of the year, multiple times, you can watch Godfather 1 and Godfather 2 because that's the ultimate family movie.
Well, that's always on Thanksgiving. That always
should always be on.
It's always on Thanksgiving.
Just always on.
Which one's the bad one? Which one's the one you're
the
not
third one. The third one
now.
The third one doesn't measure up to the first
It's
two.
1 and 2.
Yeah, one and 2 are Oscar winners. I mean, they're classics. So, I got to ask you about the Olympics here because there's all this noise about, well, is the rink going to be done in Milan? And then it's like, well, we're only going to send the NHL players, and the Mammoths sending 4, right, for 4 different countries. If the ice quality is up to a certain standard, and I'm thinking, there's a lot of money on the line. They've stopped the schedule one way or another. How can they not make ice? I mean, this is going to happen, isn't it? This is all just drama leading up to it.
It is. We're going to play the games, and it's going to be awesome. And we're going to watch Team USA, play Canada, Sweden, like all these teams, and we're going to love every second of it. And the players are going to make it incredible, right? Like we had the outdoor game in Tampa a couple days ago where the Lightning came all the way back to win 6-5 in overtime. And the goalies fought, and the players had awesome costumes upon their entrance to the stadium. Like that event was awesome because the players made it awesome, regardless of all the extra stuff on the outside. The Olympics coming up in Milan, there's been a lot of noise about the arena not being finished. And from what it sounds like, it's not going to be finished by the time we play. And when I say that, I mean, it's not going to be to the standard that we were hoping and expecting. And, when we go around the league to different teams, there's a certain standard that NHL players are used to. When you walk into the locker room, the type of access you have throughout the arena and things like that. It sounds like that's not going to be up to an NHL standard in Milan. Again, I'm not there on the ground. This is just what I'm hearing from people who are there. But they have the important stuff is going to get done. The important stuff either is done or is going to get done. And that's the ice surface itself and, the boards, like the hockey infrastructure. Most of the seats are done. It sounds like they had to bring in some kind of temporary seats as well. I was talking with Sam Farnsworth over at Channel 2.
Channel 5.
Channel 5, excuse me. Yes, thank you. And he was telling me, he was filling me in a little bit on the backstory. He's got boots on the ground in Milan.
Yeah.
But the important stuff is done. The players are going to make it awesome. But I wouldn't be surprised if you keep seeing pictures and videos over the next couple of days of incomplete sections of that hockey arena in Milan, which is really unfortunate because we all know they only had, a couple years to get this done.
Dope it out for us as far as who you think are the favorites. Obviously, with the NHL players playing for the first time in 12 years, you should have a pretty good idea of the rosters.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the U.S. and Canada are going to be really good. No Russia in the Olympics. I think we know that. There's so many good Russian players. You think of Mikhail Sergachev for the Mammoth. So there's a little bit of an asterisk next to this, next to any best on best tournament when you don't have Russia involved. But U.S. Canada are going to be up there. Sweden has an unbelievable team. Sweden is going to be legit. Finland always overachieves in these tournaments. Last time we played best on best Olympics, Olli Mata was part of Team Finland, and they beat Patrick Kane and the Americans like 5-1 to win a bronze medal. And the U.S. got 4th that year. So Finland always overachieves. They'll be very good. Team Czechia will have Karel Vejmelka. We know Veggie's ability to steal a game as a goaltender. They'll be a very tough out as well. Those are kind of the 4 teams. Those were the 4 teams we had to, or excuse me, no, they weren't the 4 teams. Czechia was not part of the 4 nations, but those are the 5 teams: U.S., Canada, Sweden, Finland, and Czechia that I think have the best chances to medal. U.S. can have a really good team. Going to have a team that's really good on defense, really good goalie. Those are probably the advantages that the Americans have. Up front, Canada's better because you have guys like Crosby, McDavid, and McKinnon. So it's going to be a great matchup when U.S. and Canada meet.
Mike, we'll leave it right there. One more game, and then you can put your feet up for 3 weeks.
Oh, who said I'm not already kicking back?
Well, you are, actually.
I'm my lazy boy here, just kind of getting used to it.
All right. Thanks, Mike. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Mike Fulte, he's the radio voice of the Utah Mammoth. They got the Red Wings coming up tomorrow night. DJ and PK, we're back with everything you missed in this show next.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCFatLoss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz are in Indianapolis to play the Pacers tonight. Isaiah Collier on what they're doing to be better as a team.
Just staying locked in on defense. That's the little things like that. Being in the stands. I think me, Woes, Will, we all, talk about that all day. So, extremely important for me, for my career. It's just to guard basketball and, play on both ends of the floor.
Tip-off at Gamebridge Fieldhouse tonight at 5. Pregame at 4 with Jake Scott and Tim Lacone here on the KSL Sports Zone. Captain George is out with an ankle injury. Yusuf Nurkic is resting. This Jazz at 30 update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uvuhealth.org.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Slacker Arena headlines are brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. We're giving away Jazz tickets all day long. It's Utah Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Every hour on the half hour. 9:30 tickets. Time to give them away right now. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. You win a pair of tickets to see the Jazz and the Kings February 11th at the Delta Center. That'll be a battle of 2 of the bottom teams in the West. Right now, 2 of the bottom 3 teams in the West, along with the Pelicans. Can't imagine that'll change between now and then.
Yeah, but if they played in college, they'd win the title.
See?
Look at it that way.
Okay.
The best college team out there. Why'd you be so negative?
Jazz and Pacers, 2 of the bottom 6 teams in the NBA playing tonight. Dangerous. Could be some W's here before the All-Star break, PK. Be very careful.
Yeah, they got to limit them.
Everybody else seems to be pulling away. Memphis just picked up a win. They're on 19 wins. Dallas is on 19. Look at Charlotte with 7 straight wins now. 7 in a row. They're at 23. They have pulled over the horizon. Really, it's the Bucks you got to look at. If they move Giannis for a bunch of draft picks, they're only on 18 wins.
Right.
No, they could drop into the group.
Well, I would look at him either way. If they don't move him, he's probably just going to be disinterested.
Yeah.
So I don't know that it is contingent upon a trade.
Yeah, they're 4 games out of even a play-in spot, so they're a long way away. Yeah. I could see him shutting it down, and if he doesn't get traded. Don't get hurt, stay healthy for the offseason, and get traded in the offseason, improve their draft position. I can see where both he and the Bucks could agree on that. If he doesn't get traded, and then he's sitting and not playing, and they're terrible.
My guess is he doesn't.
Doesn't what?
Get traded.
Yep. Been a lot of rumors, a lot of smoke, but no fire yet.
Yeah, I think it's clear. If he can't get his preference to come to Utah, he doesn't want to move yet. He'll wait for the summer.
I think this is where you start playing radio, right here. Minnesota, Golden State, New York. There've been a lot of speculation about a lot of teams.
Yeah, and there was no speculation to Doncic to the Lakers, and voila.
The Heat, that's true. The Heat and the Clippers have been mentioned, but now the Clippers and James Harden agreeing to make a deal with Harden, thought to be probably headed toward Cleveland. Harden doesn't want to be there if there's going to be a long-term suspension for Kawhi Leonard because they circumvented the salary cap. If that's the expectation, if you're into trying to figure out the whys behind
well,
this.
I think he has a clause on the trade, and they get some talk that they asked him to waive it, and he said, "Well, sign me to a long-term extension," and they said no, and he said, "Well, then trade me."
There it is.
And he's moved around enough now.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah,
he's a Houston Rocket, but since then, I can't even keep track. Philly, Brooklyn, Clippers. Who am I leaving out? I feel like I'm missing somebody.
Well, obviously it was Oklahoma City before that.
Yeah, early on, you're right.
So you just make the move. And I think that Cleveland kind of feels like, well, we're just back in the same situation that the Jazz were in.
Yes. Back in the middle.
Yeah.
What I have referred to as the cul-de-sac.
We're good.
But we're not good enough.
No.
No.
And that's going to dog Mitchell.
Yeah.
Somewhat unfairly. But you can argue unfairness and fairness, and that just goes with it. And, you know, once you did what you did, and you didn't whine your way out of Utah, but you forced your way, and then you had some comments that it was so draining and blah, 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 blah. Okay. And you put up good numbers and you're an all-star, but that's it.
But it hasn't translated to the playoffs.
No, not enough. Not well enough. You'll get there.
It is really hard to ask a guy his size to be the best player on a championship caliber team, whether you're the champion or not. And he hasn't been to a conference final yet.
I think his ability, too.
Yeah. If you got Steph Curry's ability, you can pull it off. But that's a lot of ability.
Thomas did it.
Yeah.
Nash was better, got him more advanced.
Yeah.
I think they would have won a title.
It's a very short list of guys under 6'6". Nash was a two-time MVP.
But they feel like they've got to do something because they're not going to go anywhere. And it's just going to be the same thing, rinse and repeat.
Right. Yeah, there's 5 teams in the East separated by very little, and they're all chasing the Pistons. And at least the Celtics have hopes because they're doing it without either, depending on how you look at it, either their best player or one of their two best players.
The
best player. Yeah.
Right. I mean, but
so
they're still competitive.
Like,
That's good.
Yeah, right. They've just dropped back one tier without Tatum. When they get him back, we all assume, I do anyway, that they'll move back to the top tier.
I would think so, especially in that conference.
Whereas the Knicks, the Raptors, the Cavs, the Sixers, maybe even the Heat are all trying to figure out, okay, how do we take the next step? We're good. We're over 500. We're winning. And in most cases, we've been playing 600 ball. But how do you take the next step?
It's so freaking hard.
It is.
Because I don't think that you can moneyball your way in the NBA.
It is really hard. And if you do, you do it with a good player on a rookie contract who develops very quickly. And so you got to cash in while they're on the rookie deal. It's like that NFL quarterback. Can you hit on someone who's young enough? You know, Drake May's on a rookie deal, and they can spend money on the rest of the team.
Yeah, I don't know about that. That sounds good, but Darnold isn't young enough.
He is not. Now, he's not on a $50 million deal either.
Right.
Yeah.
So you don't need that. That's the whole point. You don't need a $50 million quarterback.
I think it gets to the point, which is what Brian Geltzeiler, and go listen to him wherever you get your podcasts, like the $50 million player in the NBA, people are like, whoa, wait a minute. He can make us good, but then we can't do anything else, and now we're boxed in. We got to be careful with these $50 million guys.
Yeah, your best player does not deserve that. All best players aren't created equally.
Right.
But yet the system forces them to re-up these guys, and they're not good enough. They're okay, but they're not good enough. And Mitchell is good, but he's not good enough.
No, you're paying very good players like they're great.
I've got no problem with Donovan Mitchell as a ball player, but he simply is not good enough. Shaq took some heat for doing that, and I mean, it was after a game which they won. It was a little awkward.
It was super awkward, but he wasn't. The timing was brutal, but he wasn't wrong in his take. You know,
and that's no knock against Donovan Mitchell.
No, because what you're judging is, are you one of the top 2 or 3 players in the game who can win a championship?
And he's not.
No.
But make him your third option. His stats will go down.
Maybe even your second option.
But the winning would go up.
Yeah. He could even be the second option if he's one of the top 2 or 3 players in the game. Now, he wouldn't have the ball as much. And then, if he's in Denver with Jokic, who's one of the top 2 or 3 players in the game. The thing is, Donovan tends to be a little on the ball dominant side.
He is.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, well, the ball has to go to Jokic.
The ball has been in his
Jokic.
hands probably since he was 10.
Yeah.
Because he's probably the best player on his team growing up.
Yeah.
But there's a cap there. I would slot him at third.
As a third?
Yeah. I mean, certainly he's a very good NBA player, and he's going to be rich beyond his wildest dreams, and so he can send his kids to the same private school that he went to, private schools, and boarding schools and all that, and good for him. Way to go. That's awesome. But that's the reality of it. How do you get that? It's just so dang hard. There's so few of them. And can you get your hands on one? And to tie it in, probably not, just statistically. But if you're going to do it, it's most likely going to be through the draft.
San Antonio got their guy in the draft. Denver got their guy in the draft. Oklahoma City did trade for their guy. Detroit got their best player in the draft.
I think what you can do
Boston
is
drafted theirs.
draft well and be a competitive team.
Can you get to a conference final? Get in the mix?
Booker was 13th, I think, right around there.
They drafted well.
Yeah.
Very good pick.
Yeah.
Best player on the board when he was drafted.
So you can be competitive.
They're 30-20. They're 10 games over 500. They're playing 600 ball.
And a couple years back, they did get to the final.
They did.
And then they go and make a bunch of moves that were wrong.
Did not work. Did not come close to working.
So
the chemistry culture stuff gets overrated, but it does matter. The difference between the Suns this year and last year, a few players, attitude in the locker room, who has the ball.
Well, Durant views himself as a scapegoat. Everybody wants to play victim.
Yeah.
I mean, the world is full of victims. We hear it every day. But the fact is that maybe he wasn't the only reason, but nevertheless, they got rid of him and Bradley Beal. And now at least there's hope.
Yeah.
There was no hope. There was no hope of the sun rising.
There was not.
Or the sun's rising. Now, at least they got a little hope. But now we'll see what they do. Great. You got a little hope now.
Yeah.
But what do? Do you panic and start making a bunch of moves that suck and make it worse? Or do you make it better? How do you do that? And that's the charge for the Jazz. They know the charge as well as anyone. And how's it going to be when we get to 2030 and look back? How's it going to be? Is it going to be it will be better, but will it be great?
Trade deadline is Thursday, so we wait on Giannis and the Bucks. Knicks, Heat, Timberwolves, Warriors, what's going to happen? And Harden, we'll see if it's a Clippers-Cavs deal. Or, like you say, is there a surprise deal? Because, man, that Laker-Maverick thing came out of the middle of nowhere.
I fell off the chair.
Utah Mammoth, 6-2 over Vancouver. Mike Folta, always great. He was on with us in the last segment. If you missed that interview, wherever you get your podcast, find Mike Folta with us and Brian Geltzeiler on the Jazz and the NBA trade deadline. And they're available wherever, KSLSports.com, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify, whatever. When we come back, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. I'm starting to buy into the young group, showing progress, slowly but surely, churning its way up the tracks to a superstardom maybe in the future.
How about Ace Bailey's last 10 games? You want to see the numbers? 15 points per game, 4.4 rebounds. He's shooting 34% from three. As a rookie, I'll take that. Yeah. It's going to get better. I talked to Will Hardy, and he talked about what they're doing is trying to get Ace to do a lot of the other things because they know he's an offensive juggernaut. They're working on a lot of other things, and maybe that plus some games he's missed kept him out of the Rising Stars, which how do you not have Ace Bailey in that game? Have you not seen the dunks? Have you not seen the production? Why do you not put Ace Bailey in that Rising Stars? It's a stars competition. These are the best players. So when you have a Rising Stars, your best young players need to be in that game. It's a joke. He's phenomenal.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Planning a party or office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, Kenny J's has you covered with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the homestyle sides your crowd craves. Join Kenny J's Text Club for 20% off your next order. Text Kenny J to 833-643-5686. Visit KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a celebration.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years. Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
Life is busy and honestly, sometimes a little chaotic. Between work, school drop-offs, sports, and everything in between, some days feel completely upside down. Dinner used to be one of the hardest parts of my day. Now, it's the easiest. When life feels upside down, Beehive Meals helps keep me grounded with home-cooked freezer meals that are ready when I am. No planning, no scrambling, just real food my family loves. Head to beehivemeals.com and stock your freezer with your solution to easy, delicious dinners and a little peace of mind.
Thursday on KSL.
On the face of it, it's a harmless prank.
Doorbell ditching, a game that generations of children played, has taken a frightening turn.
All you could see was a hoodie and a mask.
The KSL investigators set out to understand why a once silly prank,
it looked like a handgun. He just firing it at us.
Seems to be more dangerous today.
You don't know whose door you're going to go knock on or pound on.
Ding Dong Danger, Thursday at 10.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Looking for insurance solutions that actually work for you? United Underwriters have been serving Utah families for over 25 years, offering smarter coverage solutions at better prices. United Underwriters auto policies include a no-cost windshield benefit because we travel on I-15 just like you, and also offer smart home insurance solutions and earthquake plans you can't find anywhere else. Call United Underwriters at 801-396-0828 or visit uuinsurance.com. United Underwriters. Real insurance solutions. Real value. Real partners. Based right here in Utah.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Utah Mammoth with a blowout win. They beat Vancouver 6-2. Nick Schmaltz with a hat trick. Schmaltz bouncing back from back-to-back losses with a blowout win.
I mean, I think over the last month or so, we've been playing some good hockey and slipped a couple of games in a row there, so we want to get back on track tonight. We knew this was a big game for us. Standings are super tight, so it was a huge win for us on home ice.
Utah Mammoth are off today, back in action tomorrow night at home against Detroit, and then it's a 3-week break for the Olympics.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for your feedback. What do you think of today's show? All the questions we have asked. What can BYU do to avoid another bad first half of basketball? U-State Iceman. It's easy. Transfer to a different school and then sing hallelujah as you leave BYU. Oh, see, look at the Aggies getting their shots in. The Utes get their shots in. Spend another $7 million on a first-round draft pick. Never deny the talent, but I expect they're going to have more juniors and seniors in the rotation next year and make this team older. Now you got to make them better. Still comes down to talent too.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, and do you want to go where you have a little chance to play? I think they're always, at least for the foreseeable future, with Kevin Young there, going to be on the younger side and have draft picks. Would you rather have draft picks or 23-year-olds? Now, if you can get a Walt Clayton Jr., we got both.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, and we saw what happened.
Which is the goal, right?
If it works out that way. I don't know if it's the goal.
They're definitely going to look for depth.
No question.
Without question. I mean, that one's hitting everybody over the head right now.
Which should be more experienced guys.
Right.
Yeah. And cheaper guys.
Will they start encouraging local guys to go to local schools and transfer back to BYU? Whether it's UVU down the road or they're going to have 3 big sky schools in state with realignment next year.
Well, there's a player, Welling at corner. He went to corner and then went to UVU. Mm-hmm. I think he went to Irvine first. And where is he now? He played Clemson.
Clemson.
He could help this team, man. But, I mean, how much money you got? And is Clemson going to bid more?
See, how hard is depth to put together? Like,
right.
You got the money to outbid people for the top players, but then do you still have money to outbid people? Because they're saying, hey, we'll give you the same money and you'll be, 1, 2, or 3 in FGAs instead of 6, 7, or 8.
Right.
Yeah. It's a strong argument.
Yeah.
It's going to carry the day.
Right.
Jill heard Mike Folta talking about 4th of July movies and what's acceptable, and she says Jaws on the 4th of July.
Jaws?
Jaws.
Man, I can't watch Jaws. I'll be too scared to go in the water. Well, how about, wasn't there a movie Born on the 4th of July?
Yeah, Tom Cruise. He's a veteran.
Sort of a dark movie.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, see Jaws, people are getting eaten alive. So, I don't know how you find that. Not exactly
it is
a laugh
the beach,
a minute.
obviously, July 4th.
Yeah, sure. You're
July 4th is simply the most underrated holiday of all holidays.
What's second?
July 4th.
Second and third.
July 3rd. July 5th. July 4th is an awesome holiday. I look forward to it every year.
I do too. The height of summer, great weather.
Yeah.
Fireworks, short sleeves.
Who don't like
shorts.
fireworks?
Yeah, now you're talking.
Yeah. Hot dogs? Well,
now
wait a
you're
second.
talking.
Can you eat hot dogs?
Sodium, not right now. Gotta. Gonna
be a long summer. You're not going to eat turkey on Thanksgiving?
I was just telling PK during the week for this whole soda weight loss thing.
Can you have a hamburger?
I've got a zone. Not yet.
What?
I've got a zone. No, it says bread, bun. No.
Well, you can have a hamburger without bread.
You can have the patty. You can have the patty.
Yeah, go protein style, as they say.
Yeah, you have the patty. Yeah. Actually, I was just talking about that with the nutritionist last week about traveling. She's like, here are your options.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got a nutritionist now. The high and mighty.
Yeah. 866-800-SOTA. Get yourself a nutritionist.
Yeah, also,
bonus
man.
plug soda.
Big Macs, McDonald's, McDonald's.
It was about getting down to a
Whopper.
target weight.
WHOPPER.
Target zone. That's 2. I'll take 2. Uh-oh. DJ's got to go back on soda. He broke the rules.
Well, you got to live a little too, my man.
Well, there's a target zone, not a target weight, but like
you
a target
lived the
zone.
big life, and now you're paying for it a little
zone.
bit. All right, you'll be all right.
Yeah.
Just take care of yourself, big guy.
All right. All right.
We need you back here next year.
You don't want to read some of these contest liners, huh?
No.
The player of the week with a name you may or may not be able to pronounce.
We didn't get this far with convoluted roles here.
I don't sing. You don't read the promos.
No.
There's our rules.
You bring us in and out. You set it up, and away we go.
There you go. And then you swing for the fences. Or put a spit wad in the end of the straw and see if you can put one up there by the bus driver on the wall. Not that ever happened over there in
Sounds fun to me.
Bonita, California, as far as you know. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are all out of time. Jake and Ben are coming up next. More trade deadline talk, no doubt, right here on the Zone. And if you missed Mike Fulton, Brian Geltzeiler, get them wherever you get your podcasts, KSLSports.com, YouTube, wherever. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, show's over. I'm tired.
Goodbye.
Well, until we meet again.
And be sure to join us at the same time tomorrow.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz are in Indiana to play the Pacers. The game tips off at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow night, the Detroit Red Wings are at the Delta Center to face the Mammoth. That game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. BYU's at Oklahoma State at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State's at New Mexico at 9 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond.
Recently, I checked into a hotel and found that the internet wasn't working in my room. I called the front desk, who gave me a number for the tech support guy. After 20 minutes of being on hold and 10 minutes of providing numbers, 10 minutes of troubleshooting, I just hung up. Why was I doing the hotel's job for them? It's not my job to solve their network problem. That's happening everywhere. To pay for parking, I need to download yet another parking app, type in a credit card number, type in the addresses and the license plate number, type in a verification code. I liked it better when I just handed the attendant some money. Or the restaurant where I stand in line, get my food, order on a computer, pick up my food, and the only time I ever talk to a server is when they're taking my money and asking for a tip. Technology is good, but it cannot replace service. Real service is something that happens only between people. Learn more about real service in an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
No sleep till!
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. How's it going over there, Ben?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm just miserable.
Yeah, you and Lindsey Vaughn. Let the ski hill take you out.
You know what? I was going to start.
But not letting it stop your big vacations next week, either of you.
I was going to start the show on a downer, so it's nice that you stepped in and started it on a bigger downer.
Lindsey Vaughn's competing in the Olympics on a torn ACL.
Lindsey, who's a Park City resident and I'm sure a big Christian Esparza fan.
Yeah.
So she's listening. Don't do it. God, don't do it. You're a mom. Like, you got to walk in your future. I mean, come on.
Better be a heck of a knee brace she's wearing.
I mean, a downhill in the Olympics with a torn ACL. Don't do it. Not worth it.
As a competitor, I'm sure I'm not saying me, I'm saying her. I understand the drive, and I'm honestly curious, is she going to go for it, or is this going to be just a ceremonial, I'm not going to let an injury dictate my Olympic future, and if this is my last Olympics, at least I'm going to get one more ride down the hill, even if I'm not trying to win.
I don't know. I don't know how replacements work either. I don't know if she pulled out before the Olympics, if she would be replaced, or if she's just automatically, since they qualified, it's set in stone. I don't know how that works, but don't risk
further injury,
life-altering injury for one last bite at the apple. Like, you're good, we got it, we watched,
and not just this knee. But now you're skiing on a very unstable base because one of your knees is ruptured. The ACL is. What's going to happen to the rest of your body if you crash?
And nobody wants to watch you get hurt.
Correct.
Out there.
Yeah.
Do you think it's easier to ski with a torn ACL or broken humerus?
Humerus.
Humerus for
and
sure.
And funnier. Yeah.
Yep. Humerus for sure. Skiing mostly a lower body sport.
Yeah. Then again, we have seen, was it Trevor Riley played an entire season on a torn ACL, right?
I know. I'm sure it can be done. I'm sure it can.
I'm sure if the doctor said, Lindsey, I'm going to have to hit you over the head with a club to make sure you can't get on this plane because it's so dangerous what you're doing, she wouldn't have done it. I'm sure there had to be some sense of not protocol, but understanding that this is doable with this level of injury, whatever it is for her. But yeah, it seems insane.
I don't. The medical industry, and maybe I am at a particularly low opinion of it at the moment. No, I'm just kidding. I'm getting great care. Like you're not going to let me do it, I'll find a doctor who will kind of thing. I think that happens. I don't know. I just don't have trust that some rational person will help them make that decision, right?
Yeah.
That does happen all the time, though. That's why everybody always gets second and third opinions. Because they get
yeah,
told no
I know.
the first time.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. Doing a downhill race in the Olympics, let's use some common sense here, minus an ACL for a 41-year-old woman. Does that strike anybody as a good idea?
Not even a little.
If you were valuing safety?
Yeah. No, of course not.
So, I don't know. Like the Donovan Mitchell situation, remember that with his ankle?
Uh-huh.
Where the Jazz training staff were like, no, dude, don't play. It's the beginning of the first round. It's all right.
We'll be okay.
And he was so mad about it, he got the entire training staff fired.
Had one of those people fired.
And all of a sudden, his outside people, like, I'm going to get an opinion from my outside people. Like, I don't know, to expand this to a productive conversation, I guess. The trust, the most delicate relationship between team, like franchise team, management and labor, so to speak, is over health issues. It is over treatment. It's over that trust that physicians, team staff, training staff, all that are on the same page with the athlete. And when that delicate relationship goes south, that's tough. That's a really tough one to come back from.
Yep, no question.
I mean, it's what happened with Kawhi Leonard with San Antonio. It did happen with Donovan and the Jazz, and all of a sudden there was some trust loss there. I would argue that the Jazz were actually operating in Donovan's best interest.
Agreed.
As well as the team's best interest, because after all, that was the ankle that ended the playoff run. Remember, that was what it was blamed on.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that was the season they had the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Donovan, you're playing against the 8 seed, dude. You can just
relax.
You're all right.
Take it easy.
And didn't they lose? And that's why he was so.
They lost the first game.
The first game, and that's why he was so upset about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good job. Coming back and rattling off 4 straight, only to lose in the next round.
Yep.
But yeah, it is. It's a delicate relationship. It's why a lot of times when Carlos Boozer says the Hammy's not ready to go, the team says, well, Paul Millsap's going to start then.
Yeah.
Because you've got to have that trust. Anyway. Yeah, good times.
Olympics, Friday. I'm excited for them.
I am too, although I don't know how much I'm going to be able to see them.
You're going to be on a cruise. You'll be able to watch. There's TVs.
Is there?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know. You're like out in the middle of the ocean. You get
international waters. The Olympics are international games.
Do I have to, like rabbit ears? Do I have to take the tinfoil?
They're going to have you specifically on the top deck with a huge pole.
With your right arm.
With your right arm. Your one working arm.
Holding it up.
Holding it up. And there'll be people all over being like, left! It's fuzzy! Trying to watch ice dancing.
Can't do it if it's stormy, though. That sounds like a lightning thing. Be bad
historically.
Yeah, that'd be not so good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if that's true, then yeah, I'll watch it.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah.
I can't do anything else. I'm stuck with a stupid fractured humerus.
Yeah. You'll have a good time.
Gonna be sitting on my duff doing nothing, watching my family have a great time. Hey, that looks fun.
Cool slide.
My daughter came up to me yesterday because my wife has bought snorkel gear for everyone, because when we went snorkeling last year on vacation, like the equipment didn't fit, and so anyway, she's gotten some snorkel gear. My 4-year-old comes up and she goes, "Dad, Mom's returning your snorkel gear." It's like, yeah, because I'm not going to be going snorkeling.
I'm not getting on the excursion. When we get off the boat, I'm not getting in the water.
I'm just going to be a sad sack.
Yep, you will. You'll be okay.
It's like Charlie Brown.
Yeah, you'll figure it out.
Really?
Just when can one of your hands hold a cup?
Well, that's true.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Well, that's true. And I've heard the mouse does a fine cruise.
Of course, you'll be great. Yeah, you'll be all right.
Oh boy! I watched half of Ant-Man in for this cruise, because it's supposed to have like a Marvel theme. My kids don't know any Marvel, so we played Ant-Man because my wife read it was kind of kid friendly.
Okay, it's fun.
I don't know. I was unimpressed.
Yeah. Okay.
But I didn't see the conclusion, so that's kind of not fair.
Sure.
Just the first half.
Yeah.
The ending is the worst part of that movie, I will say.
Is it? Well, they're Christian just class, so don't watch it then.
You don't need to finish it, no.
Okay. Well, aren't all those movies connected though? Because I've seen like 4 of them.
Yes, they are.
Oh, okay. Ben, As long as we could talk stuff. We'll talk a lot of NBA today. Keith Smith is going to join us at the top of the 11 o'clock hour. We'll get kind of a national perspective on what to expect. But I want to start the show off with an apology, and this is basketball related.
Okay.
I think I owe Vince LaGarza an apology.
Okay.
Wow.
Yes, the assistant coach for the Phoenix Suns.
You blamed Vince LaGarza for Ace Bailey not getting into the Rising Stars Challenge.
I did.
Yeah.
Because it's voted on by the assistant coaches.
Yeah.
So I assume Vince spearheaded the effort, but that's merely an assumption. But I think I got to apologize.
Okay.
Because I actually think it's fixed, and I actually think that the league is punishing the Jazz.
Okay.
That's where I'm going.
Okay. How did we arrive at this point?
Well, did you see that the Windy guy,
Brian Windhorst,
was talking about how Kawhi didn't make the All-Star team because he's being punished for the aspiration thing?
Yes, Kawhi on Sunday was not selected as an All-Star reserve, despite the fact that he's having arguably, one of the best years of his career. He didn't play a lot early, but he's still averaging 27 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. He's shooting 50% from the floor. He's shooting 40% from 3. He's shooting 90% from the free throw line. And as of voting, Kawhi had led the Clippers to like a 14-3 record in their last 17 games. It was obvious. And more importantly, do you remember why Lauri Markkanen made the All-Star team?
Because it was in Salt Lake.
It was in Salt Lake. Where's this game being held?
So at
Intuit Dome, where Kawhi Leonard calls home.
So if you believe any of that, including the Lowry thing, then you have to see to me that the NBA is fixing the selection process, and it's not, in fact, voted on by the coaches.
I interpreted Windy as coaches around the NBA. The NBA
so
head
the coaches specifically are punishing Kawhi Leonard? Okay, please, give me a
NBA
break.
head coaches vote on the reserves, and yes, with anger towards the Clippers for cheating to get players, the NBA coaches punish the Clippers, is what Windy was saying.
So with the Jazz one and Lowry then, so Mark Dagnall was sitting in his office and goes, boy, I would sure like to reward the good people of Salt Lake City with Lauri Markkanen. Please. So it led me to be thinking, well, why would the NBA be punishing the Jazz? Tanking, perhaps?
Yeah.
Because they're apparently the only franchise in the NBA not allowed to tank.
Yeah.
Their name has come up at meetings. So, hey, if you're going to tank it, we're going to punish you by not putting – and by the way, you could apply this to Lowry and Keontae, but I think their claim to an all-star berth was
thin.
Yeah. Whereas there's no way Ace Bailey should not be playing in that game. As much as I think he should be thankful he's not.
Agreed.
Like, there's no way. That is ludicrous that he's not in that game.
Number 5 overall pick, who has been – as good as advertised and better in some areas, yes, should be in the Rising Stars.
The Jazz have had rookies that don't even play make that team. Didn't Dante Exum was hurt and he made that team, I think.
Yeah.
So it is ludicrous that he's not been included. It's not like he's averaging 2 points per game.
No, he's shooting well. He's efficient. It's not like there's no ugly stigma around his performance. I think everyone who watches him recognizes how good he's been this year. Yeah.
So I don't think Vince actually voted.
Okay.
Maybe he voted, but I don't think it actually mattered.
You think the NBA just flushed him?
And I think the NBA said, "Hey, take that.
This is what you're getting.
You want to tank? Well, your guy's not getting into the Rising Stars Challenge."
You would certainly, and you believe that the NBA lottery's fixed, right?
Or at least influenced. I don't know if you want to use the word fixed here, but I think there are way too many coincidences out there for advantageous things happening.
If you want to believe that, which I've said I do not, but you could look at the Jazz falling from the 1st pick to the 5th pick last year in the draft, though that it was the most likely outcome. And we'll see what happens this year. If the Jazz somehow lose their pick this year, despite there being at worst a 96% chance that they hold on to it, and likely a 99% chance they hold on to it. If the Jazz still find a way to lose it, I'll start listening. I won't blame LaGarza. I'll start blaming the NBA that they are mad at the Jazz for punishing. I'm curious about the league's frustration and the Jazz coming up in meetings why the Jazz would suddenly end up with the target on their back for doing something that so many teams have done.
I agree.
And my curiosity stems from the fact that, are we just hearing it for the first time because this is the first time the Jazz have really tanked? They tanked for Dante Exum as well. But this is the first extended rebuilding tanking process for the Jazz, and we're just paying attention to that type of narrative now? Or is the league actually like what the Jazz are doing is a step further than everybody else, which I also do not believe in the slightest. I remember watching the Oklahoma City Thunder a few years ago, people saying they didn't tank. Of course they tanked. I watched the rosters they were playing late in the season. Did those teams also face the same criticism that they noticed when they were boots on the ground in those cities? The same way that I think Jazz fans and the Jazz are feeling that pressure now.
Yeah, I don't know why they. I mean, this is kind of funny, I guess, or a funny comparison. But do you think that SMU, when they got the death penalty for cheating, looked around and was like, "Well, yeah. Bear Bryant's been cheating down there in Tuscaloosa forever,
right?
We give Craig James $10, and now all of a sudden we're we can't play football anymore, basically, or we can't compete, anymore. You got to be looking around like, hey, what? Wait, what? You know, the process was a thing. It had a label. Philly did it egregiously like 15 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever it was. I mean, I don't know why the Jazz are coming up. I guess I know why, because the problem has never been more at the forefront. The problem has always existed, but it has never been more at the forefront. Even when Philly was doing it, the rest of the league kind of looked at him and was like, okay, well, we're still trying to make the 8th spot.
Uh-huh.
And maybe it was the wrong move, but teams hadn't really figured it out. It wasn't, and what did DJ say the percentage was? Because, of course, David James, being David James, is like counted out the teams that are tanking and whatever. But it's like 30% of the league that are trying to lose games. That number has never been so high. And the Jazz just happen to be at the forefront while the light is shining the brightest on the problem.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I don't think any of the solutions that are being thrown out there that I've heard are realistic. I think most of the stuff is just cats in the wall.
Agreed.
Like, let's adjust the protections on the picks.
Can no longer trade protections on picks. Yeah, it's one of the suggestions.
Wouldn't that? Well, I get why they would do it, but honestly, it would just make it. Would it change it for the positive? I guess it would affect the Jazz situation, kind of, except for it's still in the Jazz best interest to lose games.
Right. Maybe the Jazz wouldn't feel like they have to lose so many games. As long as they finish in the top 10, they would feel comfortable with their odds of moving up into the top 3. But as a result, the Jazz feel like they have to finish with one of the 5 worst records, because if they do slip, they won't fall past 8. And they
you
can still
just
hold on to
split
their
that
pick.
hair so thin that that doesn't solve anything.
I'm not disagreeing with you in the slightest. No, I think the biggest issue, honestly, is that they've leveled out the odds of winning the lottery too much, with the idea that, if it's easier for every team to win, fewer teams will try to tank because you won't be incentivized to tank. If you're not getting good odds to win the lottery, you won't see a reason to tank. If you're the Jazz, you won't only win 17 games because you only have a 49% chance of staying in the top 4. And likely you're going to fall to 5, and that's going to discourage you from tanking. And the Jazz say, oh, really?
Yeah.
Watch this.
Right.
We'll slip to 5, and then we'll tank again the next year.
Right.
So clearly that didn't work at all.
No, at all.
Leveling out the odds of the lottery was a failed process. My fix would be to do the opposite. Only the top 3 teams can win the lottery. Fine. And if you can't get to one of the top 3, worst 3 records in the NBA, you don't have a chance to win the lotto. Sorry. And then the player you're getting 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, probably all identical, so it doesn't really matter. That would be my opinion.
I think you're still splitting hairs. I don't know. We could debate on whether that's better than the current system, but you're still. Now you really have to do it to get to the bottom 3. Mm-hmm. Now you really have to commit to the tank.
Yeah. And then would teams say we're going to race so hard to get to the bottom that we're going to be shameless and win 9 games?
Yeah.
As opposed to the teams that win 17 games currently. It's possible.
I mean, I don't know, hearing you describe the odds flattening, all I heard was, hey, what's that cat food commercial? The meow, 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 meow. It's just like, you have to twist yourself into pretzels to even describe the effect. And I don't know that The problem really is in the basic nature of the game of basketball. That is the problem. The basic nature of the game of basketball is that one player can make all the difference on your team for years.
Yeah, for 7 years.
One guy.
A Wemby, a LeBron, a Cooper Flagg, a Luka, whatever. You get the right player, your franchise is in pretty good shape.
The Jazz made the playoffs with John and Carl for 20 years in a row. Wasn't it something like that?
I think as long as John was here, it was 20 straight.
They discovered two guys and set the franchise up forever.
Yeah.
The reason that the Miller family was able to sell the Jazz for
$2 billion?
Because they found two guys in the mid-'80s.
Yeah. Yeah, no
Think
question.
about that.
You're exactly right.
Think about that's the stakes. That's the stakes. And what are you willing to do? Well, throw away entire seasons. Absolutely. It's the smart thing to do. In football, it's a little different because one player can't determine whether you're ultimately successful. I know we all fall in love with the quarterback. I get it. But football is a way more of a team game. The quarterback only plays half the game.
Right.
And is one of 11, one of 22. In the NBA or in basketball, you're one of 5.
Yep.
And if Tom Thibodeau has his way, that one can play the whole game. Not 50%. Tom Brady's not out there knocking down passes.
All right, can I give you a very creative? This is a Jake Scott solution.
Okay, I like it.
The number 1 overall pick should have a $60 million salary. You should come in making so much money.
Nice.
That player has to be great, but also you can't build around them anywhere else. It's the ultimate white elephant gift. You got your player. You can't do anything else around the edges. So they better be LeBron or they better be Wemby. Otherwise, you have an unaffordable asset that you don't actually want.
If it's that French guy in Atlanta, you're in real trouble.
If you're Zachary Rieseshade, you're paying him $60 million a year for the next 3 seasons. Good luck with all that.
Okay, I kind of like that
It's kind
one.
of the stocks. It's the public stocks.
right.
I mean the stocks that you put your head and your arms in, not the stock market. Yeah, you won. Congratulations. Let's hope it's worth it for you.
I do kind of like the idea of bidding on the spot.
Yeah.
You know, how much do you really want it? I like that, at least conceptually.
Yeah, because
like
what would you
like that?
What would you give Wemby? Teams would clear their entire cap sheets to go get $60 million worth of space to try and sign Victor Wembanyama. But once you do, you're stuck with a rookie making tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars, eating up a huge amount of your salary cap.
I still like the idea of getting rid of the draft, but I don't think they'll ever do it because, honestly, and this is talking to some people in the high school world, we're headed to the academy model. We just are in probably all sports.
Yeah.
Speaking of Lindsey Vonn, I don't know if you ever grew up with somebody that went to the Olympic Development High School. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a charter school before charter schools were really a thing, and it was for possible Olympic downhillers. I can't remember. Locke's son might have gone to it. But I had a couple of friends that did that. I think that's the model we're headed to. What the Wasatch Academy? I mean, I think we're going to head to these developmental academies that are going to feed. It's going to be a more European kind of thing. We're almost there anyway.
Yeah, right.
But like, just develop your own play, you know, and if you really want to sign the next phenom, then like you're saying, pony up the dough and be able to pay them whatever they want.
Yeah.
And the Lakers can't pay everybody.
Right. You got to keep the hard salary cap or a relatively hard salary cap.
Right. And if you want Cooper Flagg, well, yeah, you're going to have to pay him $50 million a year.
Yeah.
But you're going to get the guy.
Yep.
And you didn't have to boot a bunch of games to get there. I don't know. I think that would solve it, but I don't think they're ever going to do it. So what's the point?
Yeah. I don't know if you're going to solve it. To your point, it's the nature of the game. One player changes a lot.
Yeah, Ace Bailey turns out to be a star. And and nothing else matters. And in fact, everybody else, you forget about every other draft pick, honestly. Like Joel Embiid was by far the best player that came out of the process. They booted like every other pick. They lost for the better part of a decade and came out with Joel Embiid. And most people will tell you that the process was more or less a success because they got one guy.
Yeah, right.
Nerlens Noel, remember that guy?
Yeah, right.
Ben Simmons?
Yeah. Disaster.
Yep. Man, who else? Oh, Markelle Fultz?
Okafor?
Yeah. No.
Elijah. No, what was his name?
No, not Emeka. He's the old one. Jalil.
Jalil. Yeah, Jalil. I knew there was an H in there. Not Elijah.
Just the worst picks in history.
Yep. But you got Joel.
Nerlens Noel sued Clutch. Do you remember that?
I do.
Because they gave him bad advice like he was a star. They're like, no, I'll pass on that contract.
Pass
dude.
on
You're
this
gonna go.
$50 million.
And then nobody paid him anything, and then he was out of the league.
Pretty tough.
What was that, Christian? You want to do that now or tease it? Okay. We'll do it live. It is Tuesday. That means Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see the Jazz and the Kings on Wednesday at Delta Center starting at 7 o'clock. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com is coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Planning a party or office lunch? Let Kenny J's Barbecue bring the flavor to you. From 10 to 1,000 guests, Kenny J's has you covered with slow smoked ribs, juicy brisket, and all the homestyle sides your crowd craves. Join Kenny J's Text Club for 20% off your next order. Text Kenny J to 833-643-5686. Visit KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. Kenny J's Barbecue, where every event becomes a celebration.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating
Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jazz at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Cody Williams on if he takes pride in his defense.
I just feel like defense is one of those things where if you're not getting it going offensively, that's something that can really kickstart your game. For me, I know that's my way on the floor, and that's kind of what I've been building off of, and it kind of gets me going offensively as well. So I feel like being aggressive on the defensive end, it kind of just pulls everything together.
This update is brought to you by University of Utah Health. Hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The corner of my eye, I saw a pretty little thing approaching me.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. God, typing sucks. It's just the worst. Stupid arm. I can't even put my headset on.
And you have the worst letters. The worst letters of the keyboard are on the right side with your right hand.
I hate this.
H's and L's,
I'm so
P's,
miserable.
Y's.
I really am struggling having a good attitude about it.
Yeah.
I know
You know how you struggle to have a good attitude when it's sunny and 75 degrees out.
Absolutely terrific point. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, Jake, this might lift your spirits. You're getting quite the game tonight. Jazz at the Pacers. Looks like the Jazz are going to try really, really hard to lose this one.
Jazz are shorthanded. Keontae George not going to play with the ankle injury. Updated injury report this morning. Yusuf Nurkic is out. Looks like Kevin Love is doubtful. And I think, Larry, I'll go official. Kyle Anderson questionable with an illness. Kevin Love doubtful with an illness. Keontae George out. Yusuf Nurkic out. So it's going to be Lowry Markkanen, Isaiah Collier.
And the kids.
Cody Williams and the kids, yeah.
Even this discussion is interesting when it comes to tanking or this game. Like, who's a better story, the Pacers or the Celtics?
In what way?
Both teams were in the. Did the Celtics make the conference finals last year?
No, they got eliminated by the Knicks.
Both teams were playoff teams. Indiana, a finals team. Both teams' best player suffers the exact same injury.
Within weeks of each other.
One is still trying to win. One used it as an excuse to tank for a better draft pick. Honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it would probably be in Boston's best interest to just say, hey, Jalen, shut it down.
Who have tanked, yeah.
We're gonna take a gap year because Tatum isn't here, and we'll get back to you next year.
Well,
because that's what the Pacers did.
That's exactly what they're doing.
That's exactly what they did.
They pulled the plug on the season on purpose.
Said, oh, we don't have Halliburton, so can't win, don't try.
Yeah, lost Miles Turner. But also, so did the Celtics. Celtics lost Kristaps Porzingis. They lost a bunch of good players as well.
Celtics are the best story in the league, honestly.
Yeah, probably are.
That nobody's talking about. Jaylen Brown should be cemented in everybody's mind as a star player in the NBA.
Derek White's A+ winner. Yeah, they're good.
Now they have the Caitlin Clark of
Peyton
the NBA.
Pritchard, yeah.
Coming off the bench. Tell you what.
Yeah.
It's a recipe for some winning. But they could have pulled the plug. If you could make the argument that it would have been in their best interest
absolutely.
to not try and win and to just shut it down.
If the Pacers are rewarded for tanking this year by moving up in the lottery and getting Cam Boozer or A.J. DiBonsa or Darren Peterson, and it gets them back to the finals or allows them to keep this window with Pascal Siakam and Tyrese Halliburton open for longer, it's the right move.
What the Pacers are doing is way more gaming the system than what the Jazz are doing. They should be drawing the heat. It should be their young players that don't get invited to the Rising Stars Challenge.
Pascal did get picked up for the All-Star game. You know, he's going to go in and be playing. So,
don't you think that's way more egregious?
Yeah, this is the Spurs tank. This is the 1997 Spurs tank when they got Tim Duncan or whatever year it was. That's what the Pacers are doing right now. The Jazz are doing a more truly, we stripped it down to the studs. We got rid of all of our players. You know, one of the things that I do think the Jazz get blamed for, which was more methodical, and might have been a mistake, but it was on purpose, was the Jazz wanted to maximize the value of their players, so they didn't just drop everybody when they could. They did get a first-round pick for Royce O'Neal. They waited to trade Bojan Bogdanovic, so it was that still same summer. They only got Kelly Olynyk for him. But they could have just ditched Mike Conley if they wanted to and traded Lowry as soon as he was having an all-star season and said, we're really going to hit rock bottom. They wanted to get value, so the sink to the bottom was slower. And I do think that's why the rebuild has taken so long. And it's also why I think teams are why it's drawn attention that it's been a 4-year window.
Oklahoma City's sink to the bottom was slower too, by the way.
It was,
People forget about that. They made the playoffs the next year. Didn't scrappy Chris Paul get him into the 8th spot or something like that the year after
or the play-in tournament or whatever it was? But yes,
after they blew it up. I don't think the play-in tournament existed.
May not have
at that point.
Right.
But anywho, the Pacers have only won 13 games. Shout out to them.
So we'll see tonight what this looks like. But yeah, the Jazz are only 2 wins ahead of the next 4 teams below them in the standings. Now, that doesn't mean that's how many games they are, but the Jazz are 15-35. The next 4 teams are the Brooklyn Nets, the Washington Wizards, the Indiana Pacers, and the New Orleans Pelicans. They are all sitting on 13 wins. So the Jazz have 2 more victories. Some of those teams have the same number of losses. Brooklyn and Washington both sitting at 35, just like the Jazz. And then the Pacers have 37 losses.
You know what? It pains me to say this as a once proud Charlotte Hornets fan, but the Pelicans should just close. They should just they should give up. They should just close the doors. No offense to the good folks of New Orleans who the basketball fans down there, but I mean, if you're this bad and have every reason to compete, then you don't know what you're
and have a history of number 1 overall picks and et cetera, et cetera.
All the things, and you just are awful.
Hey, look, a lot of people
close
have been
it up.
Talking about NBA expansion, and it seems like there's actually kind of a secret swell within the league to say, don't carve up the pie anymore. Just move 2 teams. If you want to get a team in Vegas and you want to get a team in Seattle, New Orleans can't function properly.
But they need new ownership. It's not.
Yeah,
I don't
so
think
sell
New
them.
Orleans' problem isn't the venue. It's it's the Bensons.
Yes, it's definitely the Bensons who are bad owners in football and basketball.
And prioritize football. So that means it rolls down to basketball. I mean,
correct.
It's just a joke.
And then the Memphis Grizzlies owner is hawking arms to the...
He's selling arms to the Russians.
Apparently. Allegedly.
Drone guidance systems that they left a sticker on.
Allegedly. So move those 2 teams to Vegas and Seattle with new ownership and see if they can get back.
I think the Adelsons should move the Mavs.
Okay. They'd probably love to move them to Vegas.
I'm sure they would.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Stick it to the good people of Dallas. All right, what's next?
Number 2, big news last night. Sounds like the Clippers and James Harden are working on a way to get him out of town. Here's what Kawhi Leonard had to say about it.
quiet. While you guys were playing, there were some reports that came out about the possibility of James potentially being traded before the deadline. Is that something that comes as a surprise to you, or had you heard that that could be a possibility?
Yeah, of course. That's a surprise. I was playing.
What are your thoughts hearing that?
I have no comment on it. I respect his decision or whoever decision it is, and that's it. He's still going to be my boy, and trust the front office. So,
where is this coming from?
This is bizarre, and there are a lot of theory. I have a real Jake Scott conspiracy theory about it.
I want to hear it because I'm.
Okay, so do you know where he's going to get? He's going to get traded today, and they know where he's going to go. To Cleveland for Darius Garland. Who else is eyeing a potential return to Cleveland in the next 12 months?
LeBron?
Is there a chance this is a LeBron? This is an Adele call to get this thing done? That LeBron's going to go back to Cleveland this summer to play with James Harden, who they're going to give a big extension to, which is the single worst idea you could have if you're the Cleveland Cavaliers. But doesn't this reek of LeBron building a team before he gets there, which is what he has done historically? I know that sounds crazy, but that's what this starts to feel like to me. LeBron wants to play with another dinosaur in Cleveland, a guy who he trusts, who he's never played with, but has always kind of been friends with, been around the league for a long time. It's exactly where my cooked brain went when I saw this.
They're both clutch guys.
Yeah.
Jimmy Harden.
They're both in Los Angeles right now.
Well, and Darius Garland is a clutch guy too. So maybe it was easy to talk Cleveland into it. I could probably come along with it. I think Cleveland feels a desperation to win now. And
James Harden is a better player today than Darius Garland is. He is.
So who gets to stand there and watch the other one play basketball? Donovan or Jimmy?
Who do you think?
Jimmy
is going to have the ball in his hands for 40 minutes, and Donovan's going to say, oh, man.
It's Donovan Mitchell's city now, though.
No, it is not. It's going to be LeBron's city coming up in 8 months. I'm not. When that happened last week, who was it? Jalen Tyson. So this is Donovan's city. This isn't LeBron's city. He put a target on everybody's back, and within a week, they're trading for James Harden. They're going to trade James Harden either as bait to lure LeBron back, or LeBron has organized this in the first place. And Donovan is going to be shopped to move out of the way because you don't need Donovan. You've already got James Harden. LeBron's coming back to get the right player to play next to LeBron in hopes of winning a title. Whether that's Giannis, whether that's whatever you have to do this summer, you're going to trade Giannis or you're going to trade Donovan and Jared Allen or whatever to Milwaukee to try and get Giannis. And you're going to have a big three in Cleveland, as silly as that sounds, with James Harden, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and LeBron James next year. And maybe it's not Giannis, but that is what they're going to look for. They are going to float Donovan out there. And by the way, did you see the other report this morning about Donovan?
From Bontemps.
From Tim Bontemps, does the Brian Windhorst podcast, said if they don't win this year in Cleveland, meaning get out of the first or second round, which, by the way, they're not going to, Donovan's a free agent in 2027 and probably won't sign an extension this summer. So if he's not going to sign an extension next summer, they're going to trade him this summer. Bring LeBron back, have James Harden, shop Donovan for whatever great piece you can get, because Donovan has a ton of value on the trade market, and you've got your one final chance to win a championship in Cleveland with LeBron. It's harebrained. It's insane, but I see the groundwork. I see the puzzle starting to fit together.
Just doesn't make sense why the Clippers would do it. It doesn't make sense that James Harden would want that, other than he's a clutch guy, and they all demand trades, and it's never perfect, and the grass is always greener. So is he going to have to fat his way out? Because that's my favorite part.
Well, I just think I think he's already said, I'm not signing an extension. And it's actually probably the Clippers who are saying we're not going to sign you to an extension, because one of the things I understand people aren't eyeing the Clippers salary cap long term, but one of the reasons they trade for John Collins and gave up on Norman Powell, and Norman Powell, who's an all-star this year in Miami,
really
they didn't give him an extension. They're trying to have all the money they can off the books in 2028 for some hypothetical free agency class where they can rebuild their entire roster. That's been their goal for a really long time. No money past 2028. And James Harden wants an extension beyond 2028, and they said, we're not going to do that. And he says, okay, I want out.
What's next?
Number 3, Nick Schmaltz with a hat trick last night helps the Utah Mammoth beat Vancouver 6-2.
I have not gotten a hold of the quality of opposing teams that we've seen for the most part, because we've seen San Jose come in and beat the Utah Mammoth. We've seen the Mammoth go and beat Florida on the road. Like, there is way more parity in the NHL than there is the NBA and some other leagues.
See, I'm trying to figure this out because, getting to know hockey a little bit better. Is that truly parity, or is that just the flukish nature of the sport?
I think the puck luck aspect of the sport creates parity.
That's what I'm saying. Is that just one night, some wacky stuff happened?
Yes.
And all of a sudden, this team who's really good lost to this team. I think that's it.
No question.
I think we need to get used to the fact that the bottom of the league accidentally wins a game once in a while.
Yes, I think you're totally right. That's the nature of the sport. With that said, the Canucks are the worst team I've seen the Mammoth play since moving to Utah. They were on defense the entire first period, and the Mammoth were able to just generate great look after great look after great look. And yes, they ended up pulling it back to 4-2, I think, at one point, and it felt like this could get dicey, but they put it away. And Schmaltzy had the hat trick and 2 goals really quick in that game. So nice after a couple of tough losses to get an easy win against an easy opponent, which we haven't seen a whole lot of.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. If you want more Mammoth coverage, we've got Cole Bagley at 11:30, Keith Smith at 11. Stay tuned. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this.
I'm starting to buy into the young group showing progress, slowly but surely, churning its way up the tracks to a superstardom maybe in the future.
How about Ace Bailey's last 10 games? You want to see the numbers? 15 points per game, 4.4 rebounds. He's shooting 34% from 3. As a rookie, I'll take that. Yeah. It's going to get better. I talked to Will Hardy, and he talked about what they're doing is trying to get Ace to do a lot of the other things because they know he's an offensive juggernaut. They're working on a lot of other things, and maybe that plus some games he's missed kept him out of the Rising Stars, which how do you not have Ace Bailey in that game? Have you not seen the dunks? Have you not seen the production? Why do you not put Ace Bailey in that Rising Stars? It's a Stars competition. These are the best players. So when you have a Rising Stars, your best young players need to be in that game. It's a joke. He's phenomenal.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Recently, I checked into a hotel and found that the internet wasn't working in my room. I called the front desk, who gave me a number for the tech support guy. After 20 minutes of being on hold and 10 minutes of providing numbers, 10 minutes of troubleshooting, I just hung up. Why was I doing the hotel's job for them? It's not my job to solve their network problem. That's happening everywhere. To pay for parking, I need to download yet another parking app, type in a credit card number, type in the addresses and the license plate number, type in a verification code. I liked it better when I just handed the attendant some money. Or the restaurant where I stand in line, get my food, order on a computer, pick up my food, and the only time I ever talk to a server is when they're taking my money and asking for a tip. Technology is good, but it cannot replace service. Real service is something that happens only between people. Learn more about real service in an MBA from Utah State. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone. And now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February. Plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the Resolution Reset with $200 off, ending February 28th, plus one free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
This is a Utah Mammoth at 50 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Mammoth 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's the Bear, Andre Tourney, on what Nick Schmaltz brings to the team.
Any playoff team who has a guy who play on their first power play, first line center, play against the best line every night, play in the second PK, what can I say? You know, he's assistant captain. He's a great leader in our team. He has a special chemistry with our captain. I don't know what else can I say.
Stay tuned for Mammoth at 50 updates, 50 past the hour every hour here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, Ben, it's a big week in sports, Olympics, big game coming up. This week, the world is watching, and you could be watching on your brand new 75-inch smart TV. The KSL Sports Zone wants you front and center for every unforgettable moment. Enter to win on kslsports.com/contests. And for additional entries, listen this week for keywords to be announced during each show. The more entries you have, the better chance to win. The countdown is on. The opening ceremonies are Friday. The big game is Sunday. Pre-game coverage starting at 11 a.m., and you can watch it all on KSL Channel 5.
You traveling on Sunday? That's a lot of times when people get on the old boat.
No, we're traveling on Saturday.
Okay, so you'll be on the boat by Sunday.
I think we get on Monday.
Oh, so you'll be able to watch the game, though, somewhere?
Yeah.
That's the plan.
That's the plan.
It'll be fun.
Yeah. I guess we got to figure out where we're going to watch it. And it's later on the East Coast, so it's not like we're going to just camp out somewhere.
Christian Super Bowl plans?
Yeah, friend's house. It's early this year, 4:30. I feel like it's always kind of.
It's always at the exact same time.
Yeah.
And it's always 4:30 Mountain Standard Time. Or more, it's like 4:33 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be 6:30 on the East. So I don't know. We'll probably watch in the hotel, as lame as that sounds, but
I kind of like a chill Super Bowl. Last year I was just at home and it was great.
My favorite Super Bowl watching experience, we did it at a restaurant on Kauai.
I get why that would be enjoyable.
And it was like one of those outdoor, half outdoor restaurants. Pretty
Probably
beautiful.
warm. Usually it's cold outside during the Super Bowl.
Oh, it was amazing. But it was cool that the Super Bowl started at like noon.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
for
actually
sure.
really liked it that it started so early and you could still do something after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I suppose. By the way, the band has been working. We may have to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we may have to see if we can figure out some new hits. I don't know.
Okay.
I've been writing some stuff.
Pay for your cruise.
Yeah, got to do something.
something to put
We
some
need
money in your
we
pocket.
need some royalties.
Once you learned about certain cruise rules earlier in the day.
It's going to be expensive. Well, anything the mouse is attached to is going to be
Correct.
expensive. So, yeah, generating some extra revenue, that's probably a good idea. No, Mr. Mouse.
No, sir.
No, Mr. Mouse. Not
even
at
a
all.
little.
But I've seen, as somebody who works in a building that hosts Disney on Ice, it seems like 18 shows a year or whatever.
Uh-huh.
I see the stuff that they wheel in, and then I see them put up the price tag. And I think to myself, I don't think that costs $70 to make.
Yeah.
It's even more expensive on international waters.
Correct. Excited to see how it goes for you. You're going to have fun.
I'm not.
Call me every night. Let me know how it's going.
I'm not. And I've got a really bad attitude about it, and that doesn't help.
Yeah.
And I should have a really good attitude about it, but I don't.
Broken arm doesn't help right
No.
before you go on a cruise.
Not at all.
No. Who's going to carry your luggage for you? You going to make your wife do that?
Me. I've got one hand. It's my not dominant hand, but I can still wheel a suitcase.
You're walking on the boat. You need your passport and
Yeah,
your suitcase.
ID.
How's that going to work?
Yeah, right.
You guys know I have an 8-year-old, right?
She's strong.
Well, that's what Ben was
She's
asking. Yeah.
Sturdy back. I don't know. Maybe somebody help me. Should I call ahead?
Probably. Yeah, see if you can get on the boat first. Demand a wheelchair.
I didn't even think about that.
I'm injured. I need
am
help
injured.
getting on.
Yeah, we got to get on first.
That's a good idea.
That is a good idea.
See if you can get an upgrade.
The mouse is cruel, though. They probably don't have any sort of accommodations.
I don't know. They're pretty good about taking care of their big money spenders like Jake Scott.
Yeah, like me. All right, stay tuned. We're going to talk to our buddy Keith Smith coming up next. Contributor for Spa Track and nice enough to come on.
Good time to get him.
And talk to us.
Right at the trade deadline.
Absolutely. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment. Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our community. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the JJ and Alex Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday. And the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA. Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Les Olson IT is trusted for businesses providing state-of-the-art printers, copiers, managed IT services, and licensed security systems for Utah. Work smarter with Les Olson IT.
Les Olson IT.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ed, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Scotty G coming up on Thursday at RGS Exteriors from noon to 3, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. It's time to talk some NBA trade deadline, Ben, with one of our favorites. Joining us now, he makes the magic happen at Spa Track. He's our buddy Keith Smith. What's going on, Keith?
Hey, Keith.
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, there's a lot going on. We're just, trade deadline roughly 2 days out now, 2 days and 2 hours. So we're locked in and ready.
And it does feel like it's picking up a lot of steam. We've seen a couple of trades in the last 72 hours. And now the big one, which I think caught a lot of people off guard, apparently including Kawhi Leonard last night. James Harden rumored to be going to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Darius Garland. I have theories, but I want to hear your thoughts on it, Keith.
Yeah, it sounds like what's happening with James Harden is he wants some form of commitment to, you're going to sign me this summer we'll say long-term deal. Without boring everybody to tears, there's over 38 years old rules that'll come into play there, but things like that. But it sounds like he's like, hey, I want a long-term deal, and I want to be under contract for more than what I am next year because there's a partial guarantee in his contract, and it sounds like the Clippers are are reluctant to do that. The Clippers have been very clear with anybody that they've talked to. They don't really want to take a lot of money on long term because they're looking at whether it's this coming summer or the summer after, having a pretty clean cap sheet. So I think they're in a position where, all right, if we can pick up a young guard like Darius Garland, let's go. It sounds like the Cavs are ready to they already started making changes to their roster. Sounds like they're ready to do even more because they know they're kind of under pressure and under it a little bit with Donovan Mitchell, and they've got to have a good deep playoff run this year. Things may really get interesting there in Cleveland this summer.
Does James Harden accomplish that, though?
I mean, he's played really well this year. He still is, a pretty good player. He's no longer the, what was his comment years ago? I'm not a system player. I'm a system player.
Right.
I think he's no longer that, but he's still a really good distributor. He's a guy who can get his own points when he needs to. So I think we're in a position with James Harden where it is he could come in and help. And with Darius Garland, he's been out for most of this season. He's got these recurring toe issues. Now he's having this, it sounds like a very similar issue in the opposite foot. He has not played well in the playoffs. I know James Harden has kind of a checkered track record in elimination games, but Garland hasn't really done much at all in the playoffs. So I think that's why the Cavaliers might be looking at it, as well as the Cavaliers are facing, they're in a rough spot as far as second apron goes right now and for the years going into the future. If you trade Darius Garland away, then let's say you re-sign James Harden for, let's say 30 to 35 million, that saves you some money towards the second apron next year when, who knows, maybe they're pursuing a certain other LA player to come home and do a homecoming round here at the end of his career.
Yeah, I guess that's my conspiracy, and I don't want to get too loony here, but do you think James Harden being in Cleveland makes it more likely LeBron would return this summer?
I don't think James Harden, the player, makes it more likely or not that LeBron goes to Cleveland. I think the Cavs having the ability to get LeBron and not have to just say, hey, you want to take the veteran minimum and offer him some form of real money, because not that LeBron needs it, but LeBron has always been clear, like, he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to go down the road of playing for just the minimum, because in his mind, if he does it, then everybody, they're going to ask every veteran player, hey, LeBron did it. If he's good enough to do it, why are you too good to do it? So he's kind of always had that in mind for his fellow players. So I think this is more about the Cavs positioning themselves, whether it's for LeBron or just better, period, on the accounting side as far as the aprons go and the tax penalties and all that. I think that's what this is about.
What are the odds Giannis moves, do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting. It kind of depends on who you talk to, and it depends on when you talk to them, even including in the same day. I've had people say, I think this is probably going to be a summertime thing. What the Bucks are doing is they're getting everybody's kind of, hey, here's what we'll offer, but we can offer you this other thing when it comes July, because maybe it's draft picks or some salary, frees up that they can move in a different way and those kind of things. So there's some that think that, and then there's others who said he's going to be gone by Thursday. And I've had a couple of people say it might even be today or tomorrow to give the Bucks then a whole other day or two to kind of, all right, where are we at now? All right, what are we going to do with player X, Y, and Z who we don't really maybe need now after trading Giannis? So that's been floated out there as well, because there are some who say there's a lot of awkwardness around this situation, and everybody's just like, hey, if we're going to do this, why are we delaying the inevitable? But what the Bucks are really going to do, they're going to make sure, as I put it, whenever a superstar is traded, you get one chance at trading that superstar, and you better get it right. Otherwise, you're not going to be the one making those draft picks or dealing with the young talent you get, because if you don't get it right, somebody else is going to be the one coming in to clean up the mess you made of a star trade.
A couple of contenders in the West, or at least perceived contenders, need point guards. That's the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Houston Rockets. The best guard out there right now seems to be Ja Morant, and he's just a clunky fit with a lot of teams. What do you think of the approach those two teams could take, and what are names out there that might interest them?
Yeah, I think to some extent you've seen those teams. They probably checked in on Harden. There's probably some conversation if the Clippers are really adamant if we don't want the money coming back. I imagine those teams might be, hey, can we route Darius Garland to us maybe? But John Morant doesn't seem like there's really much of a market. We heard it now, we're going on 3 weeks now, when it was, hey, the Grizzlies are open to this, and listening, and it doesn't sound like the offers they got were very good. Everything I was told, they were less than what Trae Young went for, which was an expiring veteran salary in C.J. McCollum and a nice role player in Corey Kispert. So the Grizzlies, I think, are looking at it and saying, hey, we're better off to keep John Morant, get him healthy. He's hurt again now with an elbow injury, but get him on the floor, rehab his value, and then either that helps us be a better team again, or we look to trade him down the line. I don't think we're in a position where we're going to see John Morant move, because there's too many questions with his health and the size of the contract for teams, especially teams like Minnesota and Houston, who are dealing with apron issues and don't have a lot of salary they want to throw back in a trade and those kind of things.
What impact has the second apron had on the market?
It's funny. You're going to hear a lot of people say, it's wrecked everything. We've had no trades, as if Luka Doncic didn't get traded last year and Jimmy Butler, and extremely complicated situations. But what it has done is, in both of those trades are good examples, it now multi-team trades are more likely to see. So for y'all there in Utah, they're sitting miles and miles under the luxury tax with a pretty big trade exception and some expiring salary. So the Jazz are in a position where, hey, we can, jump in and help facilitate, and we can take on some money in a trade if that's what need be. We've seen them do that in the past in trades. The Nets are still sitting on $15 million in cap space, so they're in a position where, hey, it's I like to say Sean Marks is standing in front of Barclays Center with a sign that says, "Send me you're tired, you're hungry, you're poor. Just send them with a draft pick, and I'm happy to have them on my team, and let's go." So I think we're in a position where these multi-team trades is going to be what's more likely. It's, one of my favorite movies, Jurassic Park, one of the enduring quotes from that is, life finds a way. And that's what happens in the NBA. These general managers find a way to make these deals happen.
Keith, are there teams you're kind of keeping an eye on that maybe haven't had their names mentioned a whole lot in trade talks, but you think could be buyers or sellers at the trade deadline that might surprise people?
Yeah, I think on the buyer side, I would look at Boston. They work in relative silence. You hear rumors related to the Celtics, but none of that ever gets done outside of the Drew Holiday trade, which was a completely different kind of thing with the timing and the specific fit and the way that could get done. But every other move that the Celtics have made with Brad Stevens there has been kind of a out of nowhere trade where it's like, whoa, wait a minute, what is happening here? So they're a team I would look at. I would look at Toronto. They've been prominently mentioned, but they are trying to add talent to that team, especially at the center position. Their challenge is finding someone who's willing to take on Jakob Poeltl's contract, because it's not looking so good further out. And then as far as sellers go, that's the kind of interesting thing is some of these teams that are sellers, like the Indiana Pacers, for example. In a regular situation, it would be like, oh, they scream seller. But they don't want to trade off guys like Pascal Siakam and Aaron Nesmith and Andrew Nembhard, because they intend, when Tyrese Halliburton is back, to be pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised if here in the next couple of days, if it's like, why are the Pacers adding this really good player when they're, in contention for the first pick? It's because they're doing a little bit of pre-agency work and trying to jump in and get something done early. So I think those are the kind of teams we're looking at. And then everybody's got Chicago circled, because they're sitting on a ton of expiring veteran contracts. And a lot of these guys are guys that they are not expected to re-sign. So it would be almost malpractice if they, kept these guys through the deadline and then just watched them all walk away. I think overwhelming returns for guys like Nikola Vucevic or Kobe White or Kevin Huerter or Ayo Dosunmu, but you can get nice returns for all those veteran players. And I think that's what they're kind of looking at right now in Chicago.
You think the fact that the Eastern Conference is wide open and doesn't seem to be really anybody's, I mean, no offense to Detroit, who's having a fine season, but do you think that will maybe encourage some Eastern Conference teams to make bigger moves?
Yeah, I think that's why you're seeing Cleveland kind of position themselves to add talent to their roster. They got DeAndre Hunter, who's been a nice player but has really struggled this year, has been surpassed by Jalen Tyson, who's on a rookie deal, and then Naquan Tomlin, who's a two-way player, has really passed him in the rotation as well, and they needed backcourt help, whether or not they do trade for James Harden. But Darius Garland, again, has missed a lot of time. So getting in Dennis Schroeder, getting in Keon Ellis, who gives them a little bit of a 3-and-D component, I think that is where you're seeing the Cavs. And that's why they're mentioned with Harden. We've heard them linked to, all right, if they can really pull off some stuff to get off a bunch of money, maybe they could throw their hat in the Giannis trade mix as well. I think that's why they're going for it. The Knicks are known to be looking for help to add to their team. Philadelphia, another team. Now they're kind of, I think, resetting a little bit of expectations in light of the Paul George suspension. They're another team, and then Boston feels pretty good about where they're at, but they're happy to add, a player or two if they can without, adding any salary. They're going to be looking at that as well. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. The East is, as much as everybody respects Detroit and knows they're very good, I think it's the old approach of you haven't done it in the playoffs yet. You haven't even won a playoff series. Prove that to us first, and then we'll fully buy in. Until then, we're going to think, hey, why not us? Why can't we make a run?
The most interesting name with the Jazz that keeps getting thrown around is Walker Kessler. And, the Jazz have had a weird amount of success at the center position this year with Yusuf Nurkic, though, again, the Jazz are sitting on 15 wins. But it does seem like the Pacers, it seems like the Wizards, it seems like teams out there that are tanking this season or willing to lose this season have expressed at least some interest in acquiring Walker, knowing that he's not going to be on the floor before the end of the year and change their record by the end of the season. What do you make of Walker Kessler? What type of money he could be looking at this summer, and why maybe there's motivation to acquire him?
Yeah, obviously bummer that he got hurt, especially for him in a contract year and didn't have the extension already locked in. So that's a tough spot to be in. But I think he's also, we kind of know what he is. He's a really good defensive center, really great rim protector, good rebounder. He's an improving offensive player. He seems to get a little bit better every year. There's some signs of maybe he'll eventually shoot it a little bit better and be a guy who can kind of play a little bit more in the pick and pop and those kind of things. So I think at that point you're looking at, he's going to get probably somewhere in the range of 25, 30 million, I would say, in average salary this summer. It won't be a max deal, but it's going to be a good, healthy contract. And if you're the Jazz and hey, we'll either give that to him outright, or somebody flies in with an offer sheet unexpectedly, we know what our number is to walk away where we'll match or not. You just hang on to him and say, all right, if you really want him, you're going to have to bowl us over. I'm sure if one of those teams started coming with, here's multiple first-round picks, meaning, real first-round picks that are, there's no protections and swaps and all these other things, but it's actual real first-round picks. Yeah, the Jazz are probably going to listen, but I don't think teams are really going to come with that kind of offer, because that can be a very hard move to sell to your fans of, hey, we just gave up a whole bunch of draft picks and you'll get to see this guy next year, assuming we get him re-signed. That's a tough sell to a fan base. So I think he probably ends up ultimately sticking right where he is.
Keith Smith is with us here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Keith, Ben and I tried desperately to come up with ideas on how to fix tanking. It feels like we talk about it a lot because the Jazz are in the middle of it, and somehow everybody's mad at the Jazz for doing it. But how do you fix tanking in the NBA? If you could do it, what would you do?
I think you eliminate protected picks outside of the lottery and top four. Those are really the spots where teams either want to be in the lottery or not, but it's hard to tell a team, hey, we're going to tank out of a potential playoff spot to be in the lottery. I know Dallas kind of did this a couple years ago, but that's not something we generally see. And then the top four, because that's where the lottery odds decide it, is if you land in the top four. You don't want to be a team that is, man, we had no protections on our pick, and we jumped from, like Dallas did last year, from the back half of the lottery up to the number one pick, and we still lost it. So I think that would eliminate the things like Utah and Washington having these mid-lottery protections on picks where it is like, all right, you're kind of tanking, but you're not fully tanking because you're not trying to be awful, but you don't want to be like you don't want to be on the borderline of one or two teams jumps and now your pick went away. So I think that's the first thing you do. Beyond that, it's going to be really, really hard. And I always bristle when people say you don't see teams tank in the NFL. And then I'm like, Sure you do. You see quarterbacks get shut down with 3 weeks to go in a season and when they don't even have a viable backup. Like that's, what is that purpose of that? It's just a different kind of thing. But I think that's probably the best step you can go to is to try to now say, all right, we've done the play-in tournament, we've done the flat and lottery odds. Next is going to be no more of these mid-lottery protected picks.
Keith, has the random snow/cold weather in the South gotten as far as Orlando? Because I'm going to be there on Saturday and then taking off on the Disney Wish on Monday.
All
so
right.
I'm hoping for
Is Jake safe? Is Jake going to survive?
Yeah, it's been chilly, especially for us. Like we were down in the low 20s, which is our plants are all dead outside. That's I don't really care where you are. That's cold. But by the time you get in here, it's supposed to be starting to warm back up this coming weekend. We've got another cold night coming tonight, and then another one on Friday or Thursday and a Friday, and then it's supposed to start warming back up to our normal winter of our chilliness of low 70s, where I'm throwing on a long sleeve shirt.
Well, we're mid-50s in Salt Lake, so it would
Jake
be...
is leaving Salt Lake to get some winter in Orlando. The first time it's ever happened.
It sounds very strange.
Yeah, it's definitely been a weird kind of winter for us, where we're not used to running our heat all night long here, and we've had to do that for several days in a row.
Well, stay warm, Keith. I can't believe we're saying that to you, but thanks for coming on.
Appreciate you jumping on.
We appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me.
Keith's done a great job. The James Harden stuff is weird. I do agree with him. I think Walker ultimately is going to stay in Utah, and I think the Jazz are going to get a better price on him than people think.
Yeah, we'll see.
I just think you're going to scare people off by everyone knows you're going to re-sign him. And look, I just don't think the Wizards are going to go out there and say, here's $150 or $160 million on a restricted contract, on a restricted free agent contract. I'd be really surprised. And that doesn't mean I think the Jazz are going to try and cheap out on Walker. They're going to pay him what he's worth. But, like he said, Jakob Poeltl's making $120+ million now. Walker's going to get paid. I just don't think anyone's going to go absolutely crazy over Walker this summer.
All it takes is one.
It does. It only takes one. I agree.
And and I've heard the scared off with the match thing a bunch of times, and that hasn't necessarily been the case.
Other than teams usually match. Teams do usually match. And we don't. A lot of players don't get the restricted free agency very often anymore.
DeAndre Ayton got a restricted free agency deal.
He was also a former number 1 overall pick who had been good. I think he'd already been to the finals, right? Like Walker's not gotten close to that. So I'm with you. It's not out of the question. It can happen. I just don't know if Walker's going to get this fortune that I think some people fear. I could be wrong.
All right, let's give away some let's give away some tickets. 801-575-ZONE. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. I really didn't mean to do that. We're going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to go see the Jazz and the Kings on Wednesday, February 11th at the Delta Center. Tip off at 7 o'clock. 801-575-ZONE. Stay tuned. We'll get to Cole Bagley coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
We're joined once again by David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
Morning with talent that is fully developed, not in a youth movement, but rather on the backside of a career of excellence. The masters of the morning, looking as good as they possibly could for their old age. And absolutely the contrast of where the Utah Jazz are right now with young, potential developing talent. You are fully developed talent. You were not bothered at 22 years old by the tens of thousands of dollars you had flowing in. This is potential fully developed at its most excellent. DJ and PK.
Thank you, David.
You guys are awesome.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Hey guys, Valentine's Day is coming up fast. Skip the scramble this year and score big at Duke's Jewelers in Springville. From sparkling diamonds to everyday gold favorites, Duke's has gifts that guarantee you the win. Whether you're going all out with a forever piece or keeping it sweet and simple, Duke's will help you find the perfect match. Plus, they gift wrap, are local, and make you look like you planned ahead. Make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Visit Duke's Jewelers at 220 South Main Street in Springville. Duke's Jewelers. Elevate every moment.
For years I've said this, when it comes to the person you love, there are 3 dates you never, ever want to forget or overlook. 1, birthday. 2, anniversary. 3, it's Valentine's Day. And the perfect place to celebrate Valentine's Day with the one you love, it's Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. First of all, of course, the best food you have ever had. But the ambiance, the wait service is absolutely incredible. And we have 2 locations. 1, Hotel Park City, up in the mountains after a day of skiing. That would be perfect. And of course, also in downtown Salt Lake City at 275 South West Temple. The steaks are divine. You're going to love the seafood dishes, poultry, whatever it is, cooked to perfection at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Be sure to make your reservations now for Valentine's Day.
Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our community. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the JJ and Alex Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday. And the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Jazz at 30 update. Here's Will Hardy on how Isaiah Collier has played in Keontae George's absence.
I thought Zay picked his spots really well. It didn't feel like he was forcing anything tonight. He continues to do a great job one-on-one of picking a hip and getting low and being really physical, playing off 2 feet. Since Zay has really been able to adopt that 2-foot mentality in the paint, his decision-making has gotten better. His turnovers have gone down. His finishing has improved. I think it's been a big breakthrough for him.
Jazz at 30 is brought to you by University of Utah Health. At University of Utah Health, hope is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we're teaming up with Beehive Meals, honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contests and listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week.
So, the interesting aspect of the James Harden for Darius Garland trade is that you're trading a young player for an older player, which is generally a no-no, especially an older player. James Harden is clearly in the twilight of his career. He's still very good during the regular season. He's never been a great postseason player. This is, though, why the Jazz bet on Donovan Mitchell not sticking around in Cleveland for the long term and wanted assets through the end of this decade, hoping that this team would make enough mistakes or not win enough that they had to make radical changes and enter a rebuild, and the Jazz would own their picks. And now you look at the Jazz still having a Cleveland Cavaliers pick in 2027 and a Cleveland Cavaliers pick in 2029 and a swap for their pick in 2028. And you recognize, as you like to say, the Jazz have them by the short hairs a little bit. This is a Cleveland team that can't truly sink to the bottom because they don't own their own picks, but don't really have a great pathway to improve long term. Mm-hmm. So they could trade Donovan Mitchell this summer. They could bring in James Harden, and they could have LeBron next year. LeBron is showing some levels of futility with the Lakers this season. They're just a mediocre team. And I don't know how long James Harden's going to be able to stay healthy or LeBron's going to stay healthy. And if you lose players like Donovan or Darius Garland or Jared Allen, or you have to include an Evan Mobley in a trade this summer, you could really, truly be a bad basketball team by 2028 and 2029, and the Jazz are entering their run of making the playoffs for several years in a row, and then have the same advantage that we've seen the Oklahoma City Thunder have, which is continue to have lottery picks coming to your roster while you're in the playoffs yourself. This is the design. Will it come true? I don't know, but that was the hope when the Jazz made those trades in 2022.
When was the last time that trading for a star, I'm not just talking about all-star, although we could split hairs there if you want to, actually resulted in success? We can define success however we want, but give me an example. Like Tyrese Halliburton, that was a successful trade, obviously, but he was not a star at the time. So I'm talking like...
Okay, I'll say Anthony Davis. Okay. That's the one that jumps out to me. The Lakers have a title, which you discard, but they won a title because they traded for Anthony Davis.
Kind of.
Yeah.
And it wasn't immediately per se, but okay, that could be an example.
It's within 18 months, I think. That would be the big one for me.
Let's see. Miami signed Chris Bosh and LeBron James, so that was not a trade. Trading for Melo didn't work out for the Knicks.
Kevin Garnett did work.
Trade for the Celtics.
For the Celtics. They won the championship.
Okay.
I just don't know how often this stuff really works. I mean, those are examples.
Yeah.
The Jazz traded Darren Williams to the Nets. It didn't work. Mm-hmm. The Oklahoma City Thunder, or I guess the Clippers, traded for Paul George. Didn't work. I mean, I guess what I'm getting at is, there might be more examples of trading for the star player not working than actually working.
Let's just go back. Let's run back to this. Is that all right?
Yeah.
The Oklahoma City Thunder won a title last year. Was a trade, but as you mentioned, Shea was not a star when they traded for him, and then they drafted extraordinarily well with Chet.
It's actually an example to the contrary.
Right. Boston Celtics the year before that, same thing. Right, they drafted extremely well with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
Credit Danny.
In fact, the big swing trade that they've made was the Kyrie Irving trade, and that did not work.
Denver Nuggets before that drafted Nikola Jokic.
Everybody
drafted Jamal Murray. They traded for Aaron Gordon,
but not a star.
Not a star. Before that, Golden State Warriors 2022. That was post Kevin Durant, and they also didn't trade for Kevin Durant.
They did not.
They used a loophole in the spiking salary cap to sign him. Milwaukee Bucks did acquire Drew Holiday.
Not a star.
I think he'd made an All-Star game, but certainly not the caliber.
Not what we're talking about.
No, that's like acquiring Mike Conley.
No, we're talking like
top 10 player.
Well, we're talking about Anthony Davis or Carmelo Anthony, holding their team ransom for a trade, basically, or a star that everybody's bidding for.
Okay, and then there are the two back-to-back that I do think fit the criteria of we traded for a star. Lakers get Anthony Davis, Toronto Raptors get Kawhi Leonard. Those are very legitimate. We traded for a star and we won.
Yep, that might have been the height of it.
Warriors, Cavs.
But did Toronto really win? They did.
They won a championship.
Let me swap out win for did that work? It did, but what did they really get? They got 1 year of relevance and then
nothing since.
Nothing but purgatory.
But you do have your forever ring, and that's up to the teams to decide if they would want it.
I would say that worked kind of, though. I mean, the Lakers didn't want to trade for Luka to win just last year. They want Luka to be there for a decade or whatever. So, but anyway, you can throw that into the work category. That's fine.
Cavaliers in 2016, no, that was LeBron returning. Warriors with Durant, no. San Antonio in 2014, no. Miami, no, with LeBron. Mavericks before that was Dirk. Lakers before that, 2010, was Kobe.
They made the trade for Pau Gasol?
They didn't make the trade for Pau.
So that was probably a star. That probably qualifies.
So you're going back to 2009. They win back-to-back titles. And actually, let's go to 2008 because that's Boston's title where they traded for KG. So since 2008, which is 17 years ago, 18 years ago now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 titles have been the result of trading for a star.
And there are a couple in there that are arguable. James Harden himself has been traded more than 5 times now.
Yeah, I mean, it's less than a third.
You know what I mean?
Less than a third of the titles are a result of trading for a star. And I would say only maybe 2 of them are a result of trading for a number 1 player on your team. Bringing Kawhi is the best player on the Raptors. They win that way. Mm-hmm. KG was probably the best player on that Celtics team. That's why they win.
Well, Paul Pierce would disagree.
Paul Pierce would, yeah.
But he doesn't have rational opinions about anything.
Correct.
Otherwise, he was not the leading scorer. He was not. He was like the 3rd leading scorer. I don't even know
KG?
If I would. Yeah, I don't know if I would say KG was the best player on those teams. He did the stuff nobody else wanted to do, and he was really good at it.
But Kawhi obviously was the best player on that team. Anthony Davis was not the best player on the Lakers team. That was still LeBron. So you're probably and Pau Gasol was the 2nd best player on the team behind Kobe. So you're probably needing to have a legit top 5 or 6 guy on your roster, which Kobe was at the time. They didn't have a top 5 player in Boston before they got KG. They didn't have a top 5 player in in Toronto. But they did have one with the Lakers both times, bringing in Anthony Davis and bringing in Pau Gasol.
Siakam was arguably an all-star at that point.
Uh-huh. And they still also didn't win a title.
Yeah, right. I mean, I'm just
unless
saying.
you're talking about Toronto.
But it's kind of funny, team building is really fascinating, and we get all caught up in, well, if Giannis is available, you've got to do everything you possibly can to get that guy. And I just don't know if that's true. Again, James Harden has been the star that's moved from Houston to, where was he first? Brooklyn and then Philly? Or was it Philly and then Brooklyn?
OKC, Houston, Brooklyn, Philly, and then Brooklyn? Yeah, I think you're right.
And then the Clippers. I mean, he's been the star that's been.
Brooklyn and Philly, because he got traded for Ben Simmons.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. That's right.
was a bad trade.
For who?
Everybody. You name it.
They're all bad trades.
Everyone except Houston, who has all these picks now from Brooklyn still.
I mean, I remember when Brook Lopez was when he was going to be traded from the Nets. That was the big, everybody was lining up to make that trade. I don't know how often it works out.
Can we take this analysis a step further?
Quote, big game hunting.
Let's go a little bit deeper on this. What happened to the teams that traded the star? So let's go back to the teams that traded the
OKC
star.
got better eventually from the Paul George trade, meaning...
Right.
Yeah.
They did get better. But we can go back to the teams that gave up the player that ended up winning the championship. So obviously Minnesota did not win the Kevin Garnett trade.
No.
That was a disaster. They got Al Jefferson and Ryan Gomes, I think, and just like a bunch of nothing. It didn't work out at all. The Pelicans traded Anthony Davis. It did not work out at all. I have a hard time blaming Anthony Davis trade for that beyond just the Benson's mediocrity as ownership.
Well, they didn't have an option.
Then they didn't have an option.
And
you're right.
The Timberwolves didn't have an option. I mean, sometimes, honestly, Oklahoma City, the Thunder didn't have an option. A lot of these teams, there's more nuance than they just I'd like to part ways with Kevin Garnett today.
The Spurs traded Kawhi and got DeMar DeRozan back.
And Kawhi was refusing to play.
And he wasn't going to stay there.
They didn't have an option either.
They were forced into it. It didn't necessarily make them better. The Grizzlies traded Pau Gasol. They didn't get better, though. They kind of bounced back relatively quickly because they didn't recognize how good Marc Gasol was going to be.
Marc Gasol in the trade, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And he ended up being a very good player.
And he ended up being a borderline Hall of Famer. So
No, so what I'm curious about is, does it absolutely devastate you? And I think the truth is it probably does not. Rarely, Minnesota is devastated. Horrible ownership group, kind of a horrible franchise historically, and they've bounced back recently. The Pelicans trade AD. They're just a horrible franchise, though, and again, they were kind of forced. The Spurs are a good franchise, and they found a way to survive.
Well, not only were the Pelicans forced, but they were forced to trade him there. That's another thing. They were forced to trade him to the Lakers. Yeah. Minnesota was forced to trade Kevin Garnett to the Celtics.
Yeah.
Kawhi tried to force his way to LA.
He certainly didn't want to go to Toronto.
And ended up in Toronto, so that's not, the same. The Jazz are so smart not to listen to Donovan Mitchell wanting to go to the Knicks.
Let's see. We got a big trade coming.
We'll trade you wherever.
Let's see. Big trade. Just coming down. Very surprising. Whoa, including the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
The Utah Jazz are trading for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Whoa.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks. This is a huge trade for the Utah Jazz.
Wow, that is a huge trade for the Jazz. Breaking news.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the type of player the Jazz have needed to come in and cement the front court, right? He's going to come in and be a major defensive piece for the Utah Jazz. So you are giving up on Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future firsts. Obviously, we're going to have to see the quality of these first-round picks, but that is a blockbuster among blockbusters. And really the first for the Utah Jazz since 2022. This is a huge, huge move.
Wow, I'm just trying to digest this, honestly. The 3 future firsts is the meat of the deal, obviously. I don't know if the Jazz opinion on Taylor Hendricks is all that high. I think they like Walt Clayton, but everything else is just filler. I mean, I've always really liked Jaren Jackson Jr. He needs to be a better rebounder.
I wish he rebounded. He is a former Defensive Player of the Year. He's truly one of the great defensive players in the NBA. He's a 2-time blocks champion. He's a 2-time All-Star. And the key for him is he's 26 years old.
Yeah.
Like, you're acquiring a 26-year-old 2-time All-Star who fixes your flaws on your roster.
One thing that the Jazz have not really utilized with Lauri Markkanen that Cleveland did was they put him at the 3, and all of a sudden they were the biggest team in the league by a mile. I don't know how this affects their plans for Walker Kessler, but if you start Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen as your front court.
And Ace Bailey?
They're huge. And then Ace Bailey goes into the back court?
Yeah, we'll have to see the picks. The picks are going to be a big part of this trade. I would suspect you're including the Phoenix Suns 2031 pick. I would suspect you're including the Lakers pick next year, which is top 4 protected and probably one of the Timberwolves or Cavaliers pick that's still going. I would be surprised if the Jazz were including their own picks in it, but they certainly could. Because you have to give up some real draft capital.
Well, if they're trying to be good, I'd include my own picks. You know what I mean? Like, I'd bet against Cleveland being good to a previous conversation.
If you think you're going to be good.
You know, I would bet against Phoenix being good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I might include my own picks. It's obviously more complicated than that. But
the nice thing about your own picks is if it doesn't work out, you control your own ability to tank. If you just trade other people's picks, doesn't matter. You can give up their stuff, and it doesn't really bother you. So that's the advantage of holding on to your own picks. But your logic is totally correct. If you think you're going to be good, trade your own picks. Trade your 2027 pick next year if you think you're going to make the playoffs. But this is a monumental trade. I mean, this is exactly the type of player you've got to be looking for to pair with Lowry, Markkanen, and maybe Walker. I mean, if Lowry's going to shift down to the 3...
That's what I'm saying. Then you're huge all of a sudden.
Then you're huge, and Ace Bailey at the 2. The question is, do the Jazz think Jaren Jackson Jr. is a 5? And if they think he's a 5, they've just moved on from Walker Kessler. Because that's a real possibility. But you're right, Jaren Jackson Jr. just does not rebound the ball ever. He's a very poor rebounder, and that's a hard thing to deal with as a 5.
He is under contract, too, for a long time. He's making 35 this year. Then this must be where the extension kicks in. 49 next year, 50 the year after that, 52, and then a player option for 53.5. So he's under contract until at earliest 2029.
Yeah, no, this is a major investment in the playoffs beginning next year in Utah. Obviously, it's too late to do that now. The Jazz are going to tank the rest of this season. I'll be curious how much we see Jaren Jackson Jr. this year. But this is a sign that this is over, that this will be done. And again, maybe this year's draft pick is included. I would be absolutely shocked if that was the case. I don't think the Jazz are going to be willing to give up this year's pick. But this is the sign that, Memphis Grizzlies are pulling the plug. He is their best player. He's better than John Morant at this point in his career.
Sure is.
So they are starting over. They also traded Desmond Bane in the offseason. So the Jazz get a major, major piece, a high-level player in Jaren Jackson.
You know, he shoots 36% from 3.
He's
I don't know if they make him the big. I don't know if that's the right spot for him.
Yeah, he's probably got to play the 4. In all honesty, I think he's probably got to play the 4.
But I love that concept. I guess that's what I'm saying. I love that idea of having him at the 4. That doesn't work if he can't shoot a lick, but I mean, that's more than serviceable. 36, he shoots 5 a game.
Yeah, no, he is a modern big. He's exactly what you're looking for. Like the stretch 4-5 big man that defends the rim and shoots the 3 and opens up your offense. Clearly, the Jazz loved what Jusuf Nurkic brought to the team. Clearly, right? They were very excited about the ability to have 5 out. And look, maybe you still have Walker on this roster, but you can play legitimately 20 minutes with Jaren Jackson Jr. as your starting center and have the ability to space the floor significantly.
How about that for breaking news during the show, Ben? True, at the end of the show. But at the show, breaking news during the show, the Jazz are making a deal. The Memphis Grizzlies are trading forward Jaren Jackson Jr., John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams Jr. to the Jazz in exchange for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks.
Huge trade.
Man, everything's always the same until it isn't, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing how that stuff just flips in an instant. It's part of what I love about this job. We bumped Cole Bagley. Sorry, Cole. Big news coming out. But Cole's appearance on the show is usually brought to you by our friends at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together. And for the Mammoth fans out there, make sure you follow all of Cole's great work at KSLSports.com. More next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Thursday on KSL.
On the face of it, it's a harmless prank.
Doorbell ditching, a game that generations of children played, has taken a frightening turn.
All you could see was a hoodie and a mask.
The KSL investigators set out to understand why a once silly prank,
it looked like a handgun. He just firing it at us,
seems to be more dangerous today.
You don't know whose door you're going to go knock on or pound on.
Ding Dong Danger, Thursday at 10.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my.
Jacob in 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. If you missed the breaking news in the last segment, the Jazz are making a huge trade with the Memphis Grizzlies. Jaren Jackson Jr., John Conchar, Jacques Landale, Vince Williams Jr. are coming to the Jazz, Walt Clayton Jr., Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks are going to Memphis. Now, thanks to Jake Fisher, we have the what those picks are, Ben. The Jazz are trading their most favorable 2027 first-round pick, and they have 3, Cleveland, Minnesota, and their own. The Lakers' 2027 first-round pick and Phoenix's 2031 first-round pick. Those are the ones that are going to Memphis. So 2 first-round picks in 2027 are going to Memphis.
So most favorable is always dangerous. You trade a most favorable 2027 pick, whatever happens to it, it's basically unprotected. And not only is it unprotected, it's if something goes wrong with Cleveland, like we just talked about, they're in the lottery, they win number 1, you lose that pick. I mean, that's dangerous for the Jazz, and then you don't have that Lakers pick either. But the advantage of paying off the picks right away, not this season, you get to hold on to your pick this year, which the Jazz are going to continue to tank for, I would imagine. But what you do have the ability to do is if it goes wrong and you have to abandon this style of immediate rebuild, which you've accelerated very quickly, you control your own picks. Teams get in trouble, the Milwaukee Bucks, the list goes on, who give up on all their own picks and then don't have the ability to recoup them. Phoenix Suns are in this issue right now. If you make a big trade for Kevin Durant or for Damian Lillard and it fails, and now you don't own any of your future picks, you're left having to trade your best players just to try and get other people's picks back so you can control your rebuild. The Jazz don't have to worry about that now. So that's one part of the trade that I would give the Jazz an A+ on. What I like about Jaren Jackson Jr. is he's 26 years old and he's a 2-time All-Star, and he immediately comes in and sets a defensive identity, a former Defensive Player of the Year, where the Jazz have been the worst defensive team for a long time. And it's actually not that hard to get better defensively. Go get good defensive players. And Jaren Jackson Jr. is one of the premier defenders in the league. But there are huge questions now from here. What happens with Walker Kessler? I don't know what you do with him, because you have $50 million going to Jaren Jackson Jr., you have $45 million going to Lauri Markkanen. You're going to be giving Keontae George probably 35 plus in the next few years. Like, you probably can't pay Walker 25 or 30 this year. So you've got 48 hours to figure out what you're going to do with Walker Kessler. And if other teams are going to come in and try and give him a huge contract this summer, even if that's $30 million, you're probably better off trading Walker in the next 24 hours, 48 hours, and trying to get some of these picks back.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm a little intrigued with putting Walker with this front line, but of course, as you point out, the salaries make that a little bit more difficult, and they do have to pay Keontae George at some point. In fact, when is Keontae due for his extension?
They could extend him this summer, but they don't have to until a summer from now, until 2027. He'll be restricted.
So he's technically got one more year after this one.
Yes. But Jazz fans, this is a sign that the tank is almost over. Not over. Jazz are going to get their pick this year. I mean, that's going to be the plan. I don't think you're going to see a lot of Jaren Jackson Jr. down the stretch, probably here and there in pieces just to see how it works. But I don't think the Jazz are going to risk losing their pick this year because they acquired Jaren Jackson Jr., because if you really want to win a title or you really want to compete, have Ace Bailey, have Lowry, have Keontae George, have Jaren Jackson Jr., and then throw A.J. DeBonta into that mix, and you've got a stew going, as they like to say.
Got yourself a stew going.
You're really cooking there at that point. So very fascinating, a fascinating move, and the right type of move that I don't think closes the Jazz's pathways. I think it opens it up. This isn't an all-in move. It's a major move, but it's by no means an all-in move.
Is it any chance it becomes official today?
Yeah.
Because I hate those broadcasts so much because I got to do Jazz pre-half and post where you have to dance around it because it's not official.
Yeah, you may not be able to. That would be awkward. And then it's like, why are all these players not playing? Why are none of these guys on the floor?
I remember we were at the Stars game, like one of the day games with the kids when Rodney Hood got traded.
Mm-hmm.
And I was in the middle of talking to Jonathan Reinhardt, who is the president of the Stars, but was head of PR for the Jazz and knew Rodney Hood really well. So it was like, Jonathan, Rodney Hood got traded. What do you think about that? He's like, I can't talk about it.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're talking about. Wrong number.
Really interesting for Memphis. I think they trade Ja now if they can, but also everyone's going to say, you got to trade Ja, so we're not going to pay top dollar for him because you have to.
No, it's Memphis. They're going to keep Ja.
But they're clearly, they honestly could keep John and then try and retool around him. Should be insane.
$28 million trade exception, so the Jazz are eating that salary?
Yeah. Yeah, because the Jazz aren't sending, okay, and we need to also pay attention to this. I'm sorry, I'm trying to digest a lot of this. Who the Jazz have going out is also a big deal here. You know, these are players the Jazz have invested a lot in. The Jazz are sending Kyle Anderson, George Niang, Taylor Hendricks, and Walt Clayton. Now, Taylor Hendricks is the one they invested the most in because you lost an entire season to get him. You know, you tanked a season to get him, at least the second half of a season to go out and get Taylor, and it never quite worked out. And the injury played a major part in that. We'll never know what he could have become, but you would hope that one day he could have become Jaren Jackson Jr., and now you have him. Kyle Anderson was never going to be a part of the future. George Niang was never going to be a part of the future. Walt Clayton really could have been, but I think the Jazz have also liked what they've gotten from Isaiah Collier in recent weeks.
Wow.
I mean, he's playing well.
Huge news.
That's crazy. That's one of the 5 biggest trades in Utah Jazz history, no question about it.
Jazz acquiring Jaren Jackson Jr. from the Memphis Grizzlies in exchange for what Ben just said there, but mainly 3 first-round picks.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, Vince Williams also coming to Utah.
But those guys are all, the only one that's under contract next year is
Conchar and Vince Williams both have money next year, but yeah, I think they're
Conchar is the only one guaranteed. Vince Williams is team option.
Yeah. Who's been okay at times in his career. We'll see. We'll see what the Jazz decide.
Jock Landale is free agent, which, yeah, I don't think he'll be on the Jazz next year.
Agreed. Jaren Jackson Jr. is also, we should note, of my knowledge of him, I don't think I've talked to him since he was here for the Salt Lake City Summer League a long time ago, is like exceptional culturally. He's one of these guys who is a high level person. In addition to being a great basketball player, I don't think he comes in and causes trouble.
He doesn't have the jaw bug.
He doesn't have the jaw bug. No, by all accounts, he's a good teammate and very well liked around the NBA and very well respected, as is the case generally, not always, but generally with Michigan State kids. He's a Michigan State guy.
If he does, and I'm not saying he does, but if he does choose to attend a gentleman's club, he goes in unarmed.
You hope so.
All right, stay tuned. Don't give me that weird look, Lloyd. Scotty G's coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy, but man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz are in Indiana to play the Pacers. The game tips off at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow night, the Detroit Red Wings are at the Delta Center to face the Mammoth. That game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. BYU's at Oklahoma State at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State's at New Mexico at 9 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com. DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. As Hans Olsen has moved on to the corporate world, we're looking for the next great Utah sports radio talent.
There's something for everyone.
While we do that, you get stuck with this guy.
Hey, everybody, here's our star.
This is Scotty G and friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome on in. All right, I was going to start the show by just kind of laying out what the future holds. I tried to give this big tease on Twitter this morning, say, hey, listen at high noon. I'm going to lay out the future of the show. And I'm going to do that eventually, probably around 12:30. I promise. But Danny, Austin Ainge, the Utah Jazz kind of threw a wrench into things.
Justin
Zanuck, the rest of the crew. This has Zanuck written on it a little bit too. So Ben Anderson's hanging out with me again. Hans Olsen is ridden off into the sunset. I will give you all the details on that, but this is why you listen to this show. This is why you listen to the station. Is when news breaks, we're here for you. When you're at your emotional peak, we're here for you. So let's talk trade.
But I'm not your long-term co-host.
Do you want to be?
I would love to, but I don't think Jake's going to let me go. Okay. Or maybe he'd gladly. I don't know. I guess I didn't ask him. But if people are tuning in, that's not the plan.
Yeah, I'm not as of right now. Okay, here's a sneak peek. When people ask me what the long-term plan is, I say, I don't know.
Okay.
That's the answer right now. Yeah. I don't know. We'll get to that, though. All right, initial thoughts. Jazz acquired Jaren Jackson Jr., 26 years old, 3 years left on a monster contract. The final year that will pay him $52 million, so he's locked down. The Jazz give up on the Taylor Hendricks experience. Kyle Anderson, Walter Clayton, Gorgeous Georges. Yeah, we hardly knew you in round number 2.
Yep.
And then 3 future first-round picks. Now the Jazz, obviously the big one in this is Jaren Jackson, Jacques Londell back in Utah. Mm-hmm. Of course, a lot of BYU fans are familiar with him. But let's talk about the Jaren Jackson part of this. And give me Vince Williams, I know, and others are involved, but it's Jaren Jackson.
If the Jazz were going to make a serious push ever, they had to get better defensively. Full stop. That had to be where it started. The Jazz are a good offensive team. Will Hardy has proven to be a very good offensive coach. He's had good offenses with bad offensive players or mediocre offensive players, and he's found a way to make that side of the ball work. But they have been really, really bad defensively for the entire Will Hardy experience. And is that a Will Hardy problem? They really haven't had good defensive players on the team. And honestly, there's no magic, Scotty, to be getting better defensively. The same way you do it offensively. You go get players who are good on that side of the ball. And Jaren Jackson Jr. is one of the best in the business on the defensive end of the floor. He's a 2-time all-defensive team member. He's has won Defensive Player of the Year. He's a 2 times blocks champion. He is a major, major difference maker on defense.
So talk short-term, long-term. How does this affect the Jazz short-term? How does it affect them long-term?
Short-term, I don't know how much we're going to see him the rest of this year.
Yeah.
You still want to hold on to this lottery pick. You're in pretty good position
Which, ironically
to do it.
enough, is tied to Memphis.
But Oklahoma City is where it goes.
Oklahoma City, sorry.
Yeah.
My bad, yeah.
It is tied to Memphis because Memphis is the next closest team to the Jazz in the standings. And if Memphis, who is now tanking, because they're going to sell off everything, were to jump the Jazz, it really does change the likelihood that the Jazz hold on to that pick. So you're right, it does impact Memphis quite a bit and the Jazz. But the Jazz are going to hold on to this pick. They're going to add this to the mix, and that will be the team. I mean, that will at least be that'll be the core. I mean, what this signals to me is a huge investment in Keontae George, a huge investment in Lauri Markkanen. Like, no question, those are the 2 main offensive faces, and your offensive faces are your stars. And Jaren Jackson Jr., who, by the way, is not coming in to be your 3rd star. Jaren Jackson is a great player. He's got more all-star appearances than Lauri and Keontae combined. And like you said, he's signed through 2030, which is just crazy in the NBA. That's a long-term contract, but it's great because he's 26 years old. You know, he matches the timeline. In fact, we were talking during the break. He bridges the timeline between the Jazz's young players and Lauri Markkanen, assuming the Jazz are holding on to Lauri Markkanen. I mean, I guess the weird thing is now, because of the picks that the Jazz included, which is the Suns' 2031 pick, the Lakers pick next year, which is top 4 protected, and a pick next year that could be the Jazz's or could be the Cavs or could be the Timberwolves. Truthfully, if the Jazz wanted to go out and do something crazy beyond this, you could include a Lauri Markkanen or a Walker Kessler, if not both. Like, if the Jazz wanted to get absolutely nuts, and I don't want to get too far away from the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade, but you could go out and say, we're going to bring Giannis in. It's going to be Keontae, Giannis, and Jaren Jackson Jr., and you're going to trade Lauri and Walker to get them and all the rest of your future picks. Like, you've started to lay out the foundation for a real contender now by bringing in Jaren Jackson Jr., or you just run, like you said, with Lauri, Keontae, and Jaren, and you're in really good shape.
All right. If there's one player that's on the Jazz roster right now that's saying, it's got to be Walker Kessler, right?
Has to be. So here's the interesting thing about Jaren Jackson Jr. He's a true 4-5. He's a bit of a tweener. You remember who the Memphis Grizzlies drafted a year and a half ago? It was Zach Edey.
Yeah.
They thought they needed to have a center to play next to Jaren Jackson Jr. Jaren's not a good rebounder. He does not rebound the ball. It's like 6 a game, which is just very low for a 4 and extraordinarily low for a 5. So what approach do the Jazz feel like they want to take? Because I believe, and I think the Jazz believe, that Lauri is best as a 4. He's a power forward. That's where you get the most advantages from him and his ability to move off the ball. Well, if Lauri's a 4 and you think that's where he's best, you probably want Jaren at the 5 as much as possible, but not exclusively. I don't think he can be a full-time 5. But if he's going to have to play some 5, how much are you willing to invest in Walker Kessler if you know Jaren's got to get 25 minutes a night at 5?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you're not willing to give Walker Kessler $35 million or $30 million. And if that's the question, now all these Indiana Pacers teams, these Washington Wizards type teams that have inquired about Walker, do you say, if you're going to pay him 30, we can't pay him 30 and play him 25 minutes a night. So we've got to seriously examine those trade offers. Maybe you recoup some of those draft picks that you just sent out in a trade for Walker, and it keeps your ability open to have some malleability with your team building.
What do you think the market is for Walker Kessler with the injuries, but obviously the talent that we've seen when he is healthy?
I do think it's always dangerous to go out and try and poach a restricted free agent. It's always dangerous to do, and the Indiana Pacers have been burned by it. They tried to sign DeAndre Ayton and weren't able to get him away from the Phoenix Suns. And, the Jazz have had their own problems trying to poach restricted free agents historically, Corey Maggette and Jason Terry. So it does scare teams off. But now that the Jazz have a lot of roster money committed to Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr., and knowing that Keontae is going to get paid, if not this summer, next summer, some teams probably say we could put the Jazz in a difficult spot by giving Walker a big deal that maybe they have to pass on responsibly. To maintain responsible bookkeeping, they have to pass on Walker. And if the Jazz feel like they're going to be cornered in that spot, maybe they are aggressive before the trade deadline to move him. So, the market, it could be 25 because teams are so scared that the Jazz are going to match it, whatever. There just aren't, offers just don't come in. Or the teams could say, ooh, we think we can put the Jazz between a rock and a hard place with this type of trade, and so we're going to really go for it. Or with this type of offer, so we're going to go for it.
Is there any chance that we look back 2-3 years and say, oh, boy, we just needed to give Taylor Hendricks a little bit more time? Or
no,
he is what he
because
is?
The best of Taylor Hendricks is Jaren Jackson Jr.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's fair. That's a great point. Yeah,
that's the gamble the Jazz were more than willing to take here, and I do think the injury played a part in it. I do think the fact that Taylor's been a little slow to grasp some of the things that he's been asked to do since he come back have probably played a part in it. And again, the other part of it is just like, Scotty, you just don't get 26-year-old two-time All-Stars who are under contract for 5 more seasons come available very often. I mean, that's why everyone wanted Lauri Markkanen, right? He was going to be signed to a long-term contract, and you were going to control his rights for the future. 5 years of a player is an eternity in the NBA. At a high number, $50 million is not cheap. You're paying him all-star prices. You're not getting a discount on Jaren Jackson Jr.'s services, but the fact that you're not running into a contract negotiation with him in 18 months is such a major advantage for a team. So I just think ultimately you said, yeah, you're going to have to give up, you're going to have to break some eggs if you want to make an omelet, but this is a heck of an omelet for the Utah Jazz.
Around the landscape of the NBA, are people looking at this and saying Memphis is going rebuild and maybe there's some fire that heats up on Ja?
Absolutely. Yeah, they have to trade Ja. In fact, I wouldn't imagine he ends up in Houston or Minnesota in the next 48 hours. They're going to get rid of their guards now. They might as well start all the way over. Like I said, they're just behind the Jazz in the tanking race. Now, just behind, it's 5 games. It's a huge gap, actually, with 35 games left to play. They're not going to be able to catch the Jazz, I don't think, because I don't think, again, the Jazz are going to run Jaren Jackson Jr. out there to play a whole lot to risk losing this lottery pick. But, yeah, they want to improve their draft pick as much as possible, and they're hoping that they can get their replacement for Ja and Jaren in this year's draft.
And that's going to be so the Jazz hold on to their pick this year. So let's say, hypothetically, they're top 5, top 4 in this upcoming NBA draft. You've got, and let's say for the short run, Lauri Markkanen is still on the team. Walker Kessler is not. And then you throw Jaren Jackson Jr. into the mix as well. Based on this year's NBA draft and what could be available 1 through 5, this team, and then with Lauri Markkanen that you can move pretty quickly, this team can rebuild really fast.
No, this thing could always get going really quickly, and the Jazz have kept their powder dry. They drafted players, but they've kept their powder dry. And you bring in a player. I mean, we haven't even talked about Ace Bailey and the fact that you look now across the line for the Utah Jazz, and their starting lineup is going to be Keontae George, Ace Bailey, Lauri Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., and insert center here, unless Jaren Jackson moves up to the 5, and then you're finding a 3. AJ DeBonsa might look pretty good there if that ends up being your guy, or Darren Peterson at the 2, and then you move Ace Bailey to the 3. But you're massive. You've got a massive lineup, and then yes, if you feel like you need to add something this summer, you've kept your powder dry. You can still pull the trigger on a big trade. And it was something that always stuck out to me talking about Justin Zanuck is when the Jazz made these trades in 2022. I was on a Zoom call because we were still kind of doing some of the Zoom call stuff. And Justin said to the media, he said, we don't have enough assets to make 1 superstar move. We have enough to make 2.
Yeah.
And that's still true. You just made 1. You just spent a lot of your cash, C-A-C-H-E, your cash of assets to get a star. You still have enough to get another one if you want to. And we'll see what happens with this pick. If this pick ends up top 3 or 4, you probably hold on to it and you make the pick. If it's 5, 6, 7, you have a very valuable trade piece for other teams that are saying, hey, we've got a star we're willing to give you because we want to start our rebuild the same way the Memphis Grizzlies just did.
When you so these next 48 hours, how active do you think the phones are ringing for the Utah Jazz?
A lot. this again, I think this starts the process. Now, that doesn't mean that there are more coming.
Yeah.
But I do think the Jazz recognize that they have begun the process of radically exiting this rebuild. Now, not so radical that they're going to be out of it again before April 13th when the season ends. That's a month and a half away or 2.5 months away. They're not going to go nuts trying to lose their pick. But that this summer, the Jazz are going to be serious about improving this team. And by just adding Jaren Jackson Jr., I don't think you're competing for a title by itself.
No.
But I do think you've put yourself closer to that situation where if you want to start competing, you can, and why would you wait now? I mean, Lauri Markkanen's 28, Jaren Jackson Jr. is 26, Keontae George is good enough to start helping you win. What are you waiting for at this point? Like, you don't sit back another summer and just say, like, let's see how it goes. I honestly think there's probably more moves to come, whether that's, in the next 48 hours, which could be aggressive, or could be over the summer, and you wait and see what happens with your draft pick.
Regardless of the team, do you anticipate Giannis is moved at trade deadline? I'm going to go no.
Yeah, I think no. I still think no.
Okay.
I've said no. I just think you wait until teams get really desperate because they had a bad offseason, and you let this dust settle a little bit more.
That would be my thought. And then you got the contract issue with him too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you don't want a 1-year rental on Giannis.
Yeah, he has to accept an extension by October.
Yeah.
If he's going to re-sign. So, yeah, if you trade now, you better have his real approval that he wants to be on your team long term. You may have more time to sell him on it in the summer. Of saying, hey, not only are we acquiring you now, but we've got these other moves in the aggregate that are going to support this being your team and built around you to have success going forward.
So, all right, so let's, again, just look at the roster as is, and let's take Walker Kessler off of that. But go to that line that you mentioned with Keontae George, Jaren Jackson, Ace Bailey, who am I spacing here? Lauri Markkanen, and again, center to be named later.
Yeah.
Yusuf,
and could
whatever.
just be Walker, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Is that a playoff team?
Next year, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Next year, yeah.
Yeah, Lowry's going to be an all-star next year, and Jaren might be too. I mean, you've got...
I mean, Lowry's averaging more than he did his all-star year.
Look, it's kind of out of vogue, and this is where this does get interesting. It's not the modern way teams are building. Teams are valuing depth right now over kind of top-heavy rosters. And we'll see, can some of these young players on the Jazz, Cody Williams, who's had a nice season, Bryce Sensabaugh, who is very up and down, but, do some, and then whoever they add this year in the draft, plus Ace Bailey, do they fill out your roster 5, 6, 7, 8, and then whatever veterans you can get? You kind of have some depth there. But the Jazz have a true big three. I mean, this is going to be as good a big three as the Jazz have ever had. Now don't get me wrong, Karl and John were better. But I think there's a real argument that the Jazz's third best player here in this mix, whether it ends up being Keontae or it ends up being Lowry or it ends up being Jaren, is a better player than Jeff Hornacek was and is better than the third player that the Jazz had next to Boozer or Darren Williams, whether that was Mehmet Okur or whoever, or Bojan Bogdanovic and Mike Conley. The third guys, the last time the Jazz have had two either Hall of Famers or high-level All-Stars, this is a really good top three for the Utah Jazz.
I was bummed out. I called that game on Sunday. Well, yesterday. I was in Toronto this time yesterday. And I was bummed I didn't have a chance to call some Keontae George. And I totally understand the theory. That kid is elevated to an entirely different level that I don't know if a lot of us thought would be possible. And you're of the belief that it's sustainable too.
My thought is he's not close to his finish. I think he's just ascending. And I don't think this is like, oh, well, he's arrived now. This is the guy.
Yeah.
You look around the NBA and players who mimic or are similar to what Keontae George is doing, they get up to 30 points a game quickly. That's where Donovan Mitchell got to. It's where Tyrese Maxey is right now. I think that's in the cards for Keontae. I think he's going to get to 28, 29, 30 points per game next season or the year after. I think the game is so easy for him, the offensive side specifically, and the league really rewards players like him who know how to milk fouls, get to the foul line a lot, become good shooters all over the floor, which he's done so far this season. I think his ceiling is not particularly close to where he is right now. And that doesn't mean he's going to get to become, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Luke. I don't think he's going to become that quality of player, but I don't think that this is the final version of Keontae. He's going to get better. And again, when I said earlier in the segment that this was a big investment in Keontae and Lowry, I think it's because you're seeing the Jazz believe Keontae's got another gear to his game.
That's Ben Anderson, folks. Appreciate you hanging out, man.
Yeah, my pleasure.
It's interesting, too, because when you look at Keontae, all right, so all the picks that the Jazz have had and all the youth that they've added to the roster, you hope that one would hit. And the fact that one has in Keontae, Taylor Hendricks, no, Cody Williams might be a good player. But if you got one all-star out of that, it was all worth it.
It was worth it. Yeah, and that was the thought. And look, I talked to people in the offseason for the Jazz last offseason, and they said we are waiting for someone to break out to match with Lowry. And it happened. And now they've got the third star to run with them.
Thanks, Ben.
Yep,
You're the best, man. Appreciate it. All right. We are in studio hanging out with the man himself. How are you, sir?
Good.
Bailey's with us. Mint Medical.
Good to see you, Scotty.
Good to see you. By the way, I've got a great story to tell you off the air. And I know, considering where you're coming from, I know a lot of people are like, ew, what's that about? No, it's a funny story. Remind me to tell you. You'll like this.
I'm all ears.
But there's so many guys out there, and we've talked about this over and over. You want to get right. You want to put yourself in a situation where you're bettering yourself, your relationship. And if you're struggling, you know what? It's okay.
That's right.
50% of men over 50 are dealing with issues in the bedroom, and you can help out.
That's right. It's so surprising how many people think that, this is just isolated to me, and it's not.
Yeah.
It's
or this is just life now.
Yeah. And there is no solution, but there is, and we have so many patients that come in and say, I wish I just would have made that call sooner, and because it's non-invasive what we do, and the acoustic wave therapy really does work, they're just so grateful that now that part of their life is working again.
You've taken me on a tour of your facility. I've seen the technology, the quality, the discreetness of everything that's involved. You do everything first class, man. This is not a by night organization. I mean, you guys have got it dialed in.
Well, we have the 2 locations as well, and I appreciate you saying that. A lot of people, when they come to deal with a problem like this, they want to make sure that it's professional and it is discreet. And our medical staff they're awesome. They know what they're doing, and we do have the solutions for them. But some of the things that we do that people don't realize is not just the ED side, but we do the acoustic wave therapy, the acoustic wave for the men, but we do the body contouring for the wives, the spouses. We do the terzepatides, the weight loss for the women. And men, a lot of the men take that. The hormone side, which is another big factor of getting you back to mint condition. So it's a holistic approach to helping you there.
I was reading a story the other day about how it was in the Wall Street Journal about how the trizepatide has increased clothing sales in New York because you got a lot of heavy hitters on Wall Street that now need new suits and stuff. And it's this occurring fact, there's something about, and I've dropped a bunch of weight, and I'll admit I've used that.
Yeah.
And it's been tremendous for me. And trizepatide's been awesome. And the fact is that there's a certain level of confidence when things are going well in the bedroom, when you're dropping the weight, when your hormones are in place. And those are the 3 areas that you're going to address at Mint Medical. Not just one. You can address all 3 of those. When you've got those dialed in, you feel like a completely different person.
You do. You get that confidence back. You get your energy back.
Yeah.
And, a lot of times it's the libido side too. You just don't have that libido. But fixing that, getting the weight down, that's a tremendous benefit to getting your confidence back. And it is connected to ED. So we love to be able to offer those services all in one.
We're going to talk about a lot of what you can offer and how you can help out our guys throughout the show and incentivize them as well.
That's right. We always have you get that about $650 to $700 free just for coming in. You'll get the blood flow analysis as part of it. We'll do the Doppler radar to find out where you're at. And there's a lot of freebies that we give you just for coming in. And if you do sign up to be a patient, we'll send you to Hawaii for 5 nights and a luxury stay there.
Yes, sir. Let's get you to Hawaii.
Yep.
Take the new you to Hawaii. Mint Medical, call right now. Again, as Bailey mentioned, 2 locations, Sandy and Layton, 801-804-8000. Make the phone call. Just get the information. That's all free. You got about a $600-700 value coming your way absolutely for free, and then a lot of goodies along the way if you decide to proceed. 801-804-8000. I want you to call that number right now, 801-804-8000. All right. I was going to talk about this at noon. The Jazz trade kind of threw it upside down. Yep, that's me, Lloyd. I'm sorry. And so the future of this show, guess what? We're going to break that down. Coming up next, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK
We're joined once again by David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
Morning with talent that is fully developed, not in a youth movement, but rather on the backside of a career of excellence. The masters of the morning, looking as good as they possibly could for their old age. And absolutely the contrast of where the Utah Jazz are right now with young, potential developing talent. You are fully developed talent. You were not bothered at 22 years old by the tens of thousands of dollars you had flowing in. This is potential fully developed at its most excellent. DJ and PK.
Thank you, David.
You guys are awesome.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Bull riding, the perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. Come experience the true modern West, where 8 seconds of glory will create a lifetime of memories. It's the PBR Salt Lake City, presented by Busch Light at Delta Center, February 6th and 7th. Tickets at deltacenter.com and pbr.com. Hold on tight for the ride of your life.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at the Delta Center on February 9th. Go to HarlemGlobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance, from preparing to serve to starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, for nearly 60 years, Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Jazz at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Lauri Markkanen not on the All-Star team. Will Hardy's got some thoughts.
Well, I think Lowry's an all-star level player. I think there's a lot of decisions as it relates to who gets promoted and who doesn't that don't make sense to me.
Well, what does make sense is that the Jazz, according to multiple reports, are now the home of Jaren Jackson Jr., as the Jazz have traded Walter Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks in exchange for Jaren Jackson and a few other players from Memphis to clear out the deal. But let's not make any mistake. This is about Jaren Jackson Jr., who still has 3 years under contract at this year, only 26 years old. That's a quick process in the rebuilding efforts of the Utah Jazz. That's your Jazz at 30 update, brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you, for life.
As Hans Olsen has moved on to the corporate world, we're looking for the next great Utah sports radio talent.
There's something for everyone.
While we do that, you get stuck with this guy.
Hey, everybody, here's our star.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Darling, you got to let me know. Should I stay or should I go?
Hansels. Dang it. I did it. I knew I was going to. Look, we love Hans.
First. Okay, second segment.
I almost did it the first one, too, though.
Luckily, you had Ben Anderson looking across the way.
Staring at Ben. Look, it's going to happen a lot. And okay,
you're listening to the Aggie Network.
Yeah. All right. You know what? Let's get some business out of the way. I'm going to bribe you to keep listening, and we bribe you on this station, so let's give away some Jazz tickets.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the three. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You're going to win a pair of tickets. See the Jazz and the Sacramento Kings coming up on Wednesday, February 11th at Delta Center at 7 o'clock. All right, I was not on the show yesterday with that trip to Toronto to call the Jazz game, which was a blast and loved every second of it. People are asking me what Toronto was like. I spent a grand total of 16 hours in Toronto.
Good food? How's the food?
You know what? The protein bar I bought at the airport, and although they did have some Indian food. I had a little butter chicken going to the from the arena back to the hotel, but overall solid. So I wasn't on the air yesterday, and I know we kind of patchwork things, and a lot of you out there are wondering what the future of the show looks like, and that's totally understandable. I'm going to accidentally say Hans Olsen a lot. Hans is our guy. And before, look, I'll see on Twitter and I'll see people pop up here and there about why Hans decided to leave. And I've been in radio a long time, especially here in Salt Lake City. I've been in radio over 30 years in some way, shape, or form, here in Salt Lake for 20 years. So I've been around a bunch of different management. I've been around a bunch of different show breaks up, rebuilds, things like that. And for some reason, some of the places I've worked before, they want to hide everything. They're all about, don't say anything. Let's keep it quiet. Or, you know what? This is the message we want to give out. This is what we want to say. This is how we want to portray things to the public. This is why I love Bonneville. I love working for KSL because in my conversations with Nate Dowdle, who's been awesome through all of this, David Pierce, Ruth Todd, there's been Lloyd. Although I consider Lloyd and I kind of on the front lines on this, even though Lloyd's still technically my boss, it feels like we're partners in trying to put together a show that you want. And in all of our conversations, their question was, and their response was, who do you want? But also, how much time do you need? Because Hans is not an easy guy to replace. And so I'm going to be completely transparent. I'm going to be completely out in the open and tell you everything that's going on. You want to know? I'll tell you. We got nothing to hide here. There was no issues whatsoever between me and Hans, Lloyd. Well, maybe a little bit between Lloyd and Hans. I'm joking. But there was never any issues. Hans, and this is why I loved working with Hans, that man is single-minded and he is very goal-oriented. There is something he wants, he will find a way to get it. And this is ultimately what Hans wants. He wants to be sitting on a beach with his beautiful wife in warm weather and enjoying life. Not to say he didn't like doing the show, but that's really his happy place. And he had a goal of wanting to get there as quickly as he possibly could. And he was given a golden opportunity, an incredible opportunity to accelerate that process to where he could get on that beach with his wife and enjoy life. And he's able to reach his goals a little quicker going that route than he would here. That's bottom line. It's not as if we're grossly underpaid here. They take really good care of us, but that was a golden opportunity that, frankly, if the shoe was on the other foot, I might do the same. So no animosity whatsoever, no bridges burnt. Hans will always be my guy. If the man ever needs a kidney, I'm there. If he needs a body buried in the West Desert, I'm there. Like, I will do anything for that man, and I think the feeling is mutual. He'll be a brother for life. Love him. Absolutely love him. It's been an incredible 12 years, an absolute honor and a privilege to be on the air with that guy. With that said, though, we've been on the air every day for 12 years, sometime in the range of 15, during COVID, 20 hours a week. That's a man that I would talk to some weeks more than I would my wife. And we would be sitting next to neck, face to face to each other and talking not just about sports, but talking about our lives, what we're going through, the wins, the struggles, the good times, bad times. We shared all of that. And so now that he's not here, now I don't know what a divorce feels like. Hopefully, knock on whatever this is, hopefully I never have to go through a divorce. But it feels like I'm going through a work divorce. And it's not easy. And I want to use this term kindly because I know people are actually grieving, but kind of grieving, It's a gut punch. And it's been brewing for a bit. Like, it didn't surprise us that he decided to go this route. We kind of felt like it was heading that direction for a bit. But still, you come to expect great radio every day from 12 to 3. Great sports content, right? You want a couple guys that can sit and take you away from all the burdens in your life, have a good laugh, talk some sports, have some fun. And I just can't replicate. We here cannot replicate that same kind of chemistry and that same kind of vibe to a show overnight. I would love nothing more than to hop on the air today and say, this is our co-host, this is our three-man show with Lloyd, this is what we're doing, we're going right now, go. But we can't. So, long answer to a very simple question. What's your long-term plans for the show? I don't know. I really don't know right now. But that's not to say we don't have a plan and some long-term goals in place. We will have somebody in place for you. We were going to find the next sports radio Utah superstar. We're going to find him. We will leave no stone unturned. We will get creative. We'll think outside the box. This guy might be in our backyard or he may be across the country. I don't know. But it is going to be an individual that's going to mesh with the show, that isn't going to rock the boat in terms of what we've built here. Because one thing in watching the response to Hans walking away from the show is hearing about what this show has meant to a lot of you. For so many years, it just felt like me, Lloyd, and Hans were just talking to each other. And now that Hans is gone, I know that this show meant a lot to a lot of people out there. That we got you, and our laughs and our stupid things we talk about would make you smile and make you think about or make you forget about some of the horrible things that you've had to go through or some of the issues you've had to go through. And that means a lot. And that means there's a certain responsibility that I feel, that Lloyd feels, in delivering a show that has that same kind of vibe, that doesn't take itself too seriously, that doesn't create arguments just for the sake of arguing, that is genuine, authentic, fun, and informative. And that's what we want to deliver for you. And if it takes some time to find it, we're going to do that. Now, this isn't, I know the name of the show, Scotty G and Friends. Okay, it's temporary, all right? This isn't, I think it sounds a little narcissistic. Lloyd was the first to say, I think this is a good idea. I was against it. And then my wife, who's much smarter than all of us, said, no, that's a good way to go. Temporary, just show that, hey, you're still here and we're going to bring in a bunch of people. We've made a lot of friends and associates throughout the show. So it's not going to be me just spouting off for 3 hours every day. We're going to bring in a ton of people. And it's not necessarily an audition, but it is a way for us to find out who we mesh with, what we're looking for, and what we want this show to look like. Lloyd and I are also looking at this as an opportunity to expand, to be a little bit more creative, do some things we've never done before, just because we were in such a great rhythm with hands that we didn't really push the envelope too much because we knew what we were doing was working. Well, now this gives us a chance to take a step back and say, okay, what else is out there? What else can we do to provide an entertaining show for you? So my goal is this. Certainly, we will have somebody in place before the start of the college football season. My drop dead date is the Big 12 Media Day. We will have somebody in place by then. And you're thinking, okay, well, that's July. That's several months from now. I know. That means we're going to take our time. And if we find somebody that clicks in the next 2 or 3 weeks, then boom, we'll go and off to the races. If it takes us several months, it'll take several months. But I owe it to you, our listeners, and our advertisers and our partners who have been so great through all of this. I owe it to all of you that we provide the best quality show for you. And frankly, I owe it to myself and Lloyd because, hey, you can turn the radio off anytime you want. We're the ones that are going to have to deal with this guy every day. So we want to make sure we get the right hire that meshes with us. And we want to make sure that we have a show that we like, that you like, that our partners like, and that we can all get back on the same page. And when it's time to really start training camp and fall camp, that we have got the best show for you. Does that mean it's going to be a former player? Might be. Does it mean it's going to be a former coach? Could be. Does it mean it's going to be football-centric? I would like to think so, but it's up in the air. The person's just going to have to be really well-informed on everything because Hans set the bar so high there. That dude could talk football better than anybody else, but more importantly, he could explain football better than anybody else I've ever been around. And I learned a ton just being around him. And I know you, the listener, learned a ton. So it's going to have that same vibe of somebody that really knows their stuff, but can explain it in such a way that can be open, vulnerable, honest, insightful, funny, and is willing to let you, the listener, into their lives. Because we're an open book. That's one thing that it is non-negotiable on this show. We are an open book. We will be transparent. We will tell you everything that's going on. And frankly, I want to hear from you. If there's somebody that we bring in that does a run of shows and you like, let me know about it. Hey, you've got skin in this game too. So if there's something that you want to hear, something that you like, even something you didn't like, let me know. You can find me on Twitter anytime. I respond to as many people as I can. At Scotty G Zone. It's right there for you. At Lloyd Cole Zone. You can reach us at any time. And the good, the bad, whatever the case is, let us know. If there's something you like, you want more of, hey, we want to build this show to make sure that you're happy with the direction we're going. Hans, I'm going to miss my guy. Lloyd's going to miss our guy. I'm brokenhearted. I won't lie. It sucks. It stinks. And it's going to take some time for me to get over this. Full disclosure. That's my dude. And I love him. I support him. I'll always have his back. And I'm so happy that he gets a chance to go forward in pursuing his life goals. It wasn't easy on him. It wasn't easy on us. It's tough. It's really tough. But that doesn't change the fact that we still have a job to do. So we'll take our time, we'll get it right, and I guarantee you we will deliver a show that you'll enjoy, that you'll appreciate, and we can get back to doing what we love, talking sports, having laughs, and having a good time. Bottom line. So there you go. Update on the show. Short answer, I don't know. I really don't know. But that doesn't mean we're going to be standing pat and not doing anything. We are putting in our work, our due diligence to make sure that we deliver a really high-quality sports radio, sports content show. I mean, frankly, Hans mentioned, like, sports radio as a singular entity really isn't getting it done. I know so many of you listen to us at midnight when you're at the gym or in the morning, the following morning. And by the way, morning after podcast, it will continue. It's not dead. What it's going to look like, I don't know. And frankly, it might be a morning after podcast that continues throughout the entire year, not just the football season. So what you may be missing in quality with Hans, I'm going to give you in quantity. But Lloyd, this is open forum. You got anything you want to add?
You're right. It's like a marriage. We've talked about it. The three of us have worked together for so long that we we knew what the other one was thinking before the other one. We just knew in the direction things were going. Like we were so bonded with the three of us and our listeners. Like it was. It's going to be hard to replicate, but we're going to put the best. You've said it best. We are going to put the best show out there. We are going to do our best to give you the best product. And we're going to. You're right. We're going to try a bunch of things and see what feels right.
Yeah.
Like when you're sitting there talking to somebody, like it usually maybe it takes a little bit, but usually you have a pretty good idea when it's like, well, that feels good. Like the conversation's good and we want to make sure that it has that same type of vibe that the listener, where it's like we always wanted to have that where it's like we're sitting at the local sports bar just having a conversation and we want you there with us.
Yeah. Yep.
Like that's what we want. We want you to be part of that conversation and feel like you're part of the show, whether it's on social. Our good friend Chewbacca, who sends in his AI stuff and like all that. We like it to be a part. We want all of you to be a part of the show and feel like you're a part of the show.
Yeah. You got skin in this game.
Absolutely, yes.
Yep.
And we want to make sure it's the most informed, the best, most the most interactive show,
the most interactive show on sports radio.
But you're right. It's gonna take a sec. We got to fill it out. We got to see what's. I've had so many people texting me and say, "What are you gonna have a decision?" No, I'm not gonna have a decision next week.
No,
or probably the week after. Like it's gonna take a sec. And you've said it many times. It takes to fill those big size shoes.
Takes a village.
It takes a village. It's gonna take it. It's gonna take a sec.
But we're going to find it.
I can promise you, as somebody that is one of the best evaluators of on-air talent in this market, like I'm just telling you, you'll find it.
Yeah.
We'll find it.
We'll find it.
Absolutely.
And by the way, Lloyd and I, we joke around a lot, but I think we're very aligned in terms of what we know this show needs. And this is going to be, and by the way, again, I cannot thank Nate Dowdle, David Pierce enough for them saying, do what you got to do. Take your time, get it right. And this is a great job. Let's not look. This is a highly sought after job in terms of, it's the top of the pecking order in terms of ratings, in terms of salary, in terms of all the elements involved. This chair over there that is next to me, that whoever sits in that is walking into a really great situation. We just got to make sure whoever it is doesn't grind the gears and that we can keep this sports car humming along very, very nicely. And so there's going to be a lot of people who want this job and a lot of great quality candidates. I've talked to a lot of people out of market who really, really want to crack at this opportunity. And it has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with what Hans was able to build here and the success that he was able to build for himself, his brand, and the opportunities that came from that. It's a great station. It's a great company to work for. It's a great sports town, and it's only going to get better. And we want to make sure that we have what you need every day from 12 to 3 or wherever you get your podcasts, whatever the case might be. We're going to deliver that for you. I promise you that. All right. Take a break. Come back. Coming up next, what you may have missed straight ahead. And again, get back to the Jazz trade. Biggest story of the day. Jazz pulled the trigger on a trade. Enough of us yammering. Let's get to the nuts and bolts of it. It's up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I think they're in a pinch with Walker, to be honest.
I think you sign him, whatever offer he gets. I think you probably actually just give him a good offer because the Jazz can negotiate with him even before any other team can. Now, maybe he just wants to wait and see how much money he can get. I do think that's dangerous because teams are actually going to be scared off once they recognize, the Jazz are going to match any offer. Why would I tie money up?
Yeah, I've said that before, but yet I've seen it happen a bunch of times. The Jazz had to give up on Wes Matthews, a really talented guy that they loved, because Portland screwed him with a restricted free agent deal. And they gave Paul Millsap way more than they wanted to because Portland screwed him with a restricted free agent deal. And then with Gordon Hayward, when that happened, he was getting a max contract no matter what.
Yeah, he was.
And so what was the point of that other than just ticking off the player?
Yeah.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, we talk about elevating your game. We talk about taking things to the next level and never being content in life. And if you're content at your job, well, that's probably a problem you need to resolve, because you always need to be looking for an opportunity to grow and develop, not just you professionally, but financially as well. And what's the best way to do that? An executive MBA program. If you think you've leveled up or leveled out, there's nowhere else you can go. Well, that executive MBA program at Utah State University is going to give you ammunition to take your earning potential, your marketability to the next level. It's going to teach you the foundations of business, how to make great decisions as a leader, the fundamentals of running a business, all of those skill sets that you need that'll make you more marketable, that frankly will make you more money. That's available for you at the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. Now, you're busy, all right? You're in your 30s, 40s, 50s, and you're thinking, I don't have time for this. I'm too old for this. Well, guess what? They will make it work for you. They'll waive the registration fee. You can take classes at any of the campuses up and down the Wasatch Front. You can also do it completely online. You can knock it out in 1 year. You can take up to 4 or 5 years if needed. They're going to make it work for you. It's the John M. Huntsman School of Business Executive MBA program right now at Utah State University.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off, ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hands and Scotty. Gosh. Dang it. All right, that's the last one, Lloyd, I promise. All right, here's the thing. I will, like how some companies have a swear jar. We're going to have a Hans Olsen jar. Okay? $1 for...
All proceeds go to me.
All proceeds.
All proceeds go to me. That's my money.
Stop it. We'll get it figured out. We will have a Hans jar, and every time I say Hans, then I'll put $1 in the jar.
Okay.
And by the way, by the time we're done, it might be able to fund a small village in Uzbekistan. Like it's going to happen a lot.
I'm actually very excited.
Yeah.
Because I am going to create this Hans jar. I'm going to put a little label on it, and it's going to be right there in studio.
I'm going to be throwing more singles into that than Kevin. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Bailey's hanging out with us. Bailey, all right, you're kind enough. If somebody becomes a client of Mint Medical, you're kind enough to just lay out the red carpet and say, you know what, we're going to get you to Hawaii, but it's not an unlimited amount of trips to Hawaii. We're going to cap that bad boy at 20 today.
That's right. We try to do 20 a week, and that seems to be a fair amount.
So 20 of those 5 night stay in Hawaii, luxury resort.
Right.
It's not a Motel 6.
It's not.
This thing, and by no disrespect to Motel 6, but come on, nobody's going to be staying there in Hawaii. This is going to be an awesome opportunity, and you're going to better yourself, your health, your relationships. If you're struggling in the bedroom, you want to drop some lbs, your hormones are out of whack. Those are all things you can address at Mint Medical.
That's right. We try to make sure it's more than just one approach, but that acoustic wave therapy, which is revolutionary, it does fix the blood flow, but getting the hormones dialed in and getting that libido, that confidence, and throwing away the blue pills is a big plus for a lot of our patients.
A lot of guys my age, they keep hearing testosterone over and over and over again. And sometimes you think, okay, is that a real thing, or is it just some like witch doctor peddling stuff? No, testosterone's no joke. You can't mess around with that.
That's right. And it's something that we'll do a blood panel to find out how low it is or if you're low at all. But most men, they start to have what they call low T. And so we have a way to determine where you're at, and then we have solutions for that. If you don't like the injections, we have the cream that you can just rub on daily. And a lot of guys that are like me that don't like the needles, they prefer that method. So we have some solutions that are really non-invasive.
And as you mentioned, too, a lot of issues with ED can, be directly related to being overweight and the diabetes that can come from that. Well, we can address that, too.
That's right. Getting that tirzepatide or some of these GLP-1s, which everybody has heard about, they really do work, but so connected with getting your body kind of in order and getting that weight down. It's tremendously connected to the ED side of it.
I had a listener come by on Friday, and he said that he reached out to you. He was getting tirzepatide from a lot of different people, and he didn't like it because it just didn't seem like it was working the same way. He went to you, and all of a sudden he's like, oh, this is working again. And you're like, yeah, because I don't put fillers in this. This is the real deal.
That's right. The compound pharmacy, they just they make it pure, and it's more potent. And a lot of our listeners come in and they say, hey, I was paying an astronomical amount for somewhere else, and they realize we have a really fair price, and it's usually lower than what they are getting. And we do offer people, if you're getting it somewhere else, just call us and we'll beat it by $50. So
I was going to mention that, but I didn't want to put you in a bad spot.
We still do that, and our customers love that because it's a much purer version of that, and it works.
If you are a patient at Mint Medical, we're going to send you to Hawaii. You're going to get 5 nights there, or 5-day trip in Hawaii, but there's only 20 of those. And you just need to call right now, get on the books. A lot of free information, the blood panel, a lot of great things to find out exactly where you're at. But just call Bailey right now at Mint Medical. Get on the books, locations in Sandy and Layton. If you're struggling in the bedroom, the weight, the hormones, all of that can be treated. Body contouring as well. There's so many services at Mint Medical. Take control of your life. You just don't have to live a certain way because you think you're old and that's the way it's going to be now. It's not. 801-804-8000. Call 801-804-8000. Just get the information. Again, 801-804-8000. All right, time to make sense out of the Jazz trade. What does it mean to the Jazz short-term, long-term? The great Kurt Heelan will join us next right here on The Zone.
Win win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA. Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Thursday on KSL.
On the face of it, it's a harmless prank.
Doorbell ditching, a game that generations of children played, has taken a frightening turn.
All you could see was a hoodie and a mask.
The KSL investigators set out to understand why a once silly prank,
it looked like a handgun. He just firing it at us,
seems to be more dangerous today.
You don't know whose door you're going to go knock on or pound on.
Ding Dong Danger, Thursday at 10.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Be there at Delta Center on February 9th. Go to harlemglobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, while we try to figure out who's going to fill those big shoes of Hans Olsen, we're bringing in everybody and anybody because we know that we got to get people who are way smarter than me to talk about the things that you care about, like the Jazz pulling off a big trade. Jaren Jackson Jr. on his way to Salt Lake City as the Jazz, according to multiple reports, have pulled the trigger on this trade. So let's bring in Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. All right, your initial thoughts from the 30,000 feet view on this. What are you thinking on this one, Kurt?
First off, Scotty, your pull must be very impressive. Your ability to get this trade done just before I came
know,
on.
right?
You must, yeah. Just your pull with Danny Ainge is really impressive.
Well, it's like, look, it's the first day without hands. I wasn't on the air yesterday, so I'm like, all right, I need something to talk about. Danny, I need you to help me out a little bit. And he's like, I got you.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm on it.
I like this trade a lot for Utah in that, look, you and I have talked about this. We've heard from the Jazz. They'd tell anybody who'd listen. This was the last year they kind of wanted to be bad, right? Like the tanking, you're only going to go for so long. The natives were restless. The ownership was restless. They wanted to start winning. This moves them along that route. Now you put together a front line of Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen, and you can either have them play the 4 and the 3 and put Kessler or somebody at the 5 next year, or you can have just Lauri at the 4 and Jackson at the 5. And you have an athletic, impressive front line to go with Keontae George, with what Ace Bailey can develop into, with whatever you draft this year. And suddenly it starts to look pretty good. Suddenly you can start to see a path towards this team being both good next year and building into something that can really be a threat in the West.
If you're the Jazz, do you shelve Jaren to make sure that you hold on to that pick and don't have to kick it over to Oklahoma City?
Yeah. Does he have a back problem?
I think if he doesn't, one will be created very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. I would be surprised if that's not the case. And whatever the under/over on number of games he's going to play with the Jazz this season is, I'll probably try to bet the under. But yes, at the end of the day, you still want to be high in this draft. You still want to get one more player to go next to Ace Bailey. You don't want to start winning too much now. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge, though, just with the league, because Jackson, like Lauri, qualifies under the player participation rules. They have to legitimately be out, so you're going to have to come up with something good.
So 26 years old, under contract through 2030. To me, that's just a win-win, especially when you're dealing with, the volatile issue of keeping guys in Utah. This seems like you knocked it out of the park.
Yes, and you pick up a former defensive player of the year. A guy who can score. Frankly, if I'm remembering right, he did not make an all-star game. He was not an all-star this year.
No.
But he was on my list when I had put together who the coaches should choose, because I know better, but who the coaches should pick. Jaren Jackson Jr. was on my list. I think he's been an all-star level player this year on a team that's been up and down, but they traded Desmond Bane. If you remember, by the way, 2022, this team lost to the Warriors in 6 games in the conference finals, that Grizzlies team. And we all thought they were a team on the rise, right? Ja Morant, Jaren Jackson Jr., Desmond Bane, Dylan Brooks was on that team. They defended like mad, and boy, that whole thing came apart and got ugly. And they've set themselves up, frankly, good for a rebuild. They've got 12 picks in the next 7 years. They're in a good position for retooling this thing. But you benefit from that with one of the better centers in the league.
So not an elite rebounder.
No.
Does that lead Utah to maybe try to find a way to keep Walker Kessler, or do you think that's the next domino that falls?
No, I think I'm not sure you can trade him for right now just because he hasn't been able to. There's interest in him, but because of the injuries, it'd be kind of lowball. If you can get him back on a reasonable contract next year and either play him at the 5 or even have him come off the bench, I kind of like that fit, and he fits the timeline. So I'd be trying to keep him, but it kind of depends on what the offers are for him. If it's good enough, you got to consider it.
Does this mean, in a weird way, because the Jazz still have a lot of ammunition, could they be in play for Giannis when you look at, Lauri Markkanen and maybe some other contracts to try to pull that off?
Interesting. You probably could. You run into this challenge. Giannis can be a free agent in the summer of 2027. And so, you've got to be, if you can get him to say, yeah, I want to compete. I want to be there. This is a team I think I can win with. I'll re-sign. Then yes, but you can't go all in unless you know you're going to be able to get him. And that might be a challenge because frankly, if I were him, I'd want to stay in the East.
Yeah, that's a fair point. But, also, too, you're right. Nobody's going to want to touch a one-year rental on him without any kind of assurances.
No, and the price is going to be a whole bunch of first round. I mean, we're talking 3, 4, 5 first round picks plus a good blue chip young player. Plus, I mean, it's going to be a high price wherever he goes. I'm not sure if Jonathan Kuminga is a blue chip player anymore, but the point being, like, you're going to have to give up a lot to get him, whether whoever ends up making that trade. And I'm like I said, unless you can get some sort of assurance, I'm just not. It's like you got to think about it just because he's a top 5 player in the world when healthy. But can you get him to stay?
I think the thing I'm taking away the most out of this, Kurt, is that if you're a Jazz fan and you've been mired in bad basketball for 3.5 years, that this is your light at the end of the tunnel. It's not the light at the end of the tunnel, but it can be part of a growing opportunity to get this team back to respectability.
This team should be respectable next year. I mean, you're already kind of on the way, right? Again, Keontae George played at an all-star level. He wasn't going to – in the deep West where, heck, Kawhi Leonard didn't make the team in his own building. Like, I don't know how he was going to make it this year. So – but he's been playing at that kind of level. And if you're going to get George in there and you're going to get everything's coming up, there was already reason for hope. And now you can suddenly put this together and go, and if it really is a Kessler, Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., Ace Bailey, George starting 5, that's absolutely going to be worth buying tickets for.
Is that a playoff team next year? Without not knowing what the rest of the roster looks like.
Yeah, they're in the mix for it. Like, again, the West is kind of brutal at the top, and OKC is going to be OKC for a few years. Denver's not going anywhere. That Jokic guy is still pretty good.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
San Antonio and Houston are there. But if you're talking somewhere between 5 and 8 getting through in the playoff, you might have to go through the play-in the first year. But, like, depending on all these factors we can't really see right now, yeah, absolutely. I could see them in the playoffs next year.
So the Jazz, I think Will Hardy is an incredible offensive coach. But the Jazz under Will Hardy have never been good defensively. And frankly, look, have they had good defensive players? No. But I'm wondering, is it easier to develop a offensive player when they get into the NBA or a defensive player? Or do you just, you realize I need to just go out and get defensive players, which the Jazz did?
I think most players, it's easier to teach them offense. They're more willing, everybody's more willing because you can see it on the stat page. You can see all this stuff. And, hey, you made the right read on this switch and made this guy pass the ball out of the corner to a tougher shot. That doesn't show up on the stat sheet, right?
Yeah.
So it's a little tougher to sometimes get guys to buy into that. But and if Hardy wants, there's no shortage of defensive gurus / defensive coordinator type coaches out there. You can go get your Jeff Van Gundy with what he did for the Clippers last year. Like, you can go get somebody to play that role and coach them. But I think when you start to look at the talent and how Jaren Jackson likes to play, he does like to be a roamer and a shot blocker. You're going to have to have somebody at the 5, probably next to him at points, allowing him to do that, whether it's Kessler or Nurkic or someone else.
Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, ProBasketballTalk.com, as the Jazz pull the trigger on the trade. Walter Clayton and the Taylor Hendricks experience is unfortunately come to an end. And I know there's a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas, but the Jazz took a lot of swings in the draft. I don't know what Cody Williams is eventually going to look like. Obviously, the Taylor Hendricks thing is behind us. But if you swing as many times as the Jazz did and you come away with one potential all-star in Keontae George, is that worth it?
That's how it works. Like, you look, going back to the much maligned 76ers and the process and all that, right?
Yeah.
They got Joel Embiid. Now, this hasn't panned out for them long term, or at least unless something shocking happens this year. They looked great against a stunned Clippers team last night.
Yeah, to say the least. Yeah.
But you're going to miss on stuff. You're going to, in their case, the easy answer is, hey, man, Ben Simmons looked really good. And then suddenly Ben Simmons wasn't good. Like, you're going to just miss on some of these guys. It's going to happen this year where we think there's these 3 studs at the top of the draft. And I don't think any of them are going to be bad, but one of them is going to turn out to be good.
There's going to be there's going to be a Darko in there.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, hopefully not that, but yeah. But there is going to be a guy who isn't the franchise cornerstone the team was thinking about. And then somewhere down the line, somebody's going to get drafted at 8 or 10 who is that guy, who can develop into that guy. And so you do the best scouting you can. You take as many swings, many bites at the apple as you can, and you hope your odds are good enough. And most importantly, and what I think Utah does well, is player development. You've got to develop these guys. You can't just throw them out there and let them go. It's how Oklahoma City is where Oklahoma City is. It's how San Antonio was and it is now, but like was for so long. And they'd go find these guys at the end of draft, and every year we'd be like, where did they find this guy? In today's NBA, you're going to need to do that.
When you look at what Memphis is doing now with Jaren Jackson gone, does that feel like they're embracing the rebuild and Ja could be gone in the next 48 hours?
Yes, I still think it's more likely in the summer just because there isn't a market for him right now. And I think what you need to do is, and I think this is a little true with Giannis too, frankly, you need to get to the summer when there's a little more desperation.
Yeah.
Or not necessarily the pressure of desperation, but somebody's going to flame out, right? Somebody's going to burn out in the playoffs earlier than they thought. Something else is going to happen, and you're going to have this very different set of teams. Like suddenly, like, hey man, maybe we need to go all in. There will be somebody who will say, let's take a flyer. Let's go get Ja Morant, because if he can get back to being like he's shown flashes this year of being that guy. If you think you could keep him healthy, and on the court, and matured a little bit, maybe you get something, maybe not the high flying guy of a few years ago, but if you get a good player, there's somebody's going to take that chance. And I just think it's more likely to happen. I can tell you this, I already talked to somebody. They're calling teams, they're still pushing, but I think that's going to be an off-season thing.
With the news that came out yesterday, could this trade deadline get a little bit more exciting than potentially we thought it was going to be?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. Nobody saw this one coming. I mean, what I had heard was everybody calling about Ja asked about Jaren Jackson Jr., and we're told, no, we're not trading him. Until somebody came through with an offer with those 3 picks that was too good to turn down, right?
Yeah.
And the Harden thing was a bit of a surprise. There's going to be more. We keep looking at Giannis and Ja and Anthony Davis, but there probably is another 1 or 2 out there where we just didn't see the pivot coming.
If you're Cleveland, do you want that hard? I mean, on the outside looking in, is that good for Cleveland?
I don't love it.
I don't either.
I was just doing the stats this morning. I put it up on we've got a tracker up at NBC Sports where if you want to know what's going on in trades, we've got all the latest info and rumors. But Harden, I was looking this up. Harden holds the ball for 6 seconds every time he touches it on average, the longest of any player in the league. This is a team that likes to run in Cleveland, that does believe in ball movement. And now you're just taking the ball away from Donovan Mitchell, who has played brilliantly this year.
Yeah.
I just don't see a natural long-term fit. And by the way, the reason this is happening with Harden is he wants to get paid. He wants only $13 million of his contract next season is guaranteed. He wants to be able to pick that up and get all $42 million. And he wants some sort of extension beyond that. When I was talking about some team being desperate, maybe it's Cleveland, but that's a lot of money, man. That's a lot of money for a 36-year-old guy with an injury history who may not have been the player taking the best care of his body over the years.
Well, you know what? Same, but I'm just talking on the radio. I'm not playing heavy NBA minutes, so for sure.
But you're making $42 million this year, right?
Yeah. Scotty? Oh, yeah. You know, and now more because I'm going to absorb Hans's salary, so that puts me at an even 100. So I'm golden. Hey, when you overall, I was in. By the way, I took a red eye. I was calling a Utah State game on Saturday morning. They were playing San Diego State. I got a text about our good friend Craig Bullerjack, who lost his voice, and so they're like, "Can you catch a red eye to Toronto?" And so absolutely. So David Locke flipped over to TV. I did radio for that Jazz Raptors game, and then had a 6 a.m. flight out the next morning. So I spent a grand total of 16 hours in Toronto. Beautiful city for those 16 hours. First time I'd been there. Still got my Tim Horton fix, so I'm heavily sugared up for that. But also, Toronto's an interesting team. The turnaround that they've done there, and I know nobody out here really cares about Toronto, but being there up close and in person, I like their style. I like the way they play. They're a really fun team. Now they're going to probably become my Eastern Conference guilty pleasure in watching that team go forward, because I really like the way they've addressed how they've rebuilt that team on the fly.
They've got a lot of guys who like to get to the lane. They've got a lot of athletes. They like to play fast. What's fun is they play that pressure defense, right?
Yeah.
They are trying to force turnovers and get you out of your rhythm and into their rhythm of playing up tempo and in pace. And then they get in the half court. They've got Brandon Ingram, who's, for all his flaws, has always been a bucket. And the guy just can go get you points. And yeah, they're a sneaky fun team, and one of those teams where Giannis gets mentioned, and I don't think he'd want to re-sign there, but I think you put him next to Scotty Barnes and some of those guys in that system, it'd be pretty entertaining. They have been one of my sneaky league pass favorites for a while. They're fun. And by the way, you're not wrong. Toronto is one of my favorite cities, just less so in February.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, it was cold. I never in a million years did I think I need to go back to Utah to warm up, but Toronto made me think that. And but yeah, it was a really fun experience. And look, calling an NBA game, that's a high, unlike really anything else. And so big thanks to the Jazz for letting me be a part of that. But it was a really interesting experience to watch in the second quarter. And I'm sure he knew. I'm sure his agent told him. But they announced that Scotty Barnes was a all-star during a timeout in the second quarter, and it was really cool to see his teammates get around him and how fired up they were. Were you surprised that Brandon Ingram did not get a spot?
He was on the bubble. It's a little tough to give Toronto two, probably.
Yeah.
But he's one of those guys who was snubbed. And if Adam Silver follows his old system of how he picks a replacement, they're going to have to pick a replacement for Giannis, who's out with the calf injury and not playing, although he's coaching the celebrities or something. In Silver's old system, Ingram would be the guy. He would be the next highest player on the fan vote. But with the different format this year, USA versus the world, I don't know that he follows that format. And again, I wouldn't be shocked if somehow Kawhi were on there simply because it's in their building, man.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, so overall, just to reset, you're giving the Jazz an A on this one, and it may be a sign that the rebuild might have an end date to it.
It does. I after I get off of this conversation, which can last as long as you would like, I have to start a winners and losers column, and among the winners are the Jazz for me. I think they are clear winners in this. I think Memphis wins because they've kind of picked a direction and rebuilt.
Yeah.
And by the way, the Knicks fans are now very eager for you guys to make sure you play all of those guys, all the minutes you can.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about that. Hey, we appreciate your time, Kurt. Thanks for hopping on. Great insight as always. And again, that trade tracker at NBCSports.com, correct?
Yeah, there's the whole group of us just putting stuff up as fast as it comes up, as much as we can keep up. So,
all right, love it.
It's going to be a fun 48 hours, man.
Let's do it. There he is, Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports, ProBasketballTalk.com. All right, we are again in the middle of trade deadline. A lot going on, but there's always an opportunity for you to get yourself back into mint condition at Mint Medical. And Bailey's awesome. Just such a good dude. And look, I talked to a listener on Friday who came to our remote there at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. And he said, look, I went into it. I was nervous about it. I was a little concerned about it. But once I got in, and he said he talked to you directly, Bailey, and he said he put his mind completely at ease. It was discreet. It was easy. And he's already seen the benefits from it. So there's a lot of great opportunities for guys to get themselves back into a situation where they feel like, you know what, I got it again. I feel like I did when I'm in my mid-30s. Like, life's good.
Yeah, we see a lot of patients that we always say this because they mention it to us. I wish I just would have made that call earlier because
that's really the only regret, right?
Yeah, that they didn't do it earlier because the results have been life-changing for them. Getting that relationship back and back on track and getting that confidence back and throwing away the pills and some of those things that they lose the spontaneity with. So we've had a good success rate with those folks.
Well, look, I've dropped a bunch of LBs over the last couple of years, and let's just say, I won't tell you what the starting weight was, but we were closer to 4 than we were 3. And now I'm, in that 165, 170 range. And honestly, being able to buy normal clothes at Costco, being able to travel on a red-eye flight and not worry about, am I going to make somebody miserable and how miserable am I going to be sitting in a middle seat? Right. And the confidence that comes from that, added with, if you're struggling in the bedroom, the confidence that comes from that, the hormones being where they need to be, you attack that in all 3 areas. If you're just needing a boost in life and just think, you know what, I want to be back in that mint condition. I want to feel confident about who I am as a man and what I can accomplish. This is the way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, losing that weight it's such a big factor to it. And most men, there's about 75% of Americans are about 30 pounds or more overweight. So that's a big factor in the U.S. And so getting that resolves a lot of other issues. So, you're a testament to getting that weight down has changed your life dramatically in so many ways. Just feeling better about yourself and the health. Longevity. It's a life changer.
Well, I had a doctor tell me, and this wasn't the great bedside manner, but he's like, "Do you like your feet? Okay, then you better do something about that." And we all have those moments in our life where you have to make big decisions, whether it's the bedroom issue or weight or hormone. All of that is available. And you know what? Body contouring. That's right. That's available.
That's right. And what we like to do is sometimes people don't know, will this work? Will that work? Well, we give you some free stuff so that you say, well, at least that worked, but the other side does too. So if you come in and you get that free consultation, it's free. It's discreet. It's non-invasive, but we'll find out where you're at. But if somebody says, yes, I want to be a patient, we give them 1 month free, their choice of either hormones or that tirzepatide. So they're able to get their weight down or hormones dialed in for free for that first month. And then you also get to spend a little time in Hawaii, 5 nights in Hawaii. But giving those free incentives, a lot of patients are, I'm using that now. So if I can get 1 month free, might as well come in and see what else you guys have to offer.
5 nights in Hawaii for the first 20 people that become a client this week at Mint Medical. So call 801-804-8000. So imagine that new you rocking it in Hawaii, 801-804-8000. You can also check them out online at mintmedical.com, mintmedicalclinic.com, yes, mintmedicalclinic.com. But I just want you to call. Just call directly, get on the books, and let's make it happen. 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. 2 locations, Sandy and Layton. But Mint Medical is going to get you squared away. 801-804-8000 right here on The Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Big trade. Whoa, including the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
The Utah Jazz are trading for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Whoa.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks. This is a huge trade for the Utah Jazz.
Wow, that is a huge trade for the Jazz.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the type of player the Jazz have needed to come in and cement the front court. Right? He's going to come in and be a major defensive piece for the Utah Jazz.
One thing that the Jazz have not really utilized with Lauri Markkanen that Cleveland did was they put him at the 3, and all of a sudden they were the biggest team in the league by a mile. I don't know how this affects their plans for Walker Kessler, but if you start Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen as your front court, they're huge. And then Ace Bailey goes into the back court.
You've got a stew going, as they like to say.
Got yourself a stew going.
You're really cooking there at that point.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live reptile show with Scales and Tails. Learn fly tying.
Book fishing, hunting, and travel. Save $2 at UtahRVShow.com.
1280 The Zone invites you to the RV show February 12th to the 15th.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz are in Indiana to play the Pacers. The game tips off at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow night, the Detroit Red Wings are at the Delta Center to face the Mammoth. That game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. BYU's at Oklahoma State at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State's at New Mexico at 9 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah Jazz drop a rough one Sunday in Toronto. Jazz back in action against the Pacers. But, hey, it's all about defense. Cody Williams trying to get better at that.
I just feel like defense is one of those things where if you're not getting it going offensively, that's something that can really kickstart your game. For me, I know that's my way on the floor, and that's kind of what I've been building off of, and it kind of gets me going offensively as well. So I feel like being aggressive on the defensive end, it kind of just pulls everything together.
Yeah, Jazz certainly addressing defense in a trade that went down earlier today, not officially announced by the Utah Jazz, but the Jazz have acquired Jaren Jackson, Jock Londell, Vince Williams from the Memphis Grizzlies in exchange for Walter Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3, count them up, 1, 2, 3 future first-round picks. We'll have more details on that coming up. You're listening to 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I got 7 women on my mind. 4 that wanna own me, 2 that wanna stone me.
All right, welcome back. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's give away some Jazz tickets right here on a Jazz Ticket Tuesday.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the three. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, you know the drill. Caller number 12, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You win a pair of tickets to see the Jazz and the Kings coming up on Wednesday, February 11th at Delta Center at 7 o'clock. All right, this segment brought to you in part by RGS Exteriors and Construction, obsessed with quality results. We'll be hanging out with Tim a little bit later on in the week. Fired up, as always, to talk some shop with him at RGS. All right, so the trade, and this is certainly one that I think that took a lot of people by surprise. And the thing that you obviously should come away from this is that the Jazz have now put an end date on the rebuilding process. And this is a trade you make when you're ready to say sayonara to bad basketball. I don't know. Now, again, that will start at the beginning of next year. The Jazz, if anything, now need to be fully committed to the tank for the remainder of the season to ensure that they have that first-round pick and that it does not convey to Oklahoma City. That is a very valuable asset that the Jazz have and will look forward to increasing the odds of being in that sweepstakes. And we saw over the weekend guys showcasing their abilities at a really high level and why that pick's going to be so important. There is a chance 1 through 5 in this upcoming draft to find a difference maker, like a franchise-altering player. Not immediately, but certainly down the line, a guy that can be a perennial all-star. Whether it's A.J. DeBonsa, you can go down the list. Obviously, BYU fans and everybody here in Utah is familiar with his game, but that's the kind of player that you're hoping to snag and add to the likes of Lauri Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., Keontae George, Walker Kessler. You throw him into that starting lineup with those 5, I believe that's a playoff team next year. Now, here's the other question. Is Walker Kessler part of this team next year? I believe Walker Kessler will still be a part of this team past the trade deadline. I don't get if there's a lot, and it's really easy to see this trade and immediately think one-off. I don't think that's the case. Or you think that there's multiple trades coming, that this isn't a one-off. I actually think that if there are more trades to come, just looking on the outside looking in, I think it might be some minor trades here and there, but nothing monumental. I don't think that there's going to be any groundbreaking, anything of this magnitude type of trade. So if you're thinking, okay, this is step 1 of a 3-step process that nabs the Jazz Giannis at the trade deadline, I think you need to back away from that a little bit. This is going to be a very quiet remainder of trade deadline for the Utah Jazz. Now, something could come out of nowhere and wow them and they jump all in. But as of it stands right now, you might see a few minor tweaks here and there and, something for a second-round pick or some depth or just acquiring a couple assets. But don't think you're going to see a big Lauri Markkanen move. Don't think you're going to see a big Walker Kessler move coming up here in the next 48 hours. Now, that's not to say that something won't happen in the offseason around the NBA draft. That certainly could be the case, but I don't think you're going to see anything overly crazy going up here in the next 48 hours. What I do believe is that you're going to see this Jazz team really take a look at what's going on in the offseason. They'll take their time when teams get a little desperate, and you get Walker Kessler, and you're going to have to figure out what to do with him financially. That's a really difficult piece to this puzzle, is what do you want to do with Walker Kessler long-term? What kind of contract do you want to sign him up for? Because when you look at Jaren Jackson, not an elite rebounder, elite defensive player, sure. But if you can slot him at the 4 and have an elite shot blocker rebounder at the 5, that's great. And Walker Kessler fits that bill. But on the flip side, where do you really want to have Lauri Markkanen? Well, as Ben Anderson, I think, wisely said earlier in the show, he might be more suited at the 4, which means then you bring Jaren Jackson down to the 5. And then Ace Bailey becomes your 3, and who knows, maybe AJ DeBonsa, we can dream here. So, honestly, there's a lot of shuffling that needs to be done for this Jazz team. But your priority number one right now, absolutely right now, is to make sure that you hold on to that first-round pick. You have to hold on to that thing. It is of vital importance because now you put yourself on the clock because you've told your fan base, look, we've waited to go all in. This isn't all in per se, but it is part of a big 3 that you can build. Like right now, you've got a great big 3 in Keontae George, who could only go another step up. He's not at his ceiling yet. Then you throw in Jaren Jackson, a 2-time All-Star at 26 years old who's under contract through 2030. So not only do you have him under contract, he's young, and he's in the prime of his career, coming off 2 All-Stars. And then you throw in, Lauri Markkanen, Keontae George, Jaren Jackson. That's a big 3 that you can build around. Now, you can also look at it and say, okay, well, is Lauri, what's the stock for him? Could we throw him into a trade or Walker Kessler in a combination of the two of them and bring back another superstar? Because the Jazz don't just have room for one superstar with Jaren Jackson, who's going to be making an average of $51 million over the next 3 years, but you can also absorb another contract of that magnitude. So flexibility is key. What's going on? I know the Jazz gave up 3 first-round picks, but they do have their pick for this year's draft. You don't want to, even if you use that as trade bait, let's say the Jazz slide but still hold on to the pick. So it's somewhere, in the 6-7 range. Sorry, had to. So let's say it lands in that range and you don't feel comfortable that you're going to get that altering piece. Well, guess what? Somebody still feels like there's going to be value there. You can still move that pick later on. So priority number 1 for the Utah Jazz, you got better defensively. Priority number 2, shut it down. Shut it down and go all in on this draft. You're already 20 games under 500. So you have to do everything you can to ensure that you have that pick going into the 2026 NBA draft. And if it can be 1 through 4 or even 1 through 5, let's say worst case scenario, Jazz really go on a tank and they have the worst record. They're at the same place they were last year. All right, worst record in the league, and they still slip all the way down to 5. You're still going to get a great player there with this year's NBA draft. You're still going to get a phenomenal player. So, again, that's your biggest priority right now. Tank it. Tank it, tank it, take it. Do everything you can to make sure, Jaren Jackson, we love you. We will put you in, we will find a house for you. We will set you up nicely. Anything you want is yours, except for playing time. Whatever you want, except for playing time. Oh, you feel like there's a little, a little bit of a twinge there in your back? Yeah, we're shutting that down. You feel like your hammy's a little tight? Okay, we're going to shut that down.
Any little wince you make.
Any little wince.
Any little wince, you know what? You're not looking right.
That toenail, that looks like that could get infected. We better shut it down.
Gastric distress?
Hey, look.
Nothing wrong with it. It happens.
Rodney Hood happened to the best of us,
Happens.
And look, I wouldn't mince any words about it. You know exactly what the Jazz need to do, exactly what's on the table. Do not screw around with that. By the way, the great Tim Lacombe will join us coming up throughout the rest of the week. So not just tomorrow, but we will have Tim Lacombe every day, noon to 3. As I mentioned earlier in the show, that's kind of what the show is going to look like. I know we're all going to miss hands. And if you want to hear the deep analysis of everything, and I opened up the books for you, everything, we're going to be 100% transparent on this. Our 12:30 segment, you can find it on our podcast feed in that first hour, second segment of the first hour of the show. I went through exactly everything that Lloyd and I are working for in trying to rebuild this show. We're going to miss Hands. We love Hands. Wish him nothing but the best. And hopefully we can still have him as a part of the station coming up in the fall. I don't know what that's going to look like, but look, you can take the guy out of radio. You can't take radio out of the guy. I think we're going to have some level of Hands in our lives.
But if one of his properties forecloses,
cry. We're here for you, buddy.
Kidding. I'm kidding.
If you have to pawn one of those fancy
if
microwave
it happens.
ovens. Hands, by the way, I'm not the one doing this. Lloyd's
I'm
only
kidding. I'm not wishing that. I know he would be like, well, of course you wish that. You only wish the worst for me. Oh, sure, right. I wish the worst on a guy that I did radio with for 17 years. Come on.
He was
you only wish the worst on me.
Well, if you're wishing the worst, you failed miserably.
I failed, right?
Because that guy has nothing but good things
the
happen.
best.
Yes.
The best of things happen.
So,
I don't know if I've ever seen anything bad happen.
No. Well, things have worked out pretty well for him. All right. So, but again, we don't know what this thing's going to look like. So we're bringing in a bunch of people. Tim Lacomb's going to hang out with us. Matt Wells is going to join us for a show coming up next week. Like, we're going to use a lot of people, not just locally, nationally. There's a lot of people that we're going to chat with. And I don't want to make it feel like it's an audition per se. It's just we want to get a feel for what we're going to mesh with, what we want the show to look like. And we'll bring in a lot of different voices to try to figure that out because nobody wants to hear me.
Good content at the right time. I mean, we've got the NBA trade deadline. This trade happened. Tim Lacombe, NBA-wise, is a wealth of knowledge.
Yep. And we'll even talk some hockey coming up at 2:05. Bill Armstrong will join us, more like 2 o'clock for Bill Armstrong. So we'll get your hockey fix with him straight ahead. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, Advanced Windows. It's cold. It may not be as cold as you thought it was going to be, but you still feel that cold wind whipping through your house. And just think, here in a few months, you're going to be turning on that AC. And that hot air, you want to keep that out, keep that cool air inside the house. It all starts with your windows. And people don't understand the value of quality windows and what that can mean to your bottom line. It's not only an investment in your house. When you call Advanced Windows and you talk to Jake and Nate and you have the best windows installed in your home, and if you swap out 10, they'll, guess what? They'll give you $2,500 off. So you're going to get incredible savings. You're going to be with a local company that's going to be with you every step of the way. Your house is going to look better. People don't understand the aesthetics that the improved windows will bring to their home. And then let's talk about the cost savings. Your heating bill, your cooling bill, that will drop dramatically if you've got old, decrepit windows. You bring in nice windows with the best technology, you're going to find immediate savings there. It will pay off. This isn't a cost for you to swap out your windows. This is an investment into your home that can have long-term payouts for you. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com. Remember, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at the Delta Center on February 9th. Go to harlemglobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
Start the new year strong with a Hercules Gold Tier checking account. Earn up to 4.25% APY and make your money work harder for you. This account combines high rewards with everyday convenience so you can reach your goals faster. Open your Gold Tier checking account today and let's grow stronger together in 2026. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Growing stronger together for 80 years.
Thursday on KSL.
On the face of it, it's a harmless prank.
Doorbell ditching, a game that generations of children played, has taken a frightening turn.
All you could see was a hoodie and a mask.
The KSL investigators set out to understand why a once silly prank,
it looked like a handgun. He just firing it at us,
seems to be more dangerous today.
You don't know whose door you're going to go knock on or pound on.
Ding Dong Danger, Thursday at 10.
Shining like a work of art.
This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Are you what I think you are?
Just a few minutes away from Bill Armstrong joining the program as we have our weekly chat with the general manager of the Utah Mammoth. The highs of the highs, the lows of the lows. Really difficult loss on the road to Carolina. Rebound nicely with a game at home. We'll talk to Bill about all of that. We want you to get in mint condition, and we're willing to bribe you a little bit. Even if you just go in for a consultation, Bailey from Mint Medical joining us, even for a consultation, you're handing some freebies out as well.
That's right. Yeah, we like to give them a lot just for coming in and seeing what kind of value we offer. But getting that blood flow analysis is part of it. Getting the Doppler radar done, we'll find out what level you're at and what we can show you as far as options to get it fixed. But we also give you something that's those troches. We like to give those. We've never seen those not work in the bedroom, and they're just a wonderful help for those guys that are struggling in the bedroom.
The great thing about the acoustic wave therapy is it has an end date. A lot of people have been taking blue pills for decades. This, you could be matter of weeks to be done.
Yeah, if you think today's the 3rd and we've got Valentine's Day 14th, in 2 weeks you could be back in mint condition because you can get all those treatments done in just about 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks.
Are some of your patients, I got to imagine they're surprised by the quick turnaround.
Yeah, and it's only about a 10-minute procedure when you're in the office, but you can do it about every 2 days and be done in about 12 days.
Wow. On average, 3-4 sessions?
Most people do 6 sessions.
6 sessions, yeah, that's right. You've mentioned that.
The clinical trial is based on the 6 sessions, but it has been proven to work.
And also a trip to Hawaii as well.
That's right. So, take your loved one to a nice resort for 6 nights in Hawaii. It's a great benefit.
20 of those trips available right now, and we're going to cap it at 20. So all you have to do is call and become a Mint Medical patient. And you call Bailey and the crew and get set up. Sandy and Layton are your 2 locations. Mint Medical, 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. The GLP-1s, the hormones, you'll get those for free for a month if you become a patient as well.
Right. It's included because we know how important that is to kind of have a complete trifecta approach, which is what we specialize in. Just treating the acoustic wave, that's foundational, but having those hormones in line and getting the GLP that you'll drop the weight very fast.
There's again, only 20 of those spots available, so call right now, 801-804-8000. I won't misspeak again, I promise.
You're fine.
But, I mean, it's kind of the same thing. 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000. Bill Armstrong joins us next.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Celebrate the new year by treating yourself to the best meal you've ever had. Ruth's Chris, with award-winning service, sizzling steaks, and proteins. Signature wrap, salad, sides, and dessert. Make early Valentine's reservations today. Ruth's Chris in Salt Lake or Park City.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I get it. We got big shoes to fill. Hans Olsen, we're going to take our time. And the name, it's not permanent. We're going to find somebody that's going to fill in those big size 15 shoes of hands, and we're going to get it done. Until then, though, we're going to surround ourselves with a lot of good guests, a lot of great insight, because heaven knows I'm not bringing any of that. So with that, let's bring in the general manager of the Utah Mammoth, Bill Armstrong. Bill, how are you?
I'm doing great. How you doing today?
I'm doing all right. Can't complain at all. Hey, I wanted to, are you you ever watch Ted Lasso?
I've watched a few times. Yeah, it's pretty good.
So he's got the, the memory of a goldfish. And because goldfish have no memory, so you just got to, forget what happened and move on. I really, that game in Carolina, that could stick with teams if you're not careful. How are you able to kind of move on from a loss like that and get things back on track?
Well, sometimes those losses hurt, and they leave a scar to some degree, but that's not a bad thing. Sometimes you have to go through some pain during the course of the season, and it kind of like it builds some character in your guys, and that scar that you have, it ends up working out for you, because it's that time that one of your players doesn't really. He's maybe selfish. He wants to get a point. He doesn't get that puck deep at the proper time, and it turns around and costs you a game. And, that player feels a little bit of the pain, maybe by a selfish penalty or something that he did that wasn't based upon the team agenda. And it kind of rips through the team, and it causes a lot of adversity. And coaches are upset, players are upset. And you have to go through some of that pain to really become a good team. They've got to learn lessons. It's not much different than your kids. Sometimes you got to get burned, and we got burned that game in Carolina and deeply hurt, I think, our group. But, when you look at it, in the big picture, it's going to come back and help us in the end. And, there was a team last year that went through this process where they gave up a lot of 6-on-5 goals, and it kind of stung them at the end of the year. It caught up in the 7th game of one of their first playoff series, and they ended up losing because of they never fixed those issues that had happened to them during the course of the year. And so it's so important that when you go and you get stung and you have a hard loss, you go back, and you kind of go through it, you learn from the pain and let that pain fuel you.
I had a basketball coach once tell me you're either winning or you're learning, and there's a lot of lessons to be learned from losing. Now, granted, you'd like to learn a lot from winning too, but yeah. Those are lessons that hopefully can pay dividends down the line, because that was a tough one. But you guys get the win against the Canucks 6-2 yesterday, and how about Schmaltzy with the hat trick?
Yeah, that was great. He came alive. He was awesome. So it was just one of those games for him. He's just hot, feeling it, and he was able to kind of drive us through. So he had a big game for us. And, I love the way that, certain aspects of our team are coming together, along with him, our first line, with Kells and Krauser. They're really a good kind of elite line. And then you get into Yamamoto and Hayden and Peterka. They're coming along too. So there's some really good aspects of our offense that everybody's generating, but Smoltzy's a huge part of that.
Marino got 3 points. That's a new career high in scoring. Obviously, he's important to your team defensively, but just kind of talk about him as an overall player and what he's meant to this team.
Well, Johnny's a huge piece. He's like, you can't create offense unless, your forwards get the puck in motion on the stick. And that's what he does. He moves the puck. And he's got elite hands. He's got poise and patience in those hands. He's got great vision, and he just sits back and he can move the puck. And, our forwards love playing with him just because of his ability and his vision to find the open guy in the neutral zone transition. And it allows our forwards to literally attack with speed, which is one of our assets. So he certainly made strides from when we first got him to where he is now. And, he hasn't even hit his peak, and he keeps getting better every game.
There's so much that we talk about the Jazz coaching staff and how well they've done in developing players like Keontae George, and he's taken that next step. I got to imagine that's something that's a high priority for you, not only draft quality players, acquire them via trade and free agents, but also the development once they get there. How important is that to your staff, and do you feel like your guys have been delivering? Because it sure seems on the outside looking in that they sure have.
Yeah, I think it's it's something where when you come in at the start of the years, you put a lot of pressure on your guys to improve. And I always have this saying where I say to the veteran players, I'm like, don't get old, get better. And that's a lot of our culture about coming into the rink every day. And we're in a unique situation where there's not a lot of practice time because of the Olympics. So we play, day off, and it just goes in that pattern. And so when they come in for their game, instead of just doing like a normal warm-up where it's a 20-minute one, we add probably 15 minutes of skills, sharpening their passing, sharpening their shooting, difference. And we've hired coaches to get on there and just really work their skill sets. And you see it with our group. We continue to get better, not only the veterans, but the young guys. They keep taking strides. So that's part of our culture, is to come in and have that will to improve every single day.
Bill Armstrong joining us, general manager of the Utah Mammoth. I think I mentioned this to you. I remember Jerry Sloan, the former coach of the Jazz, who told his team going into All-Star break, don't get out of shape on me. And I remember thinking and back then the All-Star break was a lot shorter than it is now. And I'm thinking 3-4 days, can you really get out of shape? Well, you've got a long Olympic break. Are you worried about guys not just losing momentum emotionally with the hot streak you've been on for the most part, but also maybe taking a step backwards if they're not careful?
It's a huge concern. Anytime your team's off for that amount of time, it takes one day in hockey terms to get out of shape, So, it's a hard sport about cardio and just it's a different type of strength in your body, and you lose it extremely quick when you're not on the ice every day. So it's so important for our guys to not only go home and get to Mexico and get a few days to kind of relax and get, just rejuvenate everything and get away from the game. At the same time, don't get too far away from it and don't get too far out of shape. Spend some time on the bike, spend some time lifting some weights and keeping yourself ready to go. And last year, our group, was super prepared when they came back in from the break. We attacked it. We came back. We had a great, second half down the stretch. It was huge. Well, we're going to come back to about 25 games left on the schedule, and we've got to attack it. We've got to be ready to go in the best shape. We want to come out of the break in the most prepared team, ready to play for a playoff spot. So we got one more game to go. It's the most important game of the season against Detroit. It's going to be a battle. They're a heck of a team. But really, it's a huge game for us before we head into break.
Yeah, you talk about that game against Toronto. How important, and I know this is a silly question, but in carrying momentum into this break, I got to imagine it's really important to get a win and not let that sinking feeling of finishing off with a loss going into that break. I mean, just from a mental health standpoint, this is an important game going into that break.
Yeah, I think, the way that we look at this game, as coaches has always done a good job this year preparing our guys, but it's a game 7, it's do or die in this game. And we've got to have that mentality, that we give everything we have to get the win. You don't want to look back and just say, we're going into break. It's not a big game. And you let one slip away. We don't have the space for it. Our division, the wild card spot is so tight that, one loss can just put you out of it. And then you got to spend 17 to 20 days thinking about it.
And there's always that joke where in the NBA, they talk about they're all there physically, but mentally, a lot of guys are already in Cancun. And those are the teams that usually end up taking an L real quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, it's so tight. Every game is a must-win right now in the NHL. So for us, it's a huge game. We got to find a way to win it and stay in the hunt.
What do you think of Team USA's chances in the Olympics? It seems like they really doubled down on defense, especially goaltending, and you got the Canadians who are high-flying. Was that the right approach, or would you have rather maybe ramped up the offense a little bit more?
I think, when they went to the Four Nations, unbelievable hockey that they played, I think each team learned a little bit about their team and what they needed to add. So I think each team's kind of come back and made some adjustments. I think Team Canada got a little bit tougher. The U.S. have made some adjustments, too, in their game to be a little bit better on the D side of the puck, too. So it'll be interesting to see how it all works out in the end. And everybody's had, some injuries here and there. But I think Team USA, I got to be honest with you, I think they're the favorites, in my opinion. Going in, I think they're that good. That's how good they are. Yep.
So we had a guest on, a national writer, who wasn't really thrilled with the way that they approached the roster building, but you like what they've done.
Yeah, I do. You're never going to please everyone because everybody thinks, oh, we got to take all the best players. But listen, there's role players that have huge amount of impact that nobody values really on the street value. But as a teammate and to block shots and to do the hard work and the grind and the drive the net, you got to have role players. They can't all be finesse Patrick Kane type players. So, you certainly have to make sure that you build a team. And it's not build the best, it's build the best team. And sometimes, the media don't like that when that type of building goes along because they're like, hey, you left out this guy, you left out that guy. But at the end of the day, the management has to build a team. And that's what they do. And they had the Four Nations as a warm-up for it last year. So now going into the Olympics, they should have their best team, picked.
As long as the Kachucks start throwing fists 9 seconds into it, that's all I really want, or somebody like them, then I'm happy.
Wow, it's always great when there's a little physical altercation, right? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's such a heated thing, and you're playing for your country, and it draws everybody to television to see the best on best, really. So it gets everybody excited about hockey. Then they get to come back and duke it out for the NHL playoffs.
How much can that experience help your guys that are playing in the Olympics?
Well, I think for sure, just being around other great players to see the way that they prepare, how they go through the adversity, how they handle it, sticking to the team plan. And sometimes the good news is that you might have the most offensive player in your team, but when he goes to play, for Team Canada or Team USA, they have to change their role. I think that's a huge importance because then when they come back to your team, they're like, oh, okay, I've learned how to play a little bit more defense in this situation, or hey, I had to play this role on the team, and they get a better understanding of it. They're the top dog here. They might not be the top dog Team USA or Team Canada.
Saw Tej, the WHL Player of the Week, had a 6-point night the other night. How's his progression? Because it sure seems like he's putting some points up in that league.
Yeah, Tej has been unreal. He has just simply crushed it since he's gone back to his junior club in Kelowna, and it's just been a real great thing. He was banged up last year, went through a number of different surgeries and was out the whole year, and he's come back just absolutely flying. And you love to see that. The kid's an all hockey kid. He's all in all day long. All he wants to do is play for the Mammoth. So he's someone that when you draft, you thought he was good, and now you see him later and you're like, wow, he's really good. So he's going to have a chance to have impact at some point in time to come in for us in the next few years.
Love it. Well, Bill, we appreciate it. Thanks for your time. As always, looking forward to catching up with you next week, and hopefully you get a day or two to yourself to relax a bit. I doubt that'll happen, but, hopefully you can squeeze in some time.
Yeah. Hopefully there's a couple days.
There you go. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you. Take care.
There he is, Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth. And I always thought that was funny because I remember distinctly, and we talk about Jerry Sloan a lot, and man, miss that guy. But I remember at a shoot-around talking to him and when he was addressing the media before an All-Star break, and he was very adamant about how guys can get out of shape. And the All-Star break then was a lot shorter than it is now. And I just thought, really? Like, you're talking about the most finely tuned athletes on the planet. There's no way they can really regress that much physically. Now, granted, keep in mind, look, you guys have all known my journey. I'm not the most physically fit person, never have been. So, I'm not of that level. So I'm just going off my own thought. Like, can you really get out of shape in 3 or 4 days? You've got the general manager of the Utah Mammoth saying that you can get out of hockey shape in 1 day if you're not careful. So I thought that's fascinating. And with a massive layoff coming off for the Olympics, it would be very easy for a player to be like, you know what, I'm just going to spend a couple days on the couch and I'm going to eat some good food and I'm going to catch up on my Netflix binging. And
one cheat day.
Yeah, what's a cheat day?
What's a cheat day? Come on.
And then, look, we all know this. A cheat day turns into a cheat weekend. And then a cheat weekend turns into maybe a cheat week. And then you're like, oh, I got to buckle down. I got to get myself back into it. These Olympics are starting to wind down. And so then you get fired up and you realize, ooh, I don't have that same kind of step that I had. And by the way, these trainers, these coaches, they will know immediately. They will know immediately where you're at. So, and this is a team that's got so much to play for. 25 games left after the game against Detroit. So they know that they are right in the thick of things for the playoffs. And if you go backwards, you're not only doing yourself a disservice, you're doing your team a disservice because they're playing so well. I know they lost 2 in a row before that win against the Canucks, but this is a team that's got to be firing on all cylinders if they want to make that playoff push. And I hope they do because, frankly, we've been talking about this for a long time, Lloyd. We deserve some playoff hockey. We want playoff hockey. We need playoff hockey. Let's make it happen.
Oh, I would kill. Okay, I wouldn't kill for playoff hockey, but give me some playoff hockey. I mean, that Carolina game, and I loved his answer on that.
Yeah.
Like, it's good to have scars like that, but I'm telling you, like, we've talked about how delicate the mindset is of the goalie.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, giving up 3 goals in 2 minutes has got to be. But you know what? It seemed like he bounced back. Vejmelka bounced back. And
were you watching that live when it happened?
Yes, I did. See, and I was like, there's no way.
I went back. I knew what had happened, and I went back and watched it on a replay. And I was, I'm still watching it, knowing what happened, knowing how it played out. And I still was like, there's no way. I must have read that wrong on Twitter. There's no way this happened. Because as you're watching it, even knowing what happened, you're like, I can't envision a situation where they give up 3 goals here. But
to be up 4-2 and not even get a point, where I'm really starting to understand that points are at a premium.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I mean, you know, the way that the whole point system works versus, like, say, the record with the NBA, like, you lose, but a team that's behind you, you know, or ahead of you, whatever, loses, and all of a sudden you gain a half game. But the points don't change. If you're off and they're off, there's no point change. It's all about how important 1 point or 2 points is. Like, it's crazy, and it's. I mean, you look at like how St. Louis went on that run last year of 11-game win streak or whatever, 12, 13-game win streak, and that's how they jumped out to that big lead, and there was like the Mammoth could never catch them.
No.
And and right there, you keep an eye out, and there's Utah in that in that one spot as far as the wild card, like they're the one wild card right now. But they keep shifting, like they lose 1 game, and all of a sudden they slip down to the 2, and they go back up to the 1, and watch them like they're hanging on by a thread right now, and like this is fascinating to watch come down the stretch.
I remember last year Jay Stevens sitting in that chair right there, and the Mammoth were out of it by, I want to say, like 6 points, 5 or 6 points. And I look at that as, because you're right, you think of it like games standpoint. And so you can pick up games real quickly in the NBA. And we thought, and there was still like a good chunk of time left. And I asked him, like, how easily can that be overcome? He's like, it ain't going to happen. Like, you're not.
6 points is a lot.
And at the time I was thinking, oh, come on, 6 points. They can do that. That's not a big deal. You get on a heater, you'll be fine. And he's like, no, that's the point of no return. We're past that.
An overtime loss, they get a point. It's like you're really trying. You're playing catch up is not easy in the NHL.
So when you look at the landscape of this season right now, and when you're looking at points being a premium, being up 4-2 with 2 minutes left. Even as you mentioned, all right, you give up 2 goals, you lose a game in overtime. All right, you're still walking out of there with a point. It sucks, but you got a point. Walking out of that with 0, and especially after you've gotten the win.
Well, the thing is, it changed. Like, had they just lost that game, just lost it. I'm not talking about you just lose. It's like, okay, that was going to happen.
3-1, you lose.
You figured that was going to happen.
Yeah.
You got 4 points on that road trip with a win against Florida and a win against Nashville. Like. The 4 points really was a success, but to not get those 2 points when you had it 4-2, I think it was pretty wild to see, because you're like, all of a sudden that road trip really turned into a miss. It felt like a miss, even though it still was a win, but it didn't feel like it mentally or in the long run, because those 2 points were valuable.
And frankly, I think there was a little bit of hangover in that Dallas game.
Right, absolutely.
And you reverse course, you get the win, and By the way, Smalty with the hat trick.
You did what you needed to do, by the way, against Vancouver. Vancouver is not good.
No.
Like, they're not good. You did what you needed to. They put the pressure on them. They kept the pressure on them all game, and so that was good to see. You did exactly. No hangover. They recovered, and it was good to see them do that.
All right. We are going to chat with the great Tony Jones. He's going to join us coming up in about 7 minutes from right now. So TJ will join the show. He may not be on the Jazz beat anymore, but you know that guy's dialed into all things Utah Jazz basketball. So we'll get his thoughts on the trade that went down earlier, in fact, about a half hour before we hopped on the show, a franchise-altering trade in terms of the Jazz and what they're looking to accomplish as Jaren Jackson Jr. on his way to suit up for the Jazz. And this is a moment when you talk about the rebuild process, this is the moment that you look at and you're going to point to and say, that is when the tanking stopped. Now, granted, they're going to tank the rest of the year. They need to get that pick, but this is the light that you've been waiting for. It's not the all-in superstar, but it is a sign of the Utah Jazz willing to give up significant assets to bring in a player who can be part of a big three. Maybe not the one in a big three, but certainly part of your big three. All right, Bailey's with us, Mint Medical, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. One thing we have not touched on, and you can correct me if I'm misspeaking here, but FSA, HSA, a lot of people have had those reloaded dollars on their account. This is something that you can use towards that.
Yes, we have a code for that, so it covers it. So a lot of people have used that in the past and continue to use it. So that's a great option for people that, if they've already put money into that, or their corporation, their company, their employer does that, we're happy to help you with that.
There's a lot of individuals out there that are listening and thinking, okay, I hear people talk about it, but I think I'm the only one dealing with this.
Right.
And it's very personal. You're a little embarrassed. You're a little horrified. Your relationship with your significant other, they're being supportive, but you feel that strain there, and you're thinking, okay, this is my life now. Right. That's not the case, and you're not the only one. If you're living in a cul-de-sac with 5 other houses or 6 other houses, and you're all over 50, chances are half of you are dealing with this same issue, and that number is only going to go higher.
Yeah, as the decades go up, it's about 60% of men that are in their 60s, 70% of men in their 70s. It just keeps going up, and it starts earlier too. Because of our diet and our society, a lot of our patients are younger, in their 30s, 40s. So. And the great thing about that is they're taking advantage of getting it taken care of now, so that they don't have to deal with it later on in life. So you're not alone. I know that's your point, and we want everybody to realize it's a very common thing, and nothing to be embarrassed about. There's a treatment for it.
If you got a broken leg, you're going to go get it cast. Yeah. If you got a headache, you're going to take some Advil. Like, this is science.
Yep.
And it's not anything personal. It's not anything that you've really overly done wrong. It's just a matter of, hey, there's an issue, and you can get it addressed medically with professionals that know what they're doing.
Yeah, the acoustic wave therapy is really, truly awesome because it's non-invasive. Some of these options out there are pretty scary that some people choose. Ours is non-invasive. There's no side effects. There's no downtime. It's very quick. And you can get this fixed and have that relationship back and get that energy, that confidence. That's a big thing.
Yes.
They always talk about, I got my confidence back, and my relationship has been benefited from that as well.
And not just confidence in your relationship, which is obviously the most important thing, but that carries over in all aspects of your life. And you treat the hormone part of this, you treat with the GLP-1s, the weight loss. And I've told you my story from, I lost over 200 pounds. And GLP-1s were a big part of that. And I'm a huge fan. I will get on any rooftop and talk the praises of GLP-1s, because the confidence that comes from all of that functioning at a high level for an individual, that carries over into the workplace, that carries over into your community efforts. All aspects of your life are impacted in a better way.
Yeah, getting healthy, it's hard to do that, but when you have these tools that really do work, like the GLP-1s, there's so many people that are realizing, wow, the side effects from this are actually good. My A1Cs go down, my inflammation goes down, my ED has been improved. So they're wonderful. Of course, they lose weight too, which is a big plus.
801-804-8000. And remember, those hormone treatments and the GLP-1 treatments, you'll get a month of that for free when you become a Mint Medical patient.
That's right. And we'll even throw in 5 nights in Hawaii if you become a patient too.
Oh, no big deal. 5 nights in Hawaii too. And remember, we're capping that at 20 right now. So if you call and you become a client, you're going to get a lot of freebies. The assessment's free, all of that. You're going to get that information you need. And you'll get, as soon as you become a client, a trip to Hawaii. 801-804-8000. Go to mintmedicalclinic.com for the website if you want more information. But just call and set up that appointment. A lot of you have put that number in, but you're like, I don't know if I can. Yes, you can. You're going to be better off for it. 801-804-8000. Locations in Sandy and Layton. It's Mint Medical.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Big trade. Whoa, including the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
The Utah Jazz are trading for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Whoa.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks. This is a huge trade for the Utah Jazz.
Wow, that is a huge trade for the Jazz.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the type of player the Jazz have needed to come in and cement the front court. Right? He's going to come in and be a major defensive piece for the Utah Jazz.
You know, one thing that the Jazz have not really utilized with Lowry Markkanen that Cleveland did was they put him at the 3, and all of a sudden they were the biggest team in the league by a mile. I don't know how this affects their plans for Walker Kessler, but if you start Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lowry Markkanen as your front court, they're huge. And then Ace Bailey goes into the backcourt.
You've got a stew going, as they like to say.
Got yourself a stew going.
You're really cooking there at that point.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
Since 1973, Belliston Jewelry has created a legacy of true value and incredible quality that stands alone. Here's Joe Belliston, owner of Belliston Jewelry.
Whether you need in-house jewelry repair, you want to design your own ring, or you want to buy a simple Valentine's Day gift, you get a dozen roses free with a minimum purchase of only $129 while supplies last.
But what if a guy doesn't know what to buy? Can Bellistons tell him what's trending?
Guys, you can't miss. Our expert staff will tell you exactly what women want right now.
One of my favorites is Belliston Jewelry's new Love You bands. They have U-shaped cutouts on the sides and the cute little hearts right underneath the diamonds.
That's why they're called Love You bands. I designed these bands to be worn alone, stacked, or matched up to an engagement ring. Women are loving them.
Express your love with the gift of fine jewelry and get a free dozen roses for Valentine's Day. Belliston Jewelry, made just for you, cherished for generations. BellistonJewelry.com.
Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our community. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the JJ and Alex Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday. And the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids.
January's over, but your goals don't have to be. If you missed your start date or your January weight loss plan already fell apart, this is your do-over. This is your resolution reset. Right now, Salt Lake City Fat Loss is offering $200 off to help you get back on track to the end of February, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Our doctor-developed all-natural program helps you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day with no injections, no drugs, no workouts, and no prepackaged meals.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to this program. Alex here. I've dropped 65 pounds. SLCfatloss.com.
Stop restarting and start getting results. Take advantage of the resolution reset with $200 off ending February 28th, plus 1 free body contouring session where you can lose up to 2 inches per session. Many patients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 1 or 2 months. Call now and schedule your free consultation at SLCfatloss.com. That's SLCfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Arrive in style for all of life's events, from the first suit to the first dance.
From preparing to serve to standing side by side, starting a life together. At every age, at every milestone, Mr. Mac helps you feel confident and prepared by showing up looking your best no matter where life takes you. Locally owned and operated for nearly 60 years. Mr. Mac, helping you look your best for all of life's events.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, welcome on back. Scotty G and Friends. Okay, it's not going to stick. That's not the name. I know it sounds a little narcissistic. That's not what we're going to call it long term. We're just, you know what? We're bringing in a bunch of people, good friends of the show. We're going to hang out. We're going to chat it a little bit, and then we'll figure out who our co-host is going to be going forward. All right, before we get to the great Tony Jones from The Athletic, remember this segment brought to you by University of Utah Health, for you, for life. Let's give away some Jazz tickets, though. Not sure if Jaren Jackson will be in the lineup, but hey, could be. So here it is, your chance to win tickets.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, and your chance to win tickets is right now.
Call this number now.
Call this number now.
Be caller number 12 at 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. And you'll be on your way to Delta Center to see the Utah Jazz.
He fires the three. He hits. Oh, don't do me like that.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it's a Jazz Ticket Tuesday, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You'll win a pair of tickets. See the Jazz and the Kings coming up on Wednesday, February 11th at the Delta Center, 7 o'clock tip-off. All right, Tony Jones from The Athletic will join us coming up here in just a moment. We'll chat with him and get his thoughts on the Jazz trade right here on the Zone. In fact, he joins us right now. Tony, I'm not thrilled with you right now. You're not my favorite person out there, because
this is just not the introduction that I anticipated. But
no, look, Tony's one of my favorite. In fact, Tony is so much on my favorite list. You couldn't have waited like 6 months for my guy Hans to figure out he needed to go into the corporate world and make some real money. Like our timing, man, you would have been perfect. This would have been great. But that's all right. You moved across the country. You're in Philly. I get it. It's fine. But I'm telling you, man, what could have been?
I would have accepted. Like absolutely.
Oh, man.
Listen, let's tell the whole story here. Me and you have actually, I'm hoping I'm not betraying any trust here, but me and you have been talking about this for like 3 or 4 years.
Yes. You are made for sports radio. You are made for sports radio. You argue with everybody. You get in fights at the drop of a hat. You're ready to throw gloves at any given moment. And come on, I couldn't have created a profession that you're more capable of. Now, granted, you're a hell of a writer and you do a great job on The Athletic. If you're not subscribed to The Athletic, get there now, because Tony's the best of the best. He's won the guy lives in Philly and he's still winning Sports Writer of the Year awards here in Utah. So for crying out loud.
Yeah, I lost that. Jay Drew. Shout out Jay Drew. Jay Drew beat me this year.
Yeah, well.
And shout out Bella.
Yeah, Bella, absolutely. But all right, so enough of that. I would love to have you on the air breaking down what you think of the Jazz trade as a co-host. But as a guest on the show, 30,000-foot view, what do you think? Did Jazz nail this one?
I loved it. I loved it. I mean, I love the trade from the standpoint of, size still wins in basketball. And, you're going to have, two guys in Lauri Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr., who are both 7-footers, legit 7-footers, who can shoot the basketball and handle the basketball. you're talking about one guy who's, pretty much a 22-point points per game guy, and who was a past Defensive Player of the Year. He's one of the best rim protectors in the league. And you're talking about another guy who can roll out of bed and get you 27, 28 points a night, 40% shooting on, 7 to 8 3-pointers a night. Plus he plays above the rim. You're talking about the length, the athleticism, the shooting, the creation ability of both guys. And then you're adding Walker Kessler, who's an apex rebounder and who's one of the 5 best rim protectors in the league, who has also started shooting the ball pretty well from 3-point range. So, it has a chance to be a terrific and dynamic front court. The Jazz still have some work to do, right? Like they have to find some more ball handlers, especially on the perimeter. They have to find some point of attack defenders. From that standpoint, I really do like them getting Vince Williams in this deal because he's one of the better point of attack defenders among guards in the league. They're going to have to downshift Ace Bailey, so in order to make this lineup work. So he's going to have to play at the 2, which means he's going to have to really get in the lab this summer and improve his ball handling. And it puts a lot of creation pressure on Keontae George as well. But, one of the things that this move does, it puts 2 rim protectors behind Keontae George. Defense is never going to be his thing. So, you need to have some protection behind him in order to kind of make some of the stuff work that he does offensively. But I firmly think the Jazz, if they, handle the offseason right, make enough moves around the edge of the roster, you're looking at a team that is going to have every chance to finish in the top 6 of the Western Conference next year.
So my initial thought was, when I saw this trade go down, was that if there's somebody on the Jazz roster that's a little nervous before the deadline, it might be Walker Kessler. You've reported that the Jazz are still very much committed to the long-term development of Walker Kessler. I know they've got some decisions to make contract-wise with him, but kind of, line up what this means for Walker, not just short-term but long-term.
Well, the first thing I can tell you is that Walker has a lot of interest on the market. There are 2 teams that I know of who are offering multiple first-round picks for him.
Wow.
And the Jazz are saying no. Both of these teams are in the Eastern Conference. I'm not going to, kind of betray the source and tell you who the teams are, but both of these teams are in the East. Both of these teams are offering multiple first-round picks to try to pry Walker Kessler loose. It's been well documented that the Lakers are very interested in Kessler. But essentially Austin Ainge is telling the entire NBA, you can go ahead and offer Walker Kessler a contract if you want to during the summer. I'm just going to wait until the last possible minute. I'm going to tie up your cap space for 2 days, and then I'm going to match the offer. So I don't know if that's going to scare anybody from giving him an offer sheet, but the Jazz are committed to having him on the team long term. And truthfully, they need him. You can't. The biggest weakness, Jaren Jackson Jr. has 3 very big weaknesses. Number one, he's not the most durable guy on the face of the earth. He never has been. He probably never will be. Secondly, he fouls way too much. I mean, way too much. It's almost a running joke how much he fouls. But the third thing, and this is why you need Walker Kessler next to him, is he is by far, and I'm saying by far, the worst rebounding big man I have ever seen in my life. I mean, the next rebound that Jaren Jackson Jr. gets will be his first. Now, that's not literal, but that's, that's, you get the point. Now he balances this by being, just an awesome rim protector, and he's a terrific offensive player, and, he's kind of a unicorn. You just don't see very many 7-footers who are natural power forwards, who move the way he does, who can score the way he does, and score in so many different ways. But there are weaknesses. So you need an apex rebounder next to him, and that's Walker Kessler. And when you put Walker Kessler's rim protection next to Jaren Jackson Jr.'s rim protection, you probably have 2 of the 10 best rim protectors in the league in the same lineup. So if you're the Jazz, I mean, there's some really scary good elements to that pairing.
I'm asking you to speculate. I'm not holding you to this, but ballpark, what do you think the financial contract, I guess, what kind of money are we looking at for Kessler going into next year?
I think the Jazz would love to keep him at around $25 million a year. I think Kessler's people want to get him up to $30 million a year.
Yeah.
Maybe even $32 million a year. So, and I see where both sides are coming from. Walker Kessler is, every bit of 7'1". He's just an absolutely terrific rim protector. He's a terrific athlete. There aren't many centers who run the floor as well as he does. He's, a really good lob threat. He's starting to shoot the ball. Before the shoulder injury, he started to shoot the ball, and he's become one of the best rebounders in the league. So, if you're, Walker Kessler's people, you're like, yo, this is worth a lot of money. And if you're the Jazz, you're like, I don't want to pay my center $33 million a year. It's one of the big reasons why they traded Rudy Gobert. They didn't want to pay him $45 million. It's going to be really interesting to see where that negotiation turns out. But you're the Jazz. You have team control over him. It's going to be, if you're the Jazz, you're going to be trying to sign him for, somewhere, 4 years, 4 years, 5 years, and see where that goes in $25 million a year.
Ben Anderson and I were talking about this, and he mentioned that, Larry may have preferred to be at the 4, but because of this, as you mentioned, especially with Kessler, you're looking at him at the 3. Does that matter to you at all? Would you have preferred to keep him in the 4 in the perfect world, or is that kind of, doesn't overall matter that much?
No, it doesn't matter. I thought it would have mattered a little bit more 3 years ago, but he's developed a lot off the dribble since then, and he's figured out how to get his shot off against smaller and faster defenders. That was a problem for him a little bit when he came to the Jazz. And so you could see the difference between where he played 3 and where he played the 4. But I think it's much less of an issue now. No matter where you play him on the floor right now, he's going to score 28 to 30 points a night, and he's probably going to do it efficiently. And the other thing that's not a problem for me is that, you're starting with these guys. You're going to stagger those guys, as the game goes on. So, Lowry's going to start at the 3, but he's going to get his minutes at the 4. Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to start at the 4. He's going to get his minutes at the 5. Walker's strictly a 5. He's still going to play, his 30 minutes a night. So, it's just going to be all about, where Will Hardy, finds his rotations, where the sweet spots are, with his rotations and just kind of who best plays with what, and frankly, what the roster looks like when training camp starts in September, because it's probably going to look different than what it is now.
Is Keontae near his ceiling, or is there still a ton of room for growth for him?
Well, he's 22 years old, so, I think that there's room for growth. I don't think that we see, somebody go from, what he was last year to what he was this year very often. That's kind of a really unique leap for a player to take. But, he's definitely got a chance to get better. And, one of the reasons why he took this leap is that, last year he was in the gym every single day during the summer. He didn't take a day off. So, if he, continues like with that trajectory, and if he continues with that kind of dedication to working and honing his craft, he's definitely got room to grow.
You see any movement with Ja or Giannis before trade deadline, or does that go into the summer?
The Minnesota Timberwolves are trying really hard to get Giannis. That's one of the reasons why they made a move today to duck below the luxury tax and free up some money. So if Giannis isn't moved by Thursday, it's not going to be because teams aren't trying. So there's that, and the job thing is really interesting because now you've traded Desmond Bane and you traded Jaren Jackson Jr. I've seen better leaders among 2-year-olds than Ja Morant.
Man, this is why you needed to do sports radio. Damn it, Tony.
I'm just saying, Ja is not the greatest leader. Okay, so you're Memphis. You have just taken away Jaren Jackson Jr. and you have taken away Desmond Bane. You have just now Ja Morant you've taken away Jock Landale, who's also an adult in the room, and you've also taken away Vince Williams, who Ja doesn't like very much. But let's be that as it may. Do you want your rookies and your second-year players to have Ja Morant leading you?
I think he would like to take a shot at that. Hey-oh, sorry.
Okay. That was wow. So
need you here keeping him straight, Tony.
So I would just say I would have him out of Memphis with a bullet.
Well, I don't know how much trade power Memphis could brandish these days, but it would be interesting to see what they could come up with.
So disappointed in both of you.
Who knew Lloyd was the adult in the room here?
Watch Ja Morant in the new movie Tombstone.
He's your Huckleberry. Oh man, what could have been, Tony? What could have been?
What could have been?
Yeah. All right, my guy. Well, I appreciate it. Great stuff as always. You're killing it, and I'm always a big fan of yours. Don't be a stranger, and let's get you on more often. All right.
I love you guys very much, man, and I miss you. I miss you so much. So I really appreciate y'all.
All right, you're the best, dude. Miss you too. There he is, Tony Jones for The Athletic, now living in Philadelphia. Could have been doing sports radio with us. Hey, by the way, win big this Wednesday. It's the Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, you have a chance to see Brian Regan at Delta Center coming up on Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets now at SeatGeek.com. All your tickets are available at, again, SeatGeek.com, and we're giving away tickets all day tomorrow as well. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. Keep listening for the sounder and your chance to win. We'll wrap this bad boy up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex. I got this.
I'm starting to buy into the young group, showing progress, slowly but surely, churning its way up the tracks to a superstardom maybe in the future.
How about Ace Bailey's last 10 games? You want to see the numbers? 15 points per game, 4.4 rebounds. He's shooting 34% from three. As a rookie, I'll take that. Yeah. It's going to get better. I talked to Will Hardy, and he talked about what they're doing is trying to get Ace to do a lot of the other things because they know he's an offensive juggernaut. They're working on a lot of other things, and maybe that plus some games he's missed kept him out of the Rising Stars, which how do you not have Ace Bailey in that game? Have you not seen the dunks? Have you not seen the production? Why do you not put Ace Bailey in that Rising Stars? It's a stars competition. These are the best players. So when you have a Rising Stars, your best young players need to be in that game. It's a joke. He's phenomenal.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, I am fired up. Hey, you know how important Bar W beef is? Let me tell you. I could have gotten on a nice charter flight from New Mexico to Laramie, Wyoming. Nobody wants to drive to Laramie, all right? But I am driving to Laramie from Nephi on Friday. Why? Because I want to be at Bar W Beef. I want to be at the new Bar Dub Steakhouse. I want to see what they've got there. I'm still jealous that Hans got to eat his weight in beef the other day down there. So I am going to fly back from New Mexico on Thursday, drive down to Nephi so that I can be at the Bar Dub Steakhouse and then drive to Laramie to call a Utah State-Wyoming game. Why am I putting myself through this and doing it happily? Because of Bar W Beef. I love getting down to Nephi. I love that place. It's the best beef on the planet. They've got the steakhouse, which is having a soft opening next week. See if they still have some reservations at barwsteakhouse.com. If not, it'll be open officially at the beginning of March. You can still check out the Bar Dub Grill. And if you can't make it down to Nephi, totally fine. You can have that beef sent to you directly anywhere in the state of Utah for free on orders over $150 or more. It's all available for you at barwbeef.com. Again, barwbeef.com. But I suggest you just go to Nephi and check out the place for yourself. Off of exit 222 in Nephi, it's Bar W Beef and barwbeef.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Thursday on KSL.
On the face of it, it's a harmless prank.
Doorbell ditching, a game that generations of children played, has taken a frightening turn.
All you could see was a hoodie and a mask.
The KSL investigators set out to understand why a once silly prank,
it looked like a handgun. He just firing it at us,
seems to be more dangerous today.
You don't know whose door you're going to go knock on or pound on.
Ding Dong Danger, Thursday at 10.
This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of the legacy. This game is once in a century. Be there at the Delta Center on February 9th. Go to harlemglobetrotters.com for your tickets to the 100-year tour.
You're listening to Scotty G and Friends on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, wrapping up another edition of the show. hanging out with Bailey, Mint Medical. By the way, big thanks to everyone who joined us. Tony Jones at the drop of a hat from Philadelphia, breaking down the Jazz trade. Obviously, Ben Anderson hanging out with us as well. Kurt Heelan, NBC Sports and ProBasketballTalk.com. And, of course, no big deal, Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth. But, again, Bailey's with us from Mint Medical Acoustic Wave Therapy. I think a lot of guys have heard about it, but don't necessarily know what it is. And when we're talking about that area, south of the border, guys get a little nervous, but no pain. This is easy procedure.
That's right. It's non-invasive, and it's been clinically proven by over 60 clinical trials that this really does work. And some of the other options out there, that they are pretty scary, and this, it's non-invasive. It's not painful. You can be back in business that same day. So that's what's unique about it, is you don't have to worry about some very invasive or painful procedure.
We talk about roughly around 6 sessions.
Yep.
But how long does the individual session last?
It's only about 10 minutes
Okay.
is all they need. And most men see results after the first couple treatments right away, so they're starting to see improvements instantly. And we have some other things that we help that can help improve those results as well.
But this isn't 10 minutes once a month for the rest of your life. This is a 6 session, roughly around there, give or take 1 or 2. And you're back to where you need to be. It's not a blue pill where you're just taking it forever.
That's right. And there's no side effects as well, like you have. And you get that spontaneity back. Things work when they need to work.
You don't have to get out the day planner and be like, all right, what are we doing a few hours from now? All right, so when you sign up with Mint Medical, we talk about the acoustic wave therapy. That's a big part of what you do, but you attack the problem from multiple angles. The acoustic wave therapy obviously is the big one, but where's your weight at? Let's address that with the GLP-1. Where's your hormones at? Let's address that as well.
Yeah, that's a trifecta approach that we talk about. That treatment focus on, fundamentally, we got to get the blood flow.
Yeah.
That's what the acoustic wave therapy does. But getting your hormones dialed in, that affects the ED. And getting your weight down tremendously affects the ED. So we address all of those, and more and more of our patients, they just keep telling us, I wish I would have just taken that step, made the call earlier. Yeah. Because the results have been kind of life-changing for them and their spouse.
And also, if there's somebody out there that's on the GLP-1s and you're thinking you're paying way too much, just call. Even if it's just that, you can save people money.
Yeah, we offer anybody that's on it now, we'll give you $50 less than what you're paying now if you just call in. You say, yeah, I've been taking that, and I can't believe some of the pricing out there for that, but that's a big part of what we do, and a lot of our patients love that because it restores their health.
If you become a Mint Medical patient, we've got 20 trips to Hawaii.
That's right.
5-night stay in Hawaii, incredible resort. If you want one of those, it's really simple. Just become a client.
Yeah, just call in, get the free consultation. There's no harm in finding out where you're at and what your options are to get fixed. And if you do become a patient, like you said, we'll send you to Hawaii.
The consultation, all of that's free. That's about a $600, $700 value.
Right. No obligation for that.
No obligation. You're going to get that information. And if you decide to move forward, hey, you're going into Hawaii in mint condition.
That's right. And we give out that free intimacy gift to everybody that comes in. So at least you get that.
A lot of free here. Call Bailey, Mint Medical, 801-804-8000. If you're worried about locations, they've got one up north in Layton, one down south in Sandy, so they're going to have one close to you. Just call 801-804-8000. It's Mint Medical right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see Brian Regan at the Delta Center Saturday, February 14th. Get your tickets today at SeatGeek.com and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal, 50% of the way there. Why have I made such progress? Because Soda has put me in contact with a nutritionist who's got a program set up just for me. If I got to travel for a couple days, all kinds of tips to help make sure that I keep that sugar and sodium out of my diet, because that is why I gained the weight. The nutritionist is key. No shots, no pills, which is great because I don't want to take the shots and the pills. And also they're expensive. You want to be paying for that forever? Keep that money in your pocket. Learn how to eat right and exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a Soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
What's better than a credit card with low interest? How about one with no interest? For a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card, you'll enjoy 0% APR for the first 6 months. Transfer your balances from higher rate cards to your new America First card to consolidate debt and potentially save yourself a lot of money. That's 0 interest for 6 months. Interested? Then hurry to americafirst.com to apply today. Introductory variable annual percentage rate is subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Other limits and requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
The KSL Sports Zone is your home for live local sports. Tonight, the Utah Jazz are in Indiana to play the Pacers. The game tips off at 5 o'clock on 97.5 The Zone. Tomorrow night, the Detroit Red Wings are at the Delta Center to face the Mammoth. That game starts at 7:30 on 97.5 The Zone. BYU's at Oklahoma State at 7 o'clock on 102.7 FM. And Utah State's at New Mexico at 9 o'clock on 1280 The Zone. If you want to hear your company's name here, email Stephanie Palmer at spalmer@ksl.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Big trade. Whoa, including the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
The Utah Jazz are trading for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Whoa.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks. This is a huge trade for the Utah Jazz.
Wow, that is a huge trade for the Jazz.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the type of player the Jazz have needed to come in and cement the front court. Right? He's going to come in and be a major defensive piece for the Utah Jazz.
You know, one thing that the Jazz have not really utilized with Lauri Markkanen that Cleveland did was they put him at the 3, and all of a sudden they were the biggest team in the league by a mile. I don't know how this affects their plans for Walker Kessler, but if you start Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Lauri Markkanen as your front court, they're huge. And then Ace Bailey goes into the back court.
You've got a stew going, as they like to say.
Got yourself a stew going.
You're really cooking there at that point.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday to you. A very happy Tuesday to you. A very busy Tuesday. Perfect time for us to only have to go 1 hour with you. Did I mention that this is the radio home of the Utah Jazz? It's a good day to be that, too. Lots going on. JJ, what's going on, brother? Everybody's got a little spring in their step today.
Oh, I'm juiced, man. I'm juiced.
Get a hat
if you're
trick.
a Jazz fan, you're juiced today.
You got a hat trick from Schmaltzy last night?
Oh, well, if you're a Mammoth fan, it was a great night last night. Look, I know it was the Vancouver Canucks. They're the worst team in the league.
But you were supposed to do that. You were supposed to do it.
Yeah.
Then you wake up today, and I had to check. I had to triple check everything. I had to look and see. You know when you watch one of those videos now and you're pretty sure it's AI, you try to like kind of tell with the voice, and I'm like, is this Shams, but it's like the fake Shams? You know what I'm talking about? Like
AI
when
Shams?
AI Shams gets on there and goes,
Shyams?
Shyams. Yeah. ESPM. Right?
Exactly.
And you're like, what?
I get you.
When I looked at it and had to do I had to start looking around, but the Jazz have made a move. They've made the move. In fact, this is going to be the one I think that a lot of people are big on. If whether or not this thing pans out, Jaren Jackson Jr. is going to be in a Utah Jazz uniform, and there's nothing you can do about it. I'm telling you right now, this is a huge day for Jazz fans, big day for this organization across the street. And, well, I tell you, just from a morale standpoint, if you're in that Utah Jazz organization, I bet those players are buzzing over there in that locker room.
This is big news. So
we're going to kick the show off officially, as we always do here. So we're going to get on the horn. We're going to get you some expert breakdown here from the coach, Tim Lacombe, going to join us in just a moment here. But let's kick everything off officially here with The Cut.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time.
All season long and even in the off season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Yes. You know what that music means, and it has a little bit more of a flair to it today, doesn't it? This sounds a little bit more crisp. Sounds good. Joining us on the program right now for Jazz Daily, he is the coach, Tim Lacombe. You can hear him, of course, pre, half, and post on your radio dial right here, the radio home of the Utah Jazz. Coach, thanks for being with us, man. What a big day for this organization. What a big day for this locker room. Your thoughts as you first saw this one, that the Utah Jazz were going to acquire Triple J from the Memphis Grizzlies. A big deal, too. You got players out the door from the Utah Jazz, Kyle Anderson, George Niang, Taylor Hendricks, Walter Clayton Jr., and then 3 first-rounders. That's a hefty load that's getting delivered over there to Memphis. But the Jazz get Jaren Jackson Jr., John Conchar, Jock Landale, Vince Williams Jr., but, of course, Triple J is the one that's the key piece in all of this. Your thoughts when you saw this one go down today?
Well, good to be with you guys. Actually was working, and actually had a coworker run around the corner and say, "We got a Shams bomb," and handed me his phone, and I looked at it, and I was, the first thing I thought, Jaren Jackson is a guy that, as teams come through, I make a little list of guys I covet and would be great here in Utah. And he was a guy on my list, no question. I think when you just look at it at face value, you're adding a 2-time All-Star, Defensive Player of the Year, a guy that is on 5 attempts per night from 3, shooting 36%.
Wow.
His rebounding is low. It's always kind of been low. I'm hoping maybe Will can get to him like he got to Colin on tempo. and that maybe some improvement can be had there. But at face value, I mean, the other piece that's crazy, guys, is you look at, what could be the possible lineup of a Keontae George, Ace Bailey, Lowry, Markkanen, then, of course, Jaren Jackson Jr.
Wow.
And a healthy Walker Kessler, which would be one of the biggest teams in the NBA immediately. It would have, a guy that was voted Defensive Player of the Year. He's blocking 3 shots a game back then. He's blocking about 1.6 now. But that alongside what I think is probably one of the up-and-coming dominant rim protectors, if Walker and the Jazz find common ground, you look at a team that's really big, but you also look at a team that's very long. You put wingspans up against, I think the Spurs probably would be a team that is a little bit longer than the Jazz, but that's what you're looking for in this. You're looking for height, length, but then versatility. And this move allows Lowry to go to the 3, and he is an absolute cheat code at 3.
I love it.
Trying to put smaller guys on him, takes them right down into the post. His ability to drive the basketball on bigger guys. So it's pretty exciting to think about.
So all that said, I trust that you believe that Lowry and JJJ and Walker Kessler fit well together?
Oh, absolutely. And I'll tell you why. I think the one thing the Jazz and Walker, starting this year, all of a sudden became J.J. Redick from three.
Right.
He was bombing them and he was making them. And one of the things, and you guys watch the game, the thing that everybody's seeking in the NBA is space. And, the one thing that all five of those guys can do is shoot the basketball from the perimeter, with Walker being kind of new to that club. But, man, the space that buys you, you can't say Lowry's got a small guy on him. You can't really send another guy because the Jazz have shown this year how they move the basketball. So, yes, in a long-winded answer, I think they fit well. Again, like I mentioned, you have the up-and-coming young premier rim protector in the NBA and Walker Kessler, and you've got a guy who, from the weak side, is deadly. And then you've also got his ability to fight and be physical. And the West is really physical, so I think it matches up with a lot of things that are going on currently in the landscape.
I didn't think much of it last night. JJ, you and I were sitting in the studio here, and the Timberwolves and Grizzlies game came on because it was the early game. Like the Jazz are going to have an East Coast tip off tonight. So during the middle of the middle of our show, we're starting to watch the beginning of this thing, and then he has a 30-point night. They beat the Timberwolves, and I was like, oh, it's a nice night. I didn't think for 1 second to myself, man, that guy would be awesome on this Jazz team, because you just don't think that you can have nice things when some of the things have gone down like they have over the years. But patience has paid off for this organization.
Well, not only patience, but diligence. And I think, if you look at this window, from my understanding around the league, and it's been widely publicized, John Morant's been shopped quite a bit. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of extra stuff that comes with a purchase of Ja. I'll just leave it at that. And so I think it's been tough sledding, perhaps. I do know this window was not discussed. It's very rare you don't hear any rumblings, which tells me this happened pretty quickly. And I do think that, the Jazz, typically teams that are chasing lottery odds aren't supposed to be forking out huge money, multiple first-round picks and prospects. But in this instance, if you look at the timeline, JJJ's 27, Lowry's 27. It fits. You've got young supporting cast that's coming along great. And so I think that, you look at it and people say, well, they used all their cap space. Just do yourself a favor and go look at the next 2 years of free agents and tell me. In fact, let me just read you. Can I read you power forwards that are available this year? Okay. Because I did this because I knew that people would, they can't go out shopping. So LeBron James is on the market. Porzingis, Tobias Harris, John Collins, Draymond Green, Jonathan Kuminga, Harrison Barnes. Should I keep going?
Sure.
I mean, that's what you've got out there.
Yeah.
Rui Hachimura, Kelly Olynyk, would love Kelly. Been there, done that. He's in his 13th year. So my point is to be able to go out and get an all-star in that slight window. It shows the Jazz have their ear to the pulse. I've always just been blown away at the Ainge's ability to maneuver, and I do think they got a deal here. I think they bought very low.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I'm glad you brought up the point about the cap space, because that was the one concern as you're looking at it. But you're not going to get a better player than Jaren Jackson Jr. with that cap space, so you might as well use it now. And you don't have to wait until the offseason when there's other bidders. So I love that the Jazz acted now. They identified him as somebody they could get, and they're adding an all-star player and a Defensive Player of the Year candidate to this lineup. As you're looking at the trade details, is there any pain point in here for you? You're going to have to give up something to get something. But you're looking at some of the players that are involved, some of the picks. Obviously, we loved Walter Clayton Jr., what we were seeing. We didn't see out the Taylor Hendricks development. And there's a lot of these picks that are going out, especially that Phoenix one that could be pretty good in 2031. What was the painful thing the Jazz are giving up here that you identify as like, oh, man, that's tough to see that go, but obviously it was worth it?
Well, the instant thing would be maybe the picks. But, when I started doing this 6 years ago, the Jazz were against the cap with Donovan and Rudy as their two guys, and everything, the situation itself was telling you that things run its course. At that point in time, the Jazz were actually down 4 picks. So you get a pick every year, first-round pick. They traded away. They were down 4 picks, I believe, in the next 10 years. You fast forward today, the Jazz have the roster they do, and they still have all their picks plus 4 more. And so picks, I said this early on, picks are used in the NBA to get deals done. And my understanding is that, they are actually after 4 first-round picks, but, when, they really were keen on Walter, so they were good with that. And so I think the part of it that's exciting to me is that, they've got all these young guys, and say Keontae George resigns or Walker, when he it doesn't go against your, when you resign your own guys to big deals. Yeah. It's the Bird, you got the Bird situation, and so I do believe when you just look at it, as I have from the studs to today, we just added like an incredible backyard with a pool. It's pretty exciting.
We were talking about Walker a little bit earlier about how, that's going to be that linchpin in all of this and the moving forward of whether or not the Jazz can, make a deal that works for both sides, and Walker wants to make that work as well. What does a move like this do? Because we were talking about how the money is a difficult, thing to consider now that you have a guy who's going to be on the books for quite a few years at a lot of money. Does that make the Walker Kessler possibility of coming back more of an like? Does it make you feel like, okay, this is still going to be able to happen, or does it make it less likely that maybe they come to an agreement there now that the cap space stuff kind of goes away?
I would think that with Walker, Walker loves this game. He's competitive as all get out, and when you've got a guy that can play alongside you, like think about this: he's 7'6" wingspan. Mm-hmm. JJJ 7'4" and Lowry's 7 feet. So you are, and then your point guard 6'4" with a 6'6" wingspan, and Ace Bailey's like a freak of nature at 6'8", 7'2" wingspan. So basically, in my opinion, all of this clamoring, the defense is horrible. I think that goes away. Yeah. I think this team instantly becomes like the teeth of this team is the defense because of the things I just talked about: length, size, and ability. But then also on the offensive end, some teams, the way they're constructed, they're going to have a small guy at a position, and the Jazz can just simply play matchup bingo all night long in that situation. So I would think Walker, looking at this from a distance, would see that this window is pretty enticing. And for a big guy who does a lot of the dirty work, to have somebody comes in that's known for doing a lot of dirty work as well, I think that would be a plus, I would think.
I got to ask you about Vince Williams Jr., one of those players that, plays a role and could be a player the Jazz get in this deal that could be part of their rotation moving forward. What do you know about Vince Williams Jr.? And it's kind of a throw in there, but that's a name that stuck out to me. It's like, this is a guy that could have a future with the Jazz.
Yeah, Vince Williams Jr., kind of known for his toughness, his defense. I like you, anytime a name comes, I don't poo-poo it because, Chris Dunn came across the wire at one point, and he was, for all intents and purposes, out of the league. And we saw what he did here and now what he's doing with the Clippers. So, you're astute to look at that. I think what's great now is if you finish some of the bigger pieces, then, the Jazz will have like a $10 to $15 million mid-level exception that they can use that, is not against the cap. So I think that when you're going to plug guys in, you're looking for a guy like maybe Vince Williams. I mean, we will see how it all works out. And honestly, the truth of the matter, this is all reported, and how this will all go down and who will be here still and all that, remains to be seen. But I can tell you the Jock Landale thing intrigues me because
St. Mary's guy. That's a guy we got to know pretty well down there when he was playing BYU all those years.
Unfortunately, too well. And he's an awesome story. Like we went down to play in Moraga, and Randy oftentimes will play a kid to see kind of what he's like, and then he'll redshirt him. And this is at least what he used to do back before the world got crazy. And Jock was one of those guys he brought in, and I kid you not, he was 330. He was huge, and he could hardly move, but man, he had great hands and was skilled. And from that redshirt year, when we walked through the gym, I knew we were in big trouble because he all of a sudden looked like Luke Ferrigno, playing the Hulk. And I was like, man, we got to deal with this dude. And then he was everything it's advertised. And I was one that said that dude's going to play in the NBA. And he has some of the similar characteristics of Nurk. Very skilled, very crafty, can make a three, but a great vision, a great passer.
As you watch this whole thing play out and all these players and all the moving parts that are there and all the things that happen with this, when a big trade happens like this, and like I said at the beginning of the show, I bet this locker room's pretty much buzzing today with all this stuff. You got guys walking, or you got guys that I'm sure, you have veterans that were in this locker room that guys are going to miss, but when something like this happens, what does it do for the morale of a locker room like this Utah Jazz team when you go, okay, they said they wanted to get this thing going. And JJ said it when we walked in the doors today. He goes, this rebuild is over. And I was like, that is amazing to hear that. I love hearing that. But what does it do for the locker room to hear a name like that coming into this organization and for what this young group has been trying to accomplish?
Honestly, I don't know that it could have come at a better time because we're in the dog days, right, of the NBA, and I think everybody understands the situation the Jazz are in. A pick's kind of hanging in the balance, and in my mind, and I've said this on multiple shows, the rebuild was over in my mind prior to this. It's like the Houston Oilers, Bum Phillips used to say, we're going to knock the door down, we're going to kick the damn door down. They kicked the door down today. Like, this was a move. But I thought last year this is a 45-win team, or going into next year without Jaren. I think they're a 50-plus win team, and right in the middle of playoff situation. Yeah, the rebuild's going to be a long distant memory. So for these guys to know, like, whatever it is, we got 67 more days of the season, or at least in the back of their mind, they know they're going into a summer of major change.
Still a couple more days before the deadline comes, and the Jazz obviously made a big splash here. Do you think it's possible they could be up to something else?
I would never put it past them. Especially my Austin is, I'll tell you what, he is so good at what he does. And I just think it's not just that he can identify players that are good. I think everybody can do that. Austin then can take the next step and figure out how that's going to work with the guys he has. He is so far down the road on so many things. And this is, I know to many, maybe not going to ring as many bells, but I just think this is a pivotal move for the Jazz, and a great move. Like I said, I think they, as you guys said, they didn't have to. They have an abundance of first-round picks. I think if there's any pain at all, it's what Walter Clayton can become. Yep. But man, I love what Isaiah Collier is, and given the choice for me right now, I probably would have chose Collier because he impacts the game differently than every other guard on the team.
I love it. You see some of these moves, and we start to look at how this thing starts to shake out. And I think Jazz Nation shifted their thoughts of how this year. And I'll tell you too, when you said the landscape looks like it does this time of the year, we know what's at stake for this Utah Jazz team the rest of the year. But it even makes that moment too, where you go, hey, but could you imagine not conveying that pick, staying in that top 8 on top of all these moves? It creates
finally winning the lottery.
The lottery.
All right, settle down with all that, you guys. We know how that
works. At some point, Tim. At some point, right? They're due.
Hey, we got to.
Yeah.
We got to get our chance.
Can you imagine, though, adding one of, and we know how good this draft is, can you imagine adding a Darren Peterson or an AJ DeBonce or a Cam Boozer to what they did today?
Hey, could you call the script writers real quick, just to the NBA? I know you got connections
there. I'll
there.
throw another name, like Caleb Wilson.
Why not?
Why not? I mean, I'm telling you, there are a lot of good players in this draft, and that's why this is important. And
it's probably
it's been painful. It's been painful, but it's going to be a distant memory. And my favorite thing when I got here, the Jazz were in the playoffs in the springtime, and being out on the plaza prior to games and watching everybody funnel in. We're a spring away from that, fellas.
Crazy.
Awesome.
Tim Lacombe, the coach. You're going to hear him in just a few moments. I'm assuming you're on the pre-half and post today, Coach. You and Jake going to do your thing, man?
I'm just working double. I figured I'd try some of this out, see if it stuck. And then I got some laughs, so maybe I'll use some of it later.
Yeah, absolutely should.
Yeah. So
it's good material.
We'll be listening in 30 minutes here, so we appreciate it, Coach. And, thanks for jumping on in short notice and giving us some thoughts on today's news. We appreciate it.
Hey, anything for you two anytime. You're great. Appreciate you.
Tim Lacombe, everybody.
Thanks, Coach.
There's the coach. All right, man. Well, let's take a break. I'm buzzing, man.
You should. This is a day that mark this day on the calendar when we look back on it. This is a day that changed the franchise.
Yeah, love it. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll come back. We've got more to talk about. We're bringing you the just so happens to be one of these short days. The Jazz are on the road, of course. That makes things weird and more complicated, right? When you're out there and your buddies have to pack up and leave. And we'll see how that thing goes down. We'll see how it affects tonight's game versus the Indiana Pacers, where the Jazz are going to be. Pre-game starts at 4 o'clock. Tip is going to be at 5 o'clock. So we'll get all that and more. But we're going to keep talking about this thing. We're going to keep it going. Stay here with us. More to go around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's a solid start on I-15 in the valley with no accidents holding up matters. Right now, southbound I-15 from downtown to the point of the mountain is normal 18-minute commute. Northbound to Ogden, also at a good clip through Davis and Weber counties. It is time to try UTA. Less stress, no traffic, and more U-time. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. BYU's bad in the first half and then rallies in the second half. How much more of this can you take? Kent says 3 players does not make a team. They need more production from the other 2 or Sweet 16 will be it.
If they're fortunate to even get that far, we should have spread out that money a little bit, huh? Kansas fans, you don't chant overrated anymore. That is so outdated.
Overpaid?
Yes.
Overpaid. There it is.
Yeah, somebody needs to get the message. You don't chant overrated. It's overpaid. That stings more because nobody likes to spend money and not get their money's worth.
Get what you pay for, pay what you get.
So you want money well spent. Money not well spent is bitter, even if you've got millions and billions and trillions.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you're like us, you're always trying to figure out a way to make sure that you can keep that weight down. For me, it's been a lifetime deal. I mean, I've had to figure out how to drop weight my entire life. I've been the big dude my entire life. Really, I'm weighing like I did back in high school, which is crazy because this for me has been a total change of how I approach food, my relationship with food, and it all started with slcfatloss.com. Salt Lake City Fat Loss. This is not an injection. This is not a pill. You're not buying supplements or meals from this service. It is them and a program that if you follow, you'll be able to not just drop weight, but keep it off long term, which is what the best goal is, JJ.
And right now they're offering a great discount. $200 off to help you get back on track through the end of February. Their doctor-developed all-natural program is going to help you lose up to 1 pound of fat per day. As Alex said, with no injections, no drugs, no crazy workouts, no prepackaged meals. You're going to get results eating healthy food. They're going to walk you through the whole thing with an app on your phone. And they're going to have somebody on the phone, too. If you need to talk to somebody while you're going through this program, they're going to be there for you the entire way. And they're going to help you get those results. They helped me get those results. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days on this program. And they're going to help you keep that weight off as well. Go to their website right now. Lock in those savings. $200 off right now with slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
The best blanket ever is also the best Valentine's gift ever.
Exclusive Valentine's blankets only available at Minky Couture and just in time for Valentine's Day.
Save 50% off any regularly priced Minky Couture blanket using promo code ZONE50 at checkout. Shop online at minkycouture.com or at any of the 6 Minky locations. Save 50% on the best Valentine's gift ever.
Use promo code ZONE50 at Minky Couture stores and online at minkycouture.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Does your retirement planning sound like this? No, because retirement isn't a game. It's a long-term strategy. Mountain America Investment Services can help. Get the pieces to develop your retirement plan. Schedule your appointment with a Mountain America Investment Services advisor at macu.com/retirement. Securities are offered through LPL Financial, a registered broker-dealer. Member FINRA/SIPC. Not insured by NCUA or any other government agency. Not credit union guaranteed. Not credit union deposits or obligations. May lose value.
Now's the perfect time to recognize the everyday heroes who make youth sports happen in our community. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are celebrating the coaches, referees, organizers, and volunteers who give their time so our kids can play. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. Each week, one deserving hero will be spotlighted during the JJ and Alex Show at 4:30 p.m. every Thursday. And the winner receives a $250 gift card courtesy of Beehive Meals. Don't wait. Lift up someone who lifts up our kids.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is a Utah Jazz at 30 update on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Isaiah Collier talks about the improvements that he's seen defensively from the Utah Jazz.
Just staying locked in on defense, that's the little things like that. Being in the stands, I mean, me, Woes, Will, we all, talk about that all day. So, I mean, extremely important for me, for my career. It's just to guard basketball and, play on both ends of the floor.
Also of note, if you're just tuning in, the Utah Jazz are acquiring all-star forward Jaren Jackson Jr. from the Memphis Grizzlies as part of an 8-player trade. That news happened earlier today. Jaren Jackson Jr., the newest member of the Utah Jazz. That is your Jazz at 30 update, and it's brought to you by U of U Health at University of Utah Health. Hope is in their DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. University of Utah Health, for you, for life. More Jazz talk next on the Jazz Daily, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What time is it?
Your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Barrett crosses over his man, nearly traveled with it. Ball deflected away. Cody Williams, beautiful steal. And Cody Williams, the two-handed flush. He earned that steal, and he gets the dunk on the other end. And Markkanen comes away with it. Markkanen behind the back dribble, nearly turns it over, is able to recollect, and then throws it off the backboard to himself, and he throws down the two-handed dunk. Oh, if Markkanen give himself an assist, he just did it. Isaiah Collier to Nurkic. Nurkic fighting through some contact, slips it to Cody Williams, who throws throws down the two-handed hammer. Gives it to Markkanen. Markkanen shoots the three. That's no good. And Ace Bailey gets the rebound. Bailey, the drive on the baseline, the two-handed hammer, 102-97.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme
Oh, we were just talking about this whole thing during the break, this Jaren Jackson Jr. acquisition, among other players from the Memphis Grizzlies, an 8-player trade between Utah and Memphis brings Jaren Jackson Jr. pending a physical. And don't you love hearing that? I haven't heard that, but I'm assuming. The Jazz acquiring, according to sources, Jazz acquiring Jaren Jackson Jr. And it is whatever the radio version is of a pep in your step, we've got it. And even better, because today we've got some tickets to give away. It's a Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Call in number 12 right now. You can call in 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. And that'll get you a pair of tickets to see the Jazz versus the Kings next Wednesday, February 11th at Delta Center. Is that enough time to sew up a JJJ jersey?
Yeah.
When will we actually see him in action?
Now that's a good question.
Because I want to know when. Because nothing
and
official.
It's in the best interest of the Jazz that we not see him for a while. If you know what I mean, wink, wink.
Oh,
if you want a Darren Peterson or an A.J. DeBonsa or a Cam Boozer or a Caleb Wilson or a Wagler or any number of these prospects to join this core next year, you better not see too much of Jaren Jackson Jr.
So you see him on the injury report already says rest. Personal reasons.
Hey, it's not easy getting traded.
No, you got to
let him sit out, let him process his emotions and feelings.
Let
him work up to it.
Is there an injury report situation that they go, Jaren Jackson Jr. and then parentheses apartment shopping?
Yeah.
Home shopping.
Well, if he needs the time, let him go.
Personal reasons.
I mean, there's some great real estate in Utah. You got to get it right.
Yeah. Hey, look, guess what would be a great neighborhood for Jock Landale? St. Mary's. Up there in East Salt Lake. Come on.
There you go.
The whole neighborhood already named after the school you went to. Come on.
That makes sense. It's a perfect fit.
That's where Joe Ingles lived, up that direction.
That's right.
So, all right, lots going on, but Jazz Ticket Tuesday. Get those tickets right now. In the meantime, as we break this thing out, we were talking about how, and now we can talk about how Jaren Jackson Jr. being left off of the All-Star roster. The Jazz's own Jaren Jackson Jr. and Larry Markkanen and Keontae George.
3 snubs?
Left off of the All-Star list. I'm okay with it. But the reality is that what I want you to go off a little bit more about how when we walked in and you go, the rebuild is over. That felt, and I know Tim said, well, I feel like it's been over for a minute. I know that the team has been trending in the direction of things starting to feel a lot better this year than they did last year. And that's with an out for the season Walker Kessler. Not just because of this trade, but it felt like, and it all revolves around the fact that if Keontae George wasn't making the strides that he had made already, this trade it would feel a little bit more empty. When you get a big name like that in, you go, great. Larry Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr., I don't know how they're going to get along, but, Walker Kessler's pretty good. The fact that we're able to throw in Keontae George as a massive piece of that puzzle helps so much. And that's really what so much of this is made, is a trade like this hits harder when your team has come as far as the Jazz have come, and especially Keontae George.
To Tim's point that he thinks the rebuild is over, in a sense, I do agree with him because we realized and knew with the emergence of Keontae George this year as a star player and as a star point guard that they had that guy and they had Lauri Markkanen, and the promise of Ace Bailey, and then you're going to add that lottery pick this summer, then it's time to move on. You know who your core is, and you could go forward knowing we are going to try to compete to make the playoffs next year. No more of this sandbagging for the lottery stuff. No more, I'm not going to call it tanking, but you know what they're doing, right? So no more of that. So to Tim's point, I agree with that. What the Jazz did today was take a huge leap forward to the point of not only is the rebuild over, this is who we are. We have potentially 3 all-stars in our starting lineup with young players who have the potential to also become all-stars, Ace Bailey and whoever they're going to take in this upcoming draft.
Right.
We're not only going to compete and try to make the playoffs next year, we're going to be a force. Take us seriously now. We have a lineup that you must take seriously. We're going to compete at a high level moving forward, and you don't have to worry about all this stuff and all this pain. The pain is gone. Now you're going to enjoy the fruits of your labor. This team's going to be really, really good next year as long as they stay healthy.
I was thinking about one of the things that Tim said, too, is he said, look, just look across the Rockies here to our east, and you look at Denver, and he's like, look at the Jokic-Jamal Murray combo, and you look at what those guys do, and then you want to figure out how to match up against, one of the teams that's been the best in the West and has the best player in the entire league on their team. And it's like a Jaren Jackson Jr. add to this roster makes for matchups that now become not just manageable, but winnable against the best teams in this very, very hard Western Conference. And you look at what other teams are doing. I mean, look at what the Thunder are, right? And look at that roster. And you think about what a freak Chet Holmgren is. You think about what a freak that, obviously SGA is. You think about what Jalen Williams does for that team. So when you have 3 or 4 guys or maybe a full 5 that you go, I like every one of those dudes, and you're kind of almost there with that Jazz team. And not just kind of. I think that what's interesting, too, is that we started to make the roster in our head of what this could look like next year. And the only kind of, and it's not really even a question mark, it's more about like, hey, now is the time to step up, young buck, because Ace Bailey is that name on the roster where you go, can't wait for his development. And when you add him into that, if it's going to be a Key, Ace Bailey, some version of Jaren Jackson Jr., Lowry, and Walker, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lowry, and Walker are a combined 24 and a half feet or whatever, 21 and a half feet.
It's going to be the biggest lineup in the NBA.
It's going to be long.
Your smallest player on the court, 6'4".
And this, and to Tim's point too, and this is immediately what I thought also when I go, okay, Defensive Player of the Year winner on a guy who could be the Defensive Player of the Year going forward also at some point in Walker Kessler. I have no doubt that guy's going to win that award at some point in his career. I mean, he's going to be the guy that can – look, the blocks have gone down for Triple J this year. He's never been a phenomenal rebounder. But you know what? A lot of that's going to end up being in the lap of the 7-footer Walker Kessler.
That's the luxury of having Walker, and that's why this works. Lowry doesn't have to play the 4. He can play the 3. Tim talked about how you unlock Lowry's skill set at the 3.
Right.
You unlock Jaren Jackson Jr.'s skill set at the 4. Knocks down threes, facilitator, great offensive player. You have Walker Kessler as your rim protector and rebounder. Takes the pressure off those other 2 guys to play big. This is perfect. It's the perfect combination of bigs that you'll find in a lineup in the NBA as far as having 3 7-footers essentially that do different things. It's a perfect combination. They're going to do a lot of great things, and they're going to win a lot of ball games now. And the detail that's left here is, can they figure out the Walker Kessler situation? The reason why the reason why they did not extend Walker Kessler before last season, I know Walker was upset about it. He had every right to be. I hope that's not lingering, because the reason why they were doing that was because they needed to protect that cap space that they had in the summer. They just took care of that.
Right.
So that's done. So now you can focus on getting a Walker Kessler deal done, and you get that lottery pick, and now the Jazz are off and running, and now you can see this lineup competing with the Rockets, the Nuggets, the Spurs, the Thunder, the Timberwolves, the Lakers, all these teams that are going to be good for years to come. The Jazz have now put themselves in a position to compete with that group.
Let's take a break. Because, man, we're hot right now. Let's get to the other side here. We're going to get you ready around the corner officially. We've got the injury report in front of us of what this is going to look like tonight against Indiana. Pacers Jazz tipping off at 5 o'clock, which means a 4 o'clock pregame. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals, honoring people who impact the youth sports in our communities. Nominate those youth sports volunteers for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week Award. Just go to KSL.com, KSLSports.com/contests, and listen every Thursday and we're going to hook you up. We're going to read those winners off, and Beehive Meals gives $250 every week to those winners as well. We appreciate them. Beehive Meals, the Hero of the Week program. We'll come back. We'll get you ready for that Utah Jazz and Pacers matchup tonight in Indiana. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Big trade. Whoa, including the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
The Utah Jazz are trading for Jaren Jackson Jr.
Whoa.
John Conchar, Jock Landale, and Vince Williams for Walt Clayton, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 future first-round picks. This is a huge trade for the Utah Jazz.
Wow, that is a huge trade for the Jazz.
Jaren Jackson Jr. is exactly the type of player the Jazz have needed to come in and cement the front court, right? He's going to come in and be a major defensive piece for the Utah Jazz.
You know, one thing that the Jazz have not really utilized with Lauri Markkanen that Cleveland did was they put him at the 3, and all of a sudden they were the biggest team in the league by a mile. I don't know how this affects their plans for Walker Kessler, but if you start Walker Kessler, Jaren Jackson Jr., Lauri Markkanen as your front court, they're huge. And then Ace Bailey goes into the back court.
You've got a stew going, as they like to say.
Got yourself a stew going.
You're really cooking there at that point.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Speaking of get yourself a stew going, how about Beehive Meals? There's a soup menu. There's a macros menu. There is a gluten-free menu. There is the family-style menu. That's one we get, JJ. And Beehive Meals has changed the way that our family is able to have meals. I told you yesterday we threw the Bang Bang chicken in the pot. I got home, and you know what was interesting is I opened the garage, and I could actually smell from the garage. Somebody had opened the door. Yes, I walked in, and I went, yes, it's the Bang Bang chicken I got. And I'm telling you, guess what we did? We all got together. We sat down at home and had a meal together at the table with busy families, 2 full-time parents, 7 kids. Look, there are a lot of people out there that have the same situation we do, JJ. Both parents working, tons of kids with tons of activities. You got to be able to get a meal on the table, and Beehive Meals facilitates that.
Take the stress out of it. How much drama is created by dinner time? If you got Beehive Meals, you know what's ready to go. You got it in the crock pot, ready to go. Make a decision, pick that one bag, frozen, delivered fresh to your door, throw in the crock pot, you're ready to go. Less stress at dinner time, effortless cooking, the convenience of a subscription. It's going to come every month, and it's affordable for real families. Most servings come out to around $3 to $5 per serving. That's comparable to or better than grocery shopping. It's definitely better than eating out. So get homemade style meals without paying restaurant prices or wasting unused groceries. Affordable, predictable, and budget friendly without sacrificing quality. These meals taste great. Your family's going to love them. Give this a try. It'll change your family dynamic. It'll make dinner time a lot easier, and it's going to save you some money. BeehiveMeals.com. That's BeehiveMeals.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Hi, David James here for Soda Weight Loss. 2 weeks in, I am down 10 pounds. I am halfway to my goal. 50% exercise right. Take that exercise right. Take that knowledge and save money for a lifetime. Learn how to eat right with the help of a soda nutritionist. You can find them online at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Or call 866-800-SODA and talk to a nutritionist now. 866-800-SOTA, Soda Weight Loss. Join us for a short time to have results that last a lifetime.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex here on the program with you. Of course, it's been all NBA music all hour long. We only have an hour today, but it was a perfect time to be able to break down for one full hour this move that the Jazz have made to acquire Grizzlies all-star forward Jaren Jackson Jr., Defensive Player of the Year winner, also a guy who, you know what's crazy is it's another dude who can hit threes.
Yeah.
Walker, the pressure's off, man. You don't have to start practicing those again.
Everybody spread the floor. Why not?
He was coming into his own. He was starting to shoot threes, and we're like, okay.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, it's a massive move, and it's made for an awesome day for Jazz fans who are out there. So that's a big one.
2-time All-Star, 2-time block champion, 3-time All-Defensive in the league, and the 2022-23 Defensive Player of the Year. That's what you're getting with him, and he shoots the three at a 35% clip.
On Wednesday is a Win Ticket Wednesday, of course. We've got tickets for you to win to Brian Regan at the Delta Center coming on February 14th. Get those tickets today at SeatGeek.com or just listen all day long tomorrow for your chance to win Brian Regan tickets. Also, Scott is going to be out and about on the road at RJ's Exteriors coming up on Thursday from noon to 3. So join him there. The Jazz and the Indiana Pacers firing off against one another in just about an hour. You're going to get pregame here coming up right around the corner here. Key's going to be out. And yeah, I guess Yusuf Nurk is going to be in, even though he was listed as out. He's going to be playing in this one. He's available. We've got more around the corner, so stay right here with Jazz basketball coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Let me just tell you about a program that's going to help you drop weight, keep it off. How about getting $200 off at the same time? It's not the injections. It's not supplements. It's not buying meals. It's none of that. We've tried all that. But here's the deal. I'm telling you right now, if you get into it, you're going to drop a lot of weight in those first 60 days. And then after that, you're going to be able to keep it off, which is, for me, JJ, the biggest difference. I've been able to keep that weight off over the past almost 2 years now, thanks to Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
Yeah, you're going to get the results that you're looking for with this program. I was blown away with the results I got. 40 pounds in 60 days. I didn't think that was possible. And I wasn't starving to death, and I was eating real food. It was awesome. You can do this, and you can reach your weight loss goals with Salt Lake City Fat Loss. And right now, you can do it for $200 off through February 28th. So go to their website, slcfatloss.com, get that free consultation, see if it's right for you, and lock in those savings. slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
Are you looking to upgrade your home this year? Advanced Window Products is your local window and door manufacturer that sells direct to the public.
That's right, celebrating 40 years serving Utah since 1986. And right now, it's the New Year, New Window sale. Get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more.
Our windows are made right here in Salt Lake City. Sales and installation are all in-house, meaning no middleman markups. You get the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state.
We build it, we install it, and we guarantee it for life.
Every window comes with a lifetime warranty, labor, glass, and parts included, serviced by our local team, and the warranty is transferable to the next homeowner.
Financing is available too. Save now, pay later, with payments as low as $150 a month.
Buy local and support the local economy. Don't wait. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Beat the rush and call today.
Call us at 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. Or visit us at advancedwindows.com.
The Sportsman's Vacation and RV Show, February 12th through the 15th at Mountain America Expo.
Buy at the show and save on 2026 RVs, Class A, B, and C motorhomes, trailers, toy haulers, fifth wheels, accessories, and more.
Watch the live rep